Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku and Uraraka Were Couples and Were Slowly Turning Towards Evil Part 3. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 31. Where have you been? Deku, Pa Dad? Hisashi, hello champion. Deku, but how? Hisashi, aren't you glad to greet your old man? Deku, yeah well I'm confused and angry. Hisashi, look, I understand you and I'm sorry, son. Deku, where have you been? Why haven't you come back? It's been 13 years since the last time, and the last gift I got from you was when I was 7. The green-haired man was upset, but Hisashi, son, let me explain. Wait, 7 years? Those damn male vultures. Izuku, look, I never forgot about you or your mother. I was always looking for a job to give them the best. Unfortunately, a fire quirk like mine is not very unique, and not having a hero license makes it more difficult to get a job, and the ones I got didn't last long. Just enough to send them money so they could live well. I never forgot your birthdays. Every year I sent something to you and your mother. Deku, but why did they never arrive? I already have. Hisashi, 17 years old, do you think I don't know? Izuku, you're my only son. I adore you like you have no idea, and being separated from you has hurt me horribly. It seems like you got lost in the mail, but I always thought about you. Or how do you think I know you study at UA? Deku, wait, did you see the festival? Hisashi, did I see it? Of course I did. Your mom told me you'd awakened your quirk, and that made me very happy. Deku, wait, did she call you? Hisashi, Izuku, when I found out that you had been diagnosed as Quirkless, I felt bad. I felt like it was my fault. My quirk wasn't strong enough for you to inherit it. Deku, it's the same thing Mom felt. Hisashi, yes, I know, we both felt bad, but when he called me saying that my little one, that my special boy had finally awakened his Izuku, you have no idea how happy I felt. My boy had a powerful quirk, although I'm surprised that you had a strength-enhancing one and not. Deku, yours or Mom's? Hisashi, or a mix of both. Deku, mix? Is that possible? Hisashi, of course you can. Don't you know about pyrokinesis? Deku, pyrokinesis? Hisashi, yes, it is the brilliant ability to generate fire spontaneously without the need for any device that creates a spark or any combustion method. Deku, is that possible? Hisashi, yes, you could even modify the temperature of the fire you generate. To be a nerd of heroes and quirks, I'm surprised you don't know. Deku, wow, that would have been amazing. Sad. Hisashi, why so sad? Maybe you didn't have pyrokinesis, but son, you got a strength-enhancing quirk. What could be more incredible than that? Deku, but I haven't mastered it yet. Hisashi, thank you for reminding me of that, young man. I have to scold you for being so reckless at the festival. Deku, at the festival? Wait, did you see him? Hisashi, did I see it? It was the biggest scare of my life. Deku, sorry. Hisashi, son, I'm sorry, I didn't want you to feel bad. I know you were excited about your quirk, but you don't want to run when you still don't know how to walk. I know you suffered, son, but it hurt me to see that. You had your reasons, and I respect them, but you're my only son, and if something happened to you, I wouldn't. Deku, Dad, but I'm fine now, I can control most of my power. Hisashi, at least it's progress, by the way, remind me to scold your Aunt Mitsuki and Masaru for raising Bakugo. That Mitsuki is more violent than a tornado. Luckily Masaru hasn't gotten divorced. Deku, I'll tell you, or hey Dad, and what is your call due to? Hisashi, maybe it's a little late, your mother gave me your number, and it's that well I am this. Deku, Dad, what's wrong? Hisashi, I'll go home champion. For a few minutes the communication seemed dead. Deku, wait, what? But how? When? Why until now? Hisashi, calm down son, let me explain. I found a construction company. They were in bad financial situation to the point of breaking. I approached them by pure luck. We decided that it was a good idea to find more like me. people who have the desire to work but whose quirks are not very popular. Well, we became known and nothing. The company managed to get a contract with the city, and now they will be in charge of doing the constructions of the damages caused by the battles. Deku: oh, then you'll go home for that. Hisashi: yes, I don't know when yet, but I think next week I'll be sending you a message so you can pick me up at the airport. Okay, son? Deku: why yes. Hisashi: ha ha ha, okay. Hey, by the way, your mom said you're the main chef of your class in the dorms, right? Deku: yeah. Hisashi: I assume all you make are traditional dishes. Deku: am I pathetic? Hisashi: of course not, ha ha ha, you live in Japan after all, but since your old man has been to some parts of the world you don't want him to give you new recipes. Deku: new recipes? Hisashi: yes, you could learn how to make a good fruity di mare pasta or a good lasagna. I can also teach you how to make a chili water, or maybe. Deku: I would like that very much, Dad, sobbing, thank you very much. Hisashi: well, I have to make up for lost time with my only son. Deku: so you mark me every day? Hisashi: it depends, are you lazy? Deku: ha ha ha, I don't think so. I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, we enter at 7:30, so I'm the first one. Hisashi: at least sleep, ha ha ha, son, why do you get up so early? Deku: well, I have to master my power, right? Hisashi: yes, but that doesn't mean training to death. You can get up at 5, train for an hour, and cook the next. Deku: sigh, I guess there are things that Mom didn't tell you. Hisashi: yes, he told me you were in a relationship. Deku: well, yes, had is the correct word. Hisashi: you want to talk about it? Deku: not today, I guess you must be tired already. Hisashi understood his son's point perfectly, and didn't want to force him. Hisashi: well, yes, I'm actually a little tired, but I wanted to talk to you, son. Deku: thanks, Dad, talking to you is very relaxing. Hisashi: that's what we parents are for, champion. Deku: so I'll wait for your call tomorrow? Hisashi: yes, I'll call you at 6 o'clock to give you the recipe. Deku: what shall I start with? Hisashi: I'll tell you tomorrow, don't be desperate, Deku: well then, see you tomorrow, Dad, thanks for calling. Hisashi: you're my son. How could you not want me to mark you? Rest easy, champion. Good night. Thus the call came to an end. The green-haired boy lay down in bed after saving his father's contact and fell deeply asleep. The alarm rang without rest, warning that a new day was approaching. The green-haired boy opened his tired eyes and saw his clock, which marked 4 o'clock. For the first time since his punishment began, he grunted in annoyance. Deku: 5 more minutes. The boy closed his eyes, praying to be able to sleep a little more, which he achieved. After an hour he woke up now with a new spirit, seeing that it was 5 o'clock. Deku: well, an hour is an hour, yawning, good time to start this day. The green-haired boy put on his clothes. When they took him to the doctor, they put a gown on him, and left the infirmary. At full speed he went to train. He had become more agile. His reflexes also improved significantly. His speed increased along with his natural strength without the use of the OFA. His movements were more coordinated. After an hour the green-haired boy stopped training. He was tired, sweat ran down his face, but the boy did not feel bad. You could even say that he was relaxed. After a few minutes his phone started to ring, the typical tone that announced a call with the phrase, "I'm here," in Almight's voice, and the green-haired boy rang at full volume, making the freckled boy laugh. He unlocked without a phone to see that it was his father calling him, so he answered, smiling. "Deku, okay?" Hisashi: "Hello, champion, how are you?" Deku: hello, Dad," a little shaken by the effort. Hisashi: "Don't tell me you just woke up." Deku: ha ha ha, no, I just finished my training. I got up at the time you told me, at 5. Hisashi: "That's fine, son. Well, are you ready to learn something new?" Deku: "Yeah, just let me take a quick bath, okay?" Hisashi: "Sure, then I'll call you in a few minutes or send me a message while you're in the kitchen." Deku: "Yes, Dad, it won't take long." Hisashi: "Calm down, Izuku, we have time, get ready and send me a message." Deku: "Yes." The green-haired boy listened, jumped into his room and took a shower and everything to leave, and while he was heading to the kitchen he called his father. Deku, I'm ready, Chef Hisashi, please teach me. Hisashi, ha ha ha, okay, you will be my new apprentice son, we will prepare a fruity de mer pasta. Deku understood. Thus began the practical class for the green-haired boy, who after taking note of the ingredients listened to his father's preparation instructions. After a few minutes everything looked in order, and the delicious smell of food filled the kitchen and dining room. It wasn't long before someone knocked on the kitchen door. Deku, I'm coming, wait. Hisashi, well, champion, I think they're calling you. I have to go to work now. Deku, really? Something sad. Hisashi, yes, but don't worry, I'll send you a message later today, okay? I have so much to tell you and I can't wait to get home, haha. Deku, yes, me too, Dad. Hisashi, well, champion, I'll leave you, see you later. Deku, yes. The call finally cut off and the freckled man went to open the door to find a certain purple-haired girl. Deku G. Jiro. Jiro, good morning, Midoriya, waiting for a dry and cold answer. Deku, boo boo, good morning, Jiro. Now the violet-haired girl looked up. She was already used to the green-haired boy's cold and uninterested answers. There were times when he didn't even answer, but this was new. The boy even stuttered a little. Jiro, are you feeling okay? Deku, is it so weird that I greet you? Jiro, no, it's just that you. Deku, me? Ha. Jiro, wait, are you making fun of me? Deku, I don't know, tell me. Jiro, when were the roles reversed? Deku, no idea, what's the reason for the visit so early? Jiro, damn alarm clock. Deku, I should have imagined it. Jiro, and what do you cook? Deku, me nothing special, it's a fruity de mer pasta. Jiro, fruit with mother? The green-haired boy held back his laughter because he didn't want to end up with a jack in his face, but Yayorozu, fruity de mer kyuka. Jiro, Yamamo. You scared me. Yayorozu, sorry, but why did you mention the name of that pasta? You're not going to tell me you're hungry, hee wait, it smells so good. Are you really cooking? Jiro, no, you wish, it's him, pointing at the green-haired man who was cooking to the rhythm of Desire by U2. Yayorozu, my Midoriya. Deku, good morning, Yamamo. Yayorozu, is it really you? Deku, ha ha ha, yes, I know I don't look like you, but yes. Yayorozu, you're an idiot, hee. Deku, I know, but this fool is expanding his knowledge. Yayorozu, that's right, where did you learn to do this? Deku, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Jiro, take the test. Deku, it was my father who taught me. Yayorozu, oh I see, wait. Jiro, your father? Deku, ha ha ha, yes, it seems you can now buy him that drink. The green-haired boy smiled. An honest smile was what the girls saw. They couldn't feel happier for their friend. After seeing him so affected these last few days, that smile comforted them too much. Obviously he still looked a bit dull, but they knew that his light could shine again. Insert Psycho Killer by the band Talking Heads. The green-haired boy concentrated on continuing to cook while singing the song at the top of his lungs. Jiro, I didn't know you liked that song. Deku, there are several songs on my player that you haven't heard. Yayorozu, do you want help with something? Deku, yes, could you help me with the dishes? Please take them, I'll take care of serving when the others arrive. Yayorozu, yes. Jiro, if you don't mind, I'll stay and listen to some more songs. You have a good list. Deku, sure, it helps if you give me some things to go with this. Jiro, okay. And so the day began for the green-haired boy. After a while, his classmates arrived and were also surprised by the change in the freckled boy. He was not yet back to his old self, but he showed signs of it. The green-haired boy had left his phone connected to the stereo, letting with a little help from my friends play. Jiro, really? The Beatles? Deku, much of my musical taste comes from my father. He was absent, but at least he left me good albums. Yayorozu, I like it, it sounds calm. Jiro, it's because you haven't heard Revolution. Deku oh helter-skelter. They both laughed a little. The others saw their friends confused. They didn't know much about foreign music. Even Kaminari, who although he was Jiro's boyfriend, didn't understand. Everyone continued eating without problems. The music continued playing without interruptions. Jiro, okay, how did we go from the Beatles to Eminem? Deku, I left my phone on random, plus it's Venom, that's a good song. Tokoemi, I like it. Ida, okay, but we're done, it's time to go to class. All yes. At a normal pace the class left the table thanking the freckled boy except Bakugo, who just walked, left his plate and left. The green-haired boy was calm and no longer bothered by anything the blonde said or did but. Uraraka, my Midoriya. Deku, stranger? What's wrong? Uraraka, Moo, thank you so much for the food. Deku, it's nothing, getting up and heading towards his room. Uraraka, whispering thank you, darling. The green-haired boy was somewhat confused. Uraraka was no longer speaking to him. He knew that since the fight in the gym, any chance of even speaking properly again was zero, but the brunette's reaction was something that made his aching heart beat once more. Deku, maybe. Yayorozu, Midoriya. Deku, what's going on? Yayorozu, you left this in the kitchen, idiot, giving him his phone. Deku, it's true that I'm clumsy, thank you very much, Yamamoto. Yayorozu, you're thinking about Uraraka, right? Deku, am I that obvious? Yayorozu, we all have to talk to her someday, explain what happened. Deku, that's if you want to hear them. I already gave up, my feelings don't change, but I am responsible for my actions, and if being with me hurts her then it hurts me, but I will overcome this and let her shine for her effort. The green-haired boy put away his phone and went to change. After a while they arrived at the classroom without incident, even a little before the start time, so they waited outside. The green-haired boy was leaning against the wall at the end of the line thinking about his parents. He was happy to have them back, he couldn't deny it. But if his mother alone almost took him out of school, he couldn't imagine the two of them together. The green-haired boy let out a light laugh. Deku, looking at his arms, at least there's nothing to worry about anymore. At that moment someone hit him lightly on the head. Deku, now what did I do? Kendo, you are a hopeless fool. Deku, good morning to you too, Itsuka. Kendo, how do you feel? Deku, much better, thank you. Kendo, here, I brought you this. The orange-haired girl gave him a small box of food. Deku, you didn't have to get upset, you know. Kendo, maybe you didn't hear me. I said I would take care of you because I see that you don't, with problems, and you have time to breathe, hee. Deku, well, you're right about something, thank you very much. Kendo, by the way, Monoma said that if you wanted to eat with us during the break. Deku, thank you very much for the prompting. I hope I didn't bother you. Kendo, not at all. I just hope you're ready for Pony and Ibra's scolding. You left them both worried. Deku, well, I guess I earned it. Kendo, see you later, Deku, giving him a bow and retiring to his classroom. Yayorozu, what was that? Deku, what? Jiro, you and the president of Class B. Deku, it's nothing. Yesterday I felt a little bad in Ibra's classes, and she said she would bring me something so I wouldn't go so long without eating. The girls were satisfied with the answer and were a little worried about the boy, but he only gave them an honest smile. But on the other side a brunette saw this, and clenched her fists with some annoyance. Uraraka, somewhat upset and jealous, since when does he call her Deku? The girl lied to herself. No matter what she said, she still loved the green-haired boy, she could never forget him. And the incident at the gym still caused her certain doubts because she knew that someone like Deku would not be capable of hitting her friends like that. He who was always kind and altruistic but was afraid to approach her ex-boyfriend. Her nerves betrayed her, and she felt bad for the words she used against the boy. After a few minutes Aizawa arrived and opened the door, but before Deku entered the black-haired boy stopped him by closing the door so that his classmates would not hear. Aizawa, listen to me. I'm sorry, the punishment is inhumane and I feel bad for you, Midoriya. Deku, okay, teacher, it's... Aizawa, don't even think about saying it's your fault. Stop being so altruistic. I know it's part of you, but the punishment I imposed on you caused you to be in a nursing bed all night, okay? You'll only be in charge of cleaning the High Alliance. your classes with Ibara are cancelled, also your extra classes, understood? Deku, will I still have extra homework? Aizawa, it won't be that bad, don't worry, although your license and suit will still be with the director and your permission to leave as well as participation in training is still suspended. Deku understood. Aizawa, caressing the green-haired boy's hair, you all worry me, boy. Deku, thank you and sorry Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, and one more thing, what I said at the beginning. Deku, don't worry, it's between us, your secret is safe with me, Grumpy-sensei. Aizawa, don't make me regret it. Now come in. Deku, yes. And so the green-haired boy entered his classroom. At least now he could smile a little more, the old Deku was about to return. Chapter 32. A New Life, the beginning of something? And so the break arrived, the green-haired boy left last but at least he talked to Yaoyorozu and Jiro but… Jiro, so can I buy your father that drink? Yaoyorozu, although I admire your father, finding people with quirks that aren't considered useful. Jiro, or that they are quirkless. Yaoyorozu, and giving them a chance, it's amazing. Jiro, although that company your father mentioned, it sounds familiar, I think I know someone. Yaoyorozu, you're right, I think I'll ask my parents some questions. I think they have some ties to the government, and I think they mentioned something about a new contract. Deku, me. But if you can find out something it would help me. My father doesn't like me noticing that something is tangled in his wrist. What is it, Woa? At that moment, vines formed around his torso, wrapping his arms and legs, dragging him backwards the classroom of Class B. Deku, for some reason I feel like it's going to hurt, help me. Jiro, we have to help him. Kendo, you said you would eat with us. Deku, yes, but that doesn't mean I have to be dragged around like a mop. Ibara, Jesus had a worse punishment. Deku, but he didn't have friends with powers. Wait, then, will they punish me? Kendo, we'll be back when the break is over. Yaoyorozu, yes, CLA, of course, bye Midoriya. After a few minutes we can see Class B sitting in the school cafeteria and Pony and Ibara grabbing the green-haired boy by the cheeks tightly. Deku, it hurts, I already told you I'm sorry, sore from how they had him. Pony, I was really worried about you, silly. Ibara, you don't know how scared I was when I heard something fall to the ground and you didn't answer. I had never prayed so fast. Pony, Itsuka told you, don't overexert yourself, and yet what did you do? Ibara, you disobeyed her and your body reached its limit. Deku, okay, lesson learned, don't push myself too hard, now let me go. Itsuka won't say anything? Itsuka, you said yourself that you deserved it, besides I already did it, Ibara wanted to crucify you. Deku broke into a cold sweat. The punishment was certainly worse, but at least the girls had already released her. Deku, it really hurts, but thanks for caring and sorry for scaring you. Monoma, they weren't the only ones who were scared. Deku, will you tell me that you were worried too? Tetsu, you're our friend, obviously we care, old man. Monoma, also if you died Bakugo would be the strongest in the academy, and that title is too big for him. Deku, ha, did you call him dwarf? Monoma, I'm serious, it hurts to admit it but you are the strongest and the closest to being number one. Deku, I didn't create it, you can beat me without problems, it's just a matter of knowing how to do it. Tetsu, will you teach us a lesson? Deku, something I learned is not to help the enemy defeat me. You can of course beat me and surpass me, but I will not make it so easy for you. Learn by yourselves, and when you think you are capable then come challenge me and I will fight with all my power. Kendo, don't give them illusions or tell them lies. Deku, lies? Monoma, you never fight at your full strength. Tetsu, everyone knows you used it to intimidate Bakugo but you wouldn't hit him with it. Pony, you only use it to move, no one can see you, even the first ones mentioned it, you were too fast and stopped a rhinoceros with one hand. Ibara, and you didn't seem tired. Monoma, we don't feel less, we are all strong but it's just that you have a strength that goes beyond physics. Ibara, you have an unbreakable spirit, and that is a great help to a hero. Monoma, exactly, that's why the title of number one or the strongest is too big for Bakugo, He may have a powerful quirk, but he lacks humanity. Deku, I never thought I'd see you say something good about someone else, Monoma. Monoma, don't get used to it, hee. Deku, yes, you changed. Monoma, I can't always be a conceited idiot, thanks for making me see that. Deku, a hero helps everyone even if they have a ridiculous outfit. Everyone started to laugh and the green-haired boy had no objection to showing a smile. Meanwhile, Class A saw this without knowing how to feel. On one hand there was happiness for their partner. After so much they could see him smile, but on the other they felt jealous. Class B treated the freckled boy as if he were a classmate of theirs. Mina, hypocrites. Hagakure, they forget that they always did less for being from Class A. Kirishima, now they look like. Kaminari, a family. Ida, it's the bonds they've made over the years. We're not the only ones who became close. Todoroki, besides Midoriya helping them, when he went to the president he achieved a change in Monoma. Uraraka, that's how he is, always helping others. Jiro, no matter who it is. Todoroki, what we can do is be happy for him, at least they managed to get a smile out of him. Yaoyorozu, no, he also received good news. Bakugo, good news. What the hell are you talking about, Ponytail? Yaoyorozu, upset by the nickname, her father is going to return to the city. Bakugo, your father? The news had fallen on Bakugo suddenly. He could hate the green-haired boy with all his might, but he knew that his father figure was away for a large part of his life. Bakugo could speak badly to his parents, but he had both of them. The boy always told his mother something that when they were younger meant teasing from the blonde. Bakugo felt superior to Deku because of that, added to the fact that little Midoriya was quirkless. However, now the blonde didn't know how to feel. Todoroki, so he has a father, I think he mentioned it once. Bakugo, of course he's cursed half and half. Only that he worked abroad for that reason, that's why the damn nerd doesn't remember him much. He came back very rarely, and then he left again. Todoroki, sounds like the kind of father you would be. Bakugo, what did you say, damn? The two-tone man gave a cold look to the blonde who took a few steps back. Todoroki, do you want me to repeat it? Yaoyorozu, not here, Shoto, you said it, he wouldn't like to see them fighting, especially when he prevented them from being punished. Todoroki, you're right, I'm sorry, Momo. Hagakure, but what can we do? Oh, Jiro, he is our friend. Jiro, what if they just let him live? Look at him, he's happy. They managed to get a smile out of him, and his father will come back. He's finally having some peace. Tokoemi, happiness comes after sadness. As his friends we have to support him to smile again, not prevent him. Bakugo, it's just nonsense, I'm leaving. Todoroki, it's not time yet, playing with a silver coin between his fingers. Uraraka on the other hand saw Class B with her ex with a serious face. It made her jealous to see how they were so close to the green-haired boy, but what made her boil with jealousy and made her sad was seeing how the president of Class B was sitting next to him, how she leaned on his arm so as not to laugh louder. Seeing how the girl scolded him and hit him lightly, but what bothered her the most was seeing how the green-haired boy hugged her shoulder, how he shared his food with her, how she got close to his ear and then they burst into laughter. Now was when Uraraka Ochako was upset, jealous and sad. Uraraka, since when do you take so many liberties with him? Tsuyu, Ochako come, breaks over Kero. Uraraka, what? I didn't realize he thanks a lot, Tsu. Tsuyu, I'm glad to see you happy, right? Kero. Uraraka, to whom? Tsuyu, you can't lie to me and you know it, Kero. Uraraka, sigh, I know, let's just go to class. So Class A went to their classroom as did Class B, but they didn't notice that one person from each class was missing. One with orange hair and another with green hair were talking behind the classrooms on the stairs. Deku, how many times do I have to apologize? Kendo, you had me worried. You heard Ibara. The last thing she heard from you was that you fell to the ground. When I arrived with Aizawa, he told me that your face was covered in blood and to top it off you weren't waking up. How do you want me to feel? Deku, Itsuka, yo. Kendo, nothing about Itsuka. I was very worried. You took your body to its limits. Listen, I know you don't like to see anyone in trouble, but look how it ended. How many times you helped them, and when it was time they didn't help you. They weren't able to say that the blame was collective. I'm not saying you hate them, but you should have talked to Aizawa about finding a way to lighten your load, and you didn't do it. Didn't you care about the damage it could have caused you? Didn't you think that dividing yourself into so many things would end up affecting your health? Your emotional health is already damaged. Deku, that's offensive. Kendo, since your fight and breakup with Uraraka, you're not the same. Have you ever seen yourself smile? And don't tell me you have, because I know they're fake. Deku, okay, I admit it, okay? I know my performance is weighed down, but you wouldn't understand. Kendo, now you're the one offending me. Deku, I don't have that intention, okay, I admit it. I've been very careless and everything that happened affected me, but I'm already recovering, you'll see. I'll take care of myself. Kendo, how do I know if I believe you? Deku, well, I haven't looked bad today, have I? I even ate with you guys. Kendo, okay, new challenge, earn my trust again. Deku, okay, let's go to the living room or they'll wonder what happened to us. Kendo, you're right, by the way, the training. Deku, well, now I have more time, but I need someone to help me not train too much. Kendo, I think I know someone. Deku, I'll send you a message as soon as I finish my chores so we can meet at the gym. Kendo, have your wounds healed yet? Deku, at least they're not bleeding anymore. Kendo, okay, I'll wait for your message now, let's go. They both went to the green-haired boy's room, which was the closest, and knocked. A few minutes later, a tired-faced Aizawa came out and raised an eyebrow at the couple. Aizawa, you don't learn, right? Deku, it's not what you think. Kendo, I needed Midoriya for something. I already brought him to you, teacher. Aizawa, sigh, okay, you can come in, kid, but you're really not lying, Kendo? Kendo, I've never done it. Aizawa, well, come in now, Midoriya, before I change my mind. Deku, why, yes. But well, see you later at Suka. Kendo, yeah, see you later, Midoriya. The girl was quick, approached the freckled man and kissed him on the cheek, then bowed to Aizawa and left. Aizawa, what was that? Deku, I'm in the same boat, sensei. Aizawa, Sai, come in. Deku, yes. Everyone was shocked by the scene they had just witnessed. They had seen the tough president of Class B give a kiss to her classmate. Mineta, what kind of demon are you? Kaminari, you've got all the women for yourself? Damn broccoli. The green-haired boy just put on a serious face again and headed to his place without answering anyone. A certain brunette spoke to him in a low voice, but he didn't listen and continued on his way. Thus all the remaining classes passed until finally the last one ended, and with it the day's session. Cementas, okay guys, it's over, you can go to the dorms. Class A, see you later, Cementas-sensei. Cementas, don't forget your homework, by the way. Speaking of homework, Midoriya, can you come here for a few minutes? Deku, sure, what's wrong, sensei? Cementas, Aizawa told me about what happened. I'm sorry, kid. I didn't know about the grueling punishment he had given you. I think I gave you most of the homework. Deku, don't worry, sensei. Everyone gave me double the homework. That had been Aizawa-sensei's punishment. Cementas, and how are you feeling, boy? Deku, better than I look, teacher, Thank you very much for asking. Cementas, I shouldn't be doing this, but screw it. You're exempt from bringing in homework, so consider it a break. Deku, thanks, professor, but I wouldn't feel comfortable being the only one. Tomorrow I will deliver it without fail. Cementas, come on, Midoriya, you can bring her later. Deku, no, the duty of a hero is to fulfill everything. How can I be number one if I start failing from school? Cementas, so you're aiming for number one. I assume that also means being the symbol of peace. Deku, I think I'm very obvious, scratching his neck. Cementas, ha, Almight definitely chose well, you will be a great hero. Well then I'll see you tomorrow. Deku, yes. The green-haired boy calmly left the living room humming a little tune, You Say Run. Cementas, thinking, you'll definitely be a great hero. After a while, The freckled boy arrived at the dorms, cleaned up, and headed to his room. The green-haired boy was doing his math homework when Yayorozu, hey Midoriya? Deku, what's going on? Yayorozu, don't you need help with your homework? Deku, no, don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, tell the others that I'll be leaving to train in a bit. When I get there, I'll prepare dinner for them. Yayorozu, yes, I tell you, good luck. Deku, thanks Yamamoto. A few minutes passed, the freckled boy got a little stuck with math, so he decided to move on to literature. He would leave English and math for the end, so a few minutes passed. He continued with chemistry, with which he didn't have much problem, but... Can I come in? Deku, Itsuka? Kendo, and who else? Deku, what are you doing here? Kendo, I can't come see you? Deku, yeah wait, but we said the training would be later. Kendo, I can't come help you? Deku, no yes, it's weird Kendo, do you need help? Deku, actually yes, I thought I could handle math, but it seems I didn't pay much attention to this class. Kendo, I think math is Yayorozu's subject. Deku, well, I told her it would be fine. Kendo, really? Deku, I thought I could. Kendo, well, the faster we finish, the faster we will train. Math is a subject that I more or less master. Deku, and if it's not abusing, how are you doing in English? Kendo, your lucky pony is my best friend. So both of them started to finish their homework. Slowly but surely the girl even gave him some exercises so that the green-haired boy could put into practice what he had learned. After a good while they had finally finished. Kendo, that was exhausting. Deku, and you haven't arrived since I started. They both started to laugh a little. They liked being in each other's company. But on the other side there was a brunette who was willing to talk but heard the laughter of both. She knew it was not any of her friends because they were in the recreation room. An orange hair came to her mind. She knew that the future depended on what happened now in that room. Uraraka still loved the green-haired boy. He was her broccoli, and yet she could lose him. It was her words that drove him away, and now she had to listen to him laughing with someone else. The girl was about to leave when she collided with someone. Yayorozu, hello Uraraka, hello? Yayorozu, you heard them. Uraraka, what if? The girl was in a mix of emotions. She was never sharp, much less rude, but the fact that the black-haired girl was the only one who managed to talk more or less well with the green-haired boy followed by Jiro did not motivate her. Yayorozu, then I suppose you won't mind me talking to him. Uraraka, do whatever you want turning around. Yayorozu, just so you know, I don't like him. Uraraka, you have a boyfriend, I know, you always say it. Yayorozu, he deserves to be happy. The brunette left, leaving the brunette somewhat annoyed, who also left, not wanting to upset the couple. Kendo, well, we're finally done stretching. Deku, I'm sorry if it takes up too much of your time. These days have been difficult, and I didn't pay much attention. Kendo, I saw that, at least you're a quick learner. Deku, the ability to learn from pro heroes is not only limited to them. The orange-haired girl smiled, and somehow the green-haired boy smiled with her. She liked seeing that smile. She felt peace. Suddenly the girl saw an object lying in the back of the room and instinctively went towards it, ignoring the freckled boy's words. Deku, wait, that's its Prevo, you got it. Kendo, nice guitar, I didn't know you had one. Deku, well, how would I know how to play if I didn't have one? Kendo, you have Jiro and his music store at home. Deku, good point, luckily it hasn't broken, I've had it since I was 12 to 13, I don't remember exactly, I swept the streets and did some jobs with people in the block, you know, buying their groceries, helping them clean their house, things like that. They gave me money and so I bought it. I know it's not a brand name, but it's special to me. Kendo, special? Deku, my father was never a famous musician, but he knew how to play well. I wanted to make him proud and... Kendo, you learned. Deku, yeah, I know it sounds a bit silly. Kendo, he's not stupid, he's cute. Deku, well, it was a motivation, although when I discovered my quirk I started training and left music aside a bit. Kendo, And what was that at the festival? Deku, express classes with Jiro, ha ha ha. They managed to make me remember some things. Kendo, although judging by where it was in the dust, you haven't touched it, right? Deku, I stopped doing it after, well, you know, he. Kendo, yes, but you'll lose practice again. Deku, I don't think I'll ever stand on a stage again, those things are scary. Kendo, ha ha ha, I don't think so, I saw you very confident that day. Deku, it's because you weren't by my side, I was about to faint. Kendo, something tells me you're right, he, but seriously, you'll miss practice again and your father is about to return. Deku, he, yeah. Kendo, give him the surprise. Deku, I'm not so sure anymore. Kendo, don't make me beg, go on, play something. Deku, what? Kendo, please, you play very well. Deku, no, right now we should be training. Kendo, it's raining. Deku, that's not true, and even if it were, the gym is covered. Kendo, come on please, when have I asked you for a favor? Deku, you asked me to train you and be with you at the festival. Kendo, well yes, but come on, he, let's go, I'll be your audience. Deku, sigh, well, but remember that this was your idea, I'm not that good. Insert What is Life by George Harrison. Deku, what I feel, I can't say. But my love is there for you. Anytime you need. The orange-haired girl watched without interrupting. She wasn't stupid, she knew the difference between loving someone and liking him. She didn't love the green-haired boy, but she liked him a lot. After a few minutes the song came to an end. The tough president applauded with a smile. Kendo, is there a refund? Deku, was it that bad? Kendo, it was a joke, it was very good, nice song. Deku, unlike Can't Help Falling in Love, which sounds more like a bolero and has very romantic lyrics, this one has a very strong meaning. I like you, but if you don't like me, no problem. Ha! Kendo, ha ha ha, you understand the songs very well. Kendo, which song? Deku, it's an alternate version of We Will Rock You. It's faster and has instrumentation. Queen on Air, I don't remember if they recorded it for an album, but it's really good. I feel like it has more, I don't know how to say it, he. Kendo, can I hear it? Deku, I have it on my phone, wait, ready. So they both listened to the song. Deku wasn't lying, it sounded a little better than the original. The drums and guitar played a big role in the song. Kendo, I can tell Tetsu, he knows how to play drums. Jiro can take care of the bass, and you can take care of the guitar. Deku, if you find someone who sings it, then that would be amazing. Kendo, you're not serious. Deku, what, wait, oh no, I won't do it. Kendo, why not? You sing very well. Deku, I won't, I can play it on guitar, but I'm not crazy enough to sing it. Kendo, you were there long enough to tell me you liked me. Deku, well, but that's stiff, wait, did you realize? Kendo, you're not the only one who understands the songs, and even less so when you gave me the meaning, even though I wasn't quite sure, but now. Deku, wow, you must think I'm ridiculous. Kendo, no, not ridiculous, but I do think you're cute, totally red. Deku, lying on his bed cute? I didn't think so, I'm a coward, it's been over a week since I broke up with Uraraka and I still can't get over her. Kendo, and I don't expect you to, well, at least not so fast, she influenced you a lot. Whether you like it or not, she had her weight in your heart, but she's gone, and it's time for you to move on, or at least that's what I think. Of course I could be wrong, or... Deku, will you help me? Kendo, what? Deku, well, I like you. You heard that, it's just that I'm still very new to this, and there's also the fact that I'm scared of you saying the last thing in a low voice so he wouldn't hear it. Kendo, afraid of what? Of being hurt? Sorry for the comparison, but I'm not Uraraka, he, I have this pair of fists that even without using my quirk are lethal, but I would only use them to help you. In the end, a relationship is a team, and in a team the support is mutual. Deku, relationship? Kendo, boo, well, if you want, totally red and playing with her fingers. The orange-haired girl had talked too much. One thing was knowing that someone liked you, but another very different thing was to propose a relationship. Now the girl had remained completely silent until she felt like something hugged her. Deku, sobbing would you accept this damaged green-haired boy? Kendo, aren't you supposed to ask me that? Deku, well you proposed the relationship. Kendo, hugging the boy I accepted only if you promise to take care of yourself. Deku, hee well you will help me right? Kendo, hee support is mutual, I already said and now? Deku, now what? Kendo, I'm a little lost you know I am new to this sad. Deku, hee it's okay, don't think I have all the experience in the world, you're my second relationship somewhat sad. Kendo, well grabbing her hand this is a first step hee or at least that's what I thought do you want to kiss me? Deku, that's what you ask? Kendo, I don't think so. Deku, approaching the orange-haired girl's face. The girl was also approaching her now boyfriend slowly. She knew that the green-haired boy was still hurt but now she would make sure he forgot about that. It wasn't long before they could already feel each other's breathing. Yaoyorozu, knocking on the door. Deku, if you're done the others say that if you're going to prepare dinner. Deku, totally red why if not I won't be long. Yaoyorozu, okay we'll wait for you is Kendo still with you? Kendo, yes I'm still here, the task was somewhat difficult. Yaoyorozu, well no then I'll wait for you. The boys heard the brunette's footsteps moving away. After a few minutes they breathed, because they both held their breath for some reason, and when they saw each other they started laughing. Kendo, that was so weird lol. Deku, I felt like I was in one of those programs where they are doing something wrong. Kendo, although if we're doing something wrong I mean, you just got out of a relationship and a punishment, and I'm the president and there are rules and I don't know what to do anymore. Deku, either do I well I guess you want us to forget this? Kendo, no. Well I mean I like you and losing you so quickly is silly of me, don't you think? Deku, well yes but what will we do? Kendo, we'll come up with something hee now let's go down and cook before they kick you out of here. Deku, yes but how late is it? Looking at his watch how did time pass so fast? Kendo, let's go down now. Deku, yes. The green-haired man quickly arranged his things while the president watched him and put the guitar on the bed. After a while, they both stood in front of the door, but they were breathing somewhat heavily. Deku, ready? Kendo, well we won't tell them yet so something hee. Deku, you swallowing saliva you. Kendo, you don't have to say it if you don't feel ready yet taking his hand. Deku, I love you so much totally red. Kendo, hee well it's a teaser you earned this giving him a kiss on the lips. Deku, wow I didn't expect that but I'm satisfied hee. The orange-haired girl gave him a tender smile, they held hands and gave each other another kiss a little longer, and then put their foreheads together and hugged. Deku, thank you for being with me Atsuka. Kendo, someone has to protect the next number one. Chapter 33, Learning to be me, again. And so the day ended. Class A wondered what Atsuka Kendo was doing with them but decided not to ask questions. Their partner looked happy and that was important. They were all eating a lasagna that the green-haired boy had prepared. Deku, ha, for my first attempt it's not that bad. Kendo, come on, it's delicious, maybe it needs a little more salt but you can hardly notice it. Jiro, it's fine by me, it's not like I've eaten a lot of it hee. Yaoyorozu, but Kendo is right, maybe a few more touches of salt, and it would have been just right. Deku, and what do you say that I didn't put much in because I care about your health? Jiro, wait did you make a joke? Deku, what do you think I'm a robot? The two girls smiled as did Todoroki who was sitting next to Yaoyorozu. Kendo was next to the freckled boy and under the table he took Izuku's hand and squeezed it as did the boy while they both smiled at each other. This did not go unnoticed by Uraraka who felt her heart squeeze a little. Kendo, well I think I'll be here for too long hee. Finishing my dinner I returned to my dormitory. Deku, are you sure? Yamamoto, Todoroki, Jiro and I wanted to watch a movie and well. Kendo, hee, I appreciate the invitation, but I think I've already abused your hospitality. Yaoyorozu, no, you know we're friends and you helped this idiot a lot with his homework today. Deku, exactly wait, what did you call me? Todoroki, Momo is right, we thank you very much Kendo. Kendo, thank you very much guys, but I really have to go. There are still things I have to fix in my group. Deku, okay, but you know if you need anything, call me or send me a message in. Kendo, I know, just don't overdo it again, you're not Superman. Yaoyorozu, believe me, this man has a complex about feeling invincible. Todoroki, always ready to help, sometimes I think that so much fanaticism for All Might affected him Deku, wait, that's a miracle, Todoroki made a joke. The bicolor gave a serious look to the green-haired man who smiled amusedly. The dinner continued the same until they finally finished, and complying with what the orange-haired man said, he stood up. Kendo, well, thank you all very much. Bowling, I retire to my group. Yaoyorozu, do you really not want to stay? You know there's trust. Kendo, maybe next time, I don't want to abuse your trust. Deku, you could even bring the others. Kendo, that's a great idea. I see some of you got along well with each other. Todoroki, yes, we just needed to get to know them better. Kendo, well then we'll see what day, for now I have to go. Deku, putting on his jacket, I'll go with you if you want. Kendo, no, calm down Izuku, I can manage on my own. Deku, no, I insist Itsuka, you helped me a lot today, it's the least I can do. Kendo, you are hopeless, well let's go, I promise not to steal it from him for too long. Yaoyorozu, it's okay, be careful. Todoroki, Momo, it's just a few meters, it won't take her home. The black-haired girl only gave a small peck to the bicolor, who looked at her confused, but Yaoyorozu didn't say anything. She knew what was happening and she felt good for her best friend. Uraraka, hey me Midoriya, could we talk when you get back? Deku, what? Oh I mean yes, of course Uraraka. Uraraka, thank you. Kendo, something bothers you, okay, let's go Izuku before it gets too late, pulling him by the shirt. Deku, yes we're already back, I won't be long. The girl called the elevator, and as soon as it opened the doors she got in quickly with the boy. The atmosphere felt tense, neither said anything during the descent. When the doors opened and they reached the entrance hall of the building, they could see the light caused by lightning and a few seconds later the sound it causes. Deku, trying to break the ice while it's raining Kendo, somewhat discouraged, I told you, although I was even more foolish for not bringing anything to cover myself, feeling how they put something on her shoulders. Deku, you're not stupid, giving him his jacket, you need it more than I do, don't worry, it has a hat. The girl looked more closely at the jacket. It was All Might's, his golden age leather suit. The jacket itself looked expensive. Kendo, it is not necessary. Deku, I insist, I'm fast, I can use my quirk and I would arrive before any drop hit me. Kendo, you know that's impossible, right? Deku, on island I dodged bullets. Kendo, as I said, you think you're Superman, The green-haired man looked closely at his girlfriend, so before leaving he took her hand and hugged her. Kendo, and what's this about? Deku, what's wrong? You can't lie to me. Kendo, it's Uraraka. I'm scared, I don't want to keep you away from your friends, but the way I'm talking to you after today makes me. Deku, you think that if he asks me to get back together I'll just accept and leave you like that, right? Kendo, are you sure you don't have an extra quirk? One that lets you read minds? Deku, pretty sure, it would be interesting to be a bi-quirk. Kendo, but he was serious, the attitude he took. Deku, do you think I'm stupid enough to let you go so easily? Kissing his forehead. Kendo, you don't think I'm possessive? Deku, no, in part it's okay that I talked to her. I don't want to keep fighting, you said it. She's someone important to me and I don't want to lose her friendship. But going back is not an option. The orange-haired girl started to cry and hugged the green-haired boy's chest. Deku, my jacket is too big for you, putting the hat on him. Kendo, now you're going to make fun of how I look? Deku, no, but it's not normal to see someone with a jacket that's too big for them. I guess if there are people in your arcade, they'll wonder where he comes from and if Pony hung out with Mina a lot then. Kendo, I would avoid telling them Deku, you look cute. Kendo, okay, stop it or you're going to kill me with tenderness. Deku, who would have thought, the cold and hard president defeated by the tenderness of a single man. Kendo, well, you're not just any man blushing. Deku, well, let's go or they'll wonder what happened to me. Kendo, they're going to think you were kidnapped. Deku, no, the lady in danger is Bakugo, ha ha. Kendo, I never said the League of Villains seductively. Deku, passing saliva, be you well me. Kendo, haha, I love it when you get nervous. Deku, you're a cheater, but let's go. Kendo, taking his hand, yeah, let's go. The boys finally dared to go out. The rain soaked the green-haired boy's hair, but he never complained. The president tried to give him back his jacket, but he waved no. After a few minutes they arrived at the Class B building. The orange-haired girl insisted that he at least go to the ground floor so he could dry off a bit, but the boy shook his head. Deku, I appreciate it, but no, I'll go back to the building and dry off immediately. Kendo, sure? It's just the main floor. I won't make you go up to the rec room. Deku, if you calm down, better come here with me. The boy went out with the president by the hand again into the rain. Kendo saw that her boyfriend didn't mind getting wet. Kendo, you even seem to enjoy it. Deku, the rain relaxes Tsuyu according to her. She wanted to see if it had the same effect. Kendo, she has amphibian characteristics. That's why the rain is so relaxing for her. The same doesn't apply to us. Deku, don't be bitter anymore and come. The boy pulled Kendo, who didn't put up much of an objection. The girl heard the drops falling and hitting the thick layer of fur that the hat had. Both were now under the thick rain without bothering each other. Without saying anything, the green-haired boy approached his girlfriend's face and began to kiss her tenderly. Kendo, breaking the kiss, just look at this great cliché, all that's left is for everyone else to come out and start applauding. Deku, do you want, can I call them Kendo, don't ruin the moment. Deku, me? Pointing at himself, who was the one who said this was a cliché? Kendo, well yes, but forget it, you win. You're adorable, so you only brought me to kiss me in the rain? Deku, partly yes, I also wanted to do this. The boy had removed the hat from the jacket that was calmly resting on his girlfriend's head, causing the drops to also wet her directly, and before she could do anything else, the boy kissed her deeply, with love and tenderness. But there was something else, and that was that, soaked, the green-haired boy's tears could not be seen. Kendo, shall we continue with the clichés? Entering the building. Deku, wiping the water off his face, you didn't complain when I did it. Kendo, I never said I disliked it. Deku, well now I'm going. Kendo, wait for your jacket. Deku, we see each other every day, you can give it back to me whenever you want. Kendo, okay, I better go. I think I'm going to have an interrogation with Pony when he sees me with this. Deku, I hope Momo hasn't noticed. She's a big fan of her romance novels and will ask me a lot of questions when I get back. Kendo, oh no, you're going to take a bath first? I don't want you to get sick. Deku, yes, I understand sneezing. Kendo, what did I tell you? Deku, sorry, well I'm leaving now. You also take a bath, anything. You got your head a little wet, giving him a tender kiss. Kendo, blushing, no us use your quirk in the facilities. Deku, I don't think you're scolding me. It was your idea to get here quickly so I wouldn't get wet anymore. Kendo, cheater, good, but get there fast. I love you, Izuku. Deku, I love you too, Itsuka. The green-haired boy activated One for All at 50% and jumped. Kendo, writing a message. Pony, leaving the elevator. Kendo, it's good that you're here. I was about to call you. Kendo, calm down Tsu, I'm back. Pony, well come, Shishida played, wait, that jacket isn't yours, Midoriya? Kendo, don't shout so loud please. Pony, so you and him screaming. Kendo, I told you not so loud. Pony, sorry, but you have to tell me everything. Besides, didn't you say that you didn't like Midoriya? Kendo, well Pony, I told you, I'm never wrong. Kendo, okay, but come on, I'm getting cold here. Pony, true, I'm sorry, let's go before you get sick. Kendo, and you should have seen Izuku, Pony, Setsuna and Monoma owe me money hee hee. Kendo, hee hee, let's go. Both girls called the elevator and got in without realizing that on the first floor, holding on to the flagpole waving the UA flag, there was a certain green-haired guy who was waiting for his girl to come in to dry off and therefore heard everything. Deku, well, that saves me from having to tell you, at least that's what I thought. I'll leave before I slip. I don't think I can last long. Using both hands, the boy swung around a few times and jumped with the OFA activated to kick in the air to propel him to his building. When he arrived, he landed cleanly. He still couldn't get used to the fact that his body didn't feel numb when using his quirk, but it felt great. The green-haired boy didn't think about it much and called the elevator, which didn't take long either. When he got to his floor, he realized that nobody was in the recreation room, so smiling a little he went to his room since it would avoid him having to give explanations. He was about to get to his room when… Todoroki, did you go for a swim? Deku, and I thought I was rid of everyone. Todoroki, thank heavens it was me and not Momo who found you. Deku, thank you happy already? Todoroki, dry yourself, you smell like a wet dog. Deku, I love you too, friend. Todoroki, you'll see. Deku, the movie? Yeah, I told you we'd watch it together. It arrived in 10. Where are you? Todoroki, emergency meeting with the other girls, or at least that's what she told me. You have plenty of time, those things last a long time. Deku, and the boys? Todoroki, I think Ida went to work on improvements with Hatsum. Kaminari and Mineta are watching something in their room, and I certainly don't have the stomach to ask them what it is. Kirishima and Bakugo are practicing. Tokoyami locked himself in his room like Koda to meditate. Siro is playing video games, or at least that's what he said, and Ojiro is with Aoyama, Sato, and Shoji studying. Deku, I see. Well, I'll see you in a bit. Todoroki, yes. Mina's room. Jiro, so we gathered here for nothing? Yaoyorozu, I met Todoroki and Deku to watch a movie. Uraraka, wait, since when do you call him Deku? Yaoyorozu, best friend, remember? He calls me Yamamo. Jiro, you won't say it affects you. Uraraka, it seems that since he and I broke up, everyone has become very friendly with him. Jiro, wait, what are you implying? Yaoyorozu, I talked to him since the argument you, Tsuyu, and Ida had. Uraraka, discussion that Todoroki started. Yaoyorozu, of course it's better to blame someone who isn't present. Tsuyu, oh hey, it seems the tensions are a bit high, right? Kero. Mina, how about we calm down a bit and Yamamo prepares that delicious tea? Yaoyorozu, why is it so difficult to talk to him and see his motives? You know him better than anyone, or you knew him better than anyone else. What prevented you from speaking calmly? Uraraka, now it turns out it's my fault? Yaoyorozu, you loved him, right? Was that love so great that you preferred to tell him he was about to die or be arrested rather than sit down with him and see why he did what he did? Yes, he may be reckless and a little crazy, but remember that it was because of that recklessness that Almight didn't die on the day of the USJ. It was that recklessness that prevented Ida from being killed, that saved Todoroki from the darkness his father had put him in, that saved Bakugo. Uraraka, wait, you said I knew him better than anyone. I know him better than anyone. I doubt you know half of what I do, you who in first year treated him less just because you got in by recommendation, just because you're a rich girl. Yaoyorozu, upset about the last thing, or I'm sorry, but I think they just took that position from you. Uraraka, what are you talking about? Yaoyorozu, how distracted can you be? Him and K. At that moment one of Jiro's jacks got tangled in her mouth, silencing the black-haired girl. Jiro, they said emergency meeting, but if we're just going to be here yelling at each other then we might as well go. Yaoyorozu, taking off the violet-haired girl's jack. True, I'm supposed to meet with Shoto and Deku and I don't plan on missing it, excuse me. So both girls left the pink-haired girl's room. Hagakure, and off they go. Uraraka, I have to go out too. Before they see their movie I agreed to talk to Midoriya leaving the room. Tsuyu, well that didn't go as expected. Now you two, why did you have this meeting? Kero. Mina, stop. Hagakure, clean up rough edges and be friends again? Tsuyu, They're not fooling me and they know it, Kero Kero. Mina, sighing in defeat, we wanted to talk to Uraraka and ask her. Hagakure, apologize. Tsuyu, there were never any such rumors, right? There were never any testimonies that said they were in a relationship, were there? You guys made it all up, Kero. Hagakure, we didn't know they were in a relationship. Mina, we wanted to see his reaction and it got out of hand. Hagakure, it's our fault. Tsuyu, yes, don't feel so important, it's partly your fault. The others also acted badly, Kero Kero. The frog girl stood up and went to the door. Tsuyu, Midoriya isn't spiteful either, Ochako, but after knowing this they ruined the best relationship they could have, Kero. Mina, Tsuyu. Tsuyu, well, at least your lies might become true now. Feel good about it, Kero Kero. Hagakure, wait, what? The frog girl said nothing and just walked out. After a while the boys were watching Glass. Soon after Tsuyu arrived with a cute frog pajama. Tsuyu, not bothering? Deku, not at all, come sit down, there's room. Uraraka, my Midoriya? Deku, what's wrong, Uraraka? Uraraka, do you think we can? Do you already know how to talk? Deku, yeah, couldn't it be tomorrow? I'm already a bit tired and once the movie is over I'm going to bed. You know I wake up super early, hehe. Uraraka, this, yes, sorry for bothering you, then I'll leave and go to bed too. See you tomorrow, guys. All, see you tomorrow, Uraraka. The girl left the arcade, and shortly after, her friends who were outside returned. The movie night after a couple of hours came to an end. Everyone tidied up the rec room and went to their respective rooms. The green-haired boy laid down on his bed but was somehow restless, turning around in his bed, but after a few minutes the boy stood up and opened the sliding glass doors that led to the balcony, went out, activated his quirk and jumped until he reached the balcony that the boy knew from a night several days ago. Very carefully he landed, trying not to make a scandal. He approached the glass and tapped lightly. The boy leaned against the wall waiting patiently, and after a few minutes an orange hair opened the door. The boy couldn't see her clothes well because of the darkness, but the president of class B came out, and with her the moon came out illuminating her face. The freckled boy was stunned. Even with her hair loose and in a fairly common pajamas the girl looked beautiful. Kendo, hee good night. Deku, good night. Kendo, and what brings you here? Deku, well, I was cold and I thought about getting my jacket back, hee. Kendo, really? Too bad I put it in the wash. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. Deku, well, I guess I'll go. Kendo, or you can wait if you want. Deku, hee getting a little sad. Kendo, what's up, Izuku? Iku, I can't sleep and I've been like this for a couple of days now. The orange-haired girl was surprised and also worried about her boyfriend, so when she saw how the boy shed some tears, she threw herself at him and hugged him. Kendo, hey, calm down, I'm here for you, remember? Deku, sobbing, it's just I must look ridiculous. Kendo, none of that, I already told you, you are extremely cute and tender, now come, I can't allow you to go to your room like that, you're going to kill yourself, hee. Deku, I can't die, if I do you and Momo will revive me and kill me again, hee. Kendo, ha, Momo is like a sister to you, right? Deku, she's the older sister of Class A, hee. Kendo, okay, but come here or you'll freeze. Deku, in the words of the Black Panther, I never freeze. Kendo, do I have to tell you what happened to him? Deku, hee, okay, I'll come in. The green-haired man slowly entered the girl's room. His nervousness could be felt. Deku, it's your room, books, shoes. Kendo, sorry if it's too simple, hee. Deku, you have the essentials at hand, that's very good, at least it's not full of Almight figures. Kendo, according to some girls in Class A that's your room. Deku, hee, it's changed, he doesn't have so many objects anymore. Kendo, well, someday I'll see her, in the meantime, come, lie down. Deku, are you sure? Kendo, I know you're not my Neta, I trust you, I want to help you. The green-haired boy accepted nervously. Slowly he got into the girl's bed while Kendo on the other side did the same. After a few minutes they both settled down next to each other looking at the ceiling. Kendo, this is a little harder than I thought, hehe. Deku, if my presence is uncomfortable. Kendo, no! I mean it's my first time sharing a room with a guy, and well, you're my first boyfriend. Deku, but well, then we have to try to sleep. Kendo, yes, have see you tomorrow, Izuku, I love you. Deku, I love you too, Itsuka. The minutes passed, and the first to fall was the orange-haired girl who fell asleep with her back to the boy, although the freckled boy kept looking at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. He wished he could talk to his father or Almight, but neither answered, so he gave up. But to his surprise, his girlfriend started to move, and when he least expected it, she turned towards him and hugged him tightly, putting her face in front of his chest. Izuku felt his girlfriend's breath against him, which made him shudder, but after a while it seemed as if she was lulling him along with the calm beating of his heart. Soon his eyes began to weigh him down, and he realized that he was sleepy. The boy gave a slight smile, stopped thinking about so much nonsense, turned around to see his girlfriend, kissed her on the forehead, and now he was the one who hugged her. The freckled boy rested his chin on his girlfriend's head while smiling. Deku, I really am a lucky guy. And saying this, Izuku Midoriya closed his eyes, and within minutes the two of them were fast asleep, hugging each other. It seemed that Deku was finally back. Chapter 34. The train is leaving you. Nah, it's a lie, don't kill me XD, here you have it, enjoy it. Slowly the sun's rays were filtering through the glass door into the room of a certain orange-haired girl who, covered with her boyfriend, didn't notice anything, although the same can't be said of a certain green-haired boy who closed his eyes tightly and then, defeated, opened them slowly and heavily. Deku, that I can never sleep comfortably alone? Kendo, I hope it wasn't serious. Deku, are you awake? Kendo, hee, I just woke up. Well, technically you woke me up. Deku, hee, sorry. Deku, that would be a great idea if I were from Class B. Kendo, are you being discriminatory? Deku, no hee, it's just that I don't think they'd take it well that I'd be with you in the morning. Also, we have class and I would arrive with you to the classroom, and my classmates are also there. Kendo, hee, well, you're right, although someday you'll have to do it. Deku, I know, how about I come over for dinner one day? That way there wouldn't be a problem and I could sleep over. Kendo, I love that you get nervous. Look, maybe you can't stay overnight right away. I don't want problems with Ida, Yaoyorozu, Bakugo, and much less with Uraraka. After all, we haven't told them yet. Deku, oh, I understand. Kendo, that doesn't mean that you can come or you can come for me. Well, yes, if you want. Deku, would this be a good time to say that you also look adorable when you blush? Kendo, hee, Izuku leaning his head on the green-haired boy's chest. Wait, what time is it? Deku, it's 6:30. Wait, it's 6:30. This is bad, very bad. I didn't train nor have I prepared breakfast, putting on his shirt and shoes. Kendo, run! Deku, you mean jump, hee, I really have to fly. Kendo, haha, decide to fly or jump. Deku, see you at break. Itsuka, I love you, giving him a quick kiss. Kendo, do your best, I believe in you. The green-haired boy opened the glass door, smiled and took a big leap when he reached his building, turned around and kicked in the air and propelled himself down, landing in his room. He quickly went to take a shower, got ready and unmade his bed to hide, then went out to the kitchen where all his classmates were already gathered. Deku, hello, good morning everyone, seriously. Yaoyorozu, hey, where were you? Pulling his ear. Deku, oh, calm down, I woke up late, what can I do? Jiro, are you sure about that? Raising his jacks. Deku, yes, it's because of your quirk that I asked Hatsum to make my room soundproof. Jiro, contingency plan against Class A? Deku, and B, I have one for each class or for specific students, Shinso or Hatsum for example, hahaha. Yaoyorozu, well, now I feel less offended. Deku, you're less offended? I remind you that the last time you didn't hear me sleep you made Bakugo break down my door, excluding the fact that you hit it using your quirk, leaving marks. Yaoyorozu, well, yes, bu, but well, come on, have breakfast, we don't have all morning. Deku, yes, thanks Momo. Todoroki, good morning Midoriya. Deku just nodded in return, The black-haired girl served him his plate of food but before he started. Kirishima, oh hey old man, do you really have a plan against all of us? Deku, yes, and I'm surprised you didn't have it. I'm not saying we'll fight all the time, but we are people with powers facing other people with powers. It's good to have one for any emergency. Kaminari, and can you tell us what those plans are? Deku, they are secret plans, don't be offended Kaminari, but if I tell you, you will learn from it. Jiro, is he a fool? It's easier for him to learn Yamamo's measurements beforehand. Kaminari, hey, that's not. The electric blonde could no longer continue as Aizawa ran out of the elevator. Aizawa, Midoriya, where are you? Deku, calm down, Professor, I'm here. Aizawa, you have to go out quickly to stop some criminals. Deku, wait, what? I can't. Aizawa, stop fooling around and run. Deku, did you forget that I lost my license? Aizawa, you were personally summoned by the Empty Lady Agency and Kamui Woods, so here it is. Throwing the license at him, Hatsum is waiting for you at the workshop with your new suit. Now run, there are lives at risk. The green-haired man had his license in his hand. He knew it had been taken away for a reason, but now he didn't know if his homeroom teacher was testing him, or if it was true. Aizawa, are you going to stand there the whole time? It's not a test. If you don't go, people will die. The boy nodded and decided to trust his sensei. He ran off towards the workshop. Aizawa calmed down and sat down on the rec room chairs, letting out a big sigh. Yaoyorozu, sensei, what's wrong? Todoroki, that is dangerous enough for an agency to need a student. The black-haired man sighed and turned on the television, showing them the news. On the other side, the green-haired man put on his new suit that now had more volume in his red tennis shoes. His gloves were thicker with some bumps on the knuckles. The colors remained the same, although in a darker green. Deku, any improvements on this? Hatsum, I'm glad you asked, but don't you feel anything new in your costume? Deku, well, it's thicker but more lighter. Hatsum, exactly, they are thicker materials, bulletproof, hard as steel but very light to allow movement, which in your case is extraordinary. Melissa sent me some things for that. It is a collaboration between both of us. Deku, I'm glad you get along. Anything else to point out? Hatsum, true, your mask, the muzzle has a function. It is anti-gas or quirks like Midnight's. The suit is also thermal for quirks like Shoto's and can resist high temperatures much better than the previous one in case of that villain Dabi. Also, the fibers are alloys based on Eraserhead and immune to quirks like Best Genists. Everything as you asked, a suit? Deku, containment of heroes or villains. Hatsum, exactly. We think we can put more things in it, but for now this is what we offer you. It also absorbs the kinetic energy of blows or explosions and you can direct it to your fists for a hit with more power. The boots have a gas reserve to give more powerful kicks at your normal strength, or increase them with the use of your quirk. Your gloves can shoot pressurized air, the same as the boots. You can use it normally or enhance it with your quirk. You have some bandages to be able to swing, but do not trust yourself, they are not finished yet. If you use them too much they will break, and if you are in the air you die, hehe. Deku, thanks for the encouragement. One last thing? Hatsum, yes, so you don't take off your mask as is your custom. It is connected to the hero service. As you know, since they obtained their license they are in the hero service where they are notified of missions and that kind of thing. Deku, yes, I know. Hatsum, well, the mask is connected so you don't have to use your license. You can ask for support, request information, ask for statistics, mission reports, etc. It is connected to all agencies including Endeavor, so the one who called you will be able to communicate with you. Deku, good, finishing adjusting the suit, I'm ready, thanks Hatsum. Hatsum, at your service by the way, just call me Mei, we've known each other for 3 years. Deku, haha, okay Mei, now I'm leaving. Hatsum, hey Deku, be careful, you're the best friend Tenya and I have. Deku, that's why I'll come back safely, hahaha, giving him a big smile before putting on the muzzle. Hatsum, by the way, once the muzzle is attached to the mask, you can retract it or attach it with the button on your left side of the jaw. Deku, thanks for that, wait, because my voice sounds changed. Hatsum, well, the League of Villains knows who you are but no one else, it's a distorter that I made myself. Deku, Thanks, now I'm leaving. Hatsum, open window. Deku, missile ready. Hatsum, stop being a clown and come out. Deku, yes. The green-haired boy took a big leap and left the academy. Already in the air, he propelled himself with a strong kick. At that moment, he received a call. Deku, this is the semi-professional hero Deku. Are you the one with super strength? Deku, there's also Sugarman and Tentacle. If you want someone with super strength, I can do that too. No, it's you, sorry, you is not very attentive. I'm Shinji Nishiya, or as you know me. Deku, Kamui Woods. Ahem, sorry, I got excited. Kamui Woods, it's okay, kid. Empty lady, anyway, I'm glad you're the one who answered the call. Deku, hadn't he personally requested me? Kamui Woods, right, you requested it from him. Empty lady, I only asked for the super strong one in the green suit. Deku, well then he chose me. Mission report? I don't know where to go. Empty lady, it's true, silly. Listen, dwarf, there's an attack on the bullet train. A group of villains planted a bomb in the cockpit. They demand an exaggerated amount of money, and if the train stops or slows down, the bomb will explode. Deku, that's very movie-like boosting again. Kamui Woods, finally, someone who speaks my language. Anyway, the bomb is in the cockpit. The train will pass through Hosu Station in less than 15 minutes. It obviously can't stop, so you'll have to get in. Deku, through a window, I understand. Empty lady, did you understand? Deku, just a question, do you know anything else about the bomb? Kamui Woods, we already scanned it. It's a delicate situation. Well, apparently it can't be deactivated. The bomb is only for its target, and will explode only when the train stops. Deku, stopping the train is not an option. If I'm strong and fast enough, I could pull it off, run and throw it. With my power, it wouldn't be very difficult. Kamui Woods, are you sure? Deku, every bomb has a small amount of time to explode. I can be fast enough to make a hole in it, start the bomb, jump and run, propelling himself already near the train line. Kamui Woods, do you think you can do it? Deku, sure, I just have to do the math. Empty lady, the top speed the bullet train can travel at is 603 kilometers per second. Deku, km/h. Empty lady, don't interrupt me, brat. Kamui Woods, well, the train has a speed of 603 kilometers per hour. How fast can you go? Deku, without my quirk I can run at dodging hanging clothes 45 kilometers per hour. Kamui, that means you need a speed boost of x 13.4. Deku, thinking, I wish the OFA had a speaker that said boost any amount. Okay, I guess 25% of my strength will be enough. Kamui Woods, are you sure? Deku, not entirely, but I hope I'm right. I've already got the train in sight, but at the speed it's going, I need a plan to get in, okay? Hello? Is anyone there? I think they hung up when I said I had the train in sight. Meanwhile, at the Empty Lady / Kamui Woods agency. Kamui Woods, you hung up on the boy. Empty Lady, I was getting bored. Shinji pouting. Kamui Woods, sigh, I really hope the boy is okay. Empty Lady, how silly I am, I forgot to tell him that someone is going to team him up with the same from the UA. Well, I suppose they will have informed him. Back with Deku. Deku, okay, calm down, I just need a good idea and everything will be. I could jump off. Hatsum, or you could be a pendulum and enter. Deku, hey, that's how are you in my head. Hatsum, who invented your costume? Deku, Tushi, well, what do you have in mind? Hatsum, I can't give you all the answers. Remember, you have bandages on your gloves. They won't stop a train, but they would hold your weight. Deku, you gave me an idea going off track. Hatsum, wait, why are you deviating? Deku, it won't be much. The train is going at 603 kilometers per hour. It doesn't matter where, but I have to get in, so if I can swing I could get in without making too much of a fuss. Hatsum, well planned, I hope it works. Deku, me too, getting ready. Okay, here I go, I just hope I survive. Kendo, you're going to kill yourself, hehe. Deku, I can't die. If I die, you and Momo revive me and kill me again. Momo, you became my best friend. Don't even think about dying, hee. Deku, if I do it, you are capable of killing me. Momo, that doesn't make sense. Deku, you are creative, something will occur to you once you know you. Deku, I can't fail, here we go. The green-haired boy let go of the bandage on his glove, which got tangled in the rod of a building. The train was in progress, and the green-haired boy managed to pass right over it, but when he was going back he activated the bandage back on his glove and entered the last car of the train, hitting and leaving unconscious one of the villains before. The incredulous looks of his companions, the green-haired boy stood up looking at the two rivals in front of him. Deku, permission to board. Both villains looked at each other confused but began to shoot. One had gun barrels at the tips of his fingers which burst non-stop, and the other fired small diamonds. The green-haired man walked towards them quickly since he did not know what the limits of the armor were. When he arrived he hit the villain with bullets with his arm, and using the same momentum he finished off the other with his free arm, and then hit the first one again with a blow to the stomach, and joining both arms he hit the other in the head, slamming him against the wall of the car in front of the astonished people. Deku, looking at the civilians, calm down, I'm a hero. The green-haired boy didn't realize, and the villain with the bullets shot him in the face, but the bullet was stopped by the mask, but it made our green-haired boy take the rival and slam him against the wall, sticking his head out the window. The villain with the diamonds stood up looking, but before he made a move the freckled man headbutted him and grabbing him by the neck turned him around to slam him against the wall. Deku, if they keep getting up the pain will be worse. Boy, you're amazing. Deku, opening the muzzle, I'm just a guy doing his job. Suddenly the green-haired boy ducked a little because another villain arrived who was shooting hot bursts from his eyes, but the green-haired boy took the first aid kit from the platform and threw it at the villain, who dodged them but gave the opportunity to the hero who approached. Took him by the shoulders, lifting him, and began to slam him against the walls of the train until he saw how another of the villains approached stealthily. The boy lashed the villain one last time and put him on his feet, giving him a pat on the shoulders so that after seconds he fell fainted. The freckled boy prepared himself and fired a burst of compressed air which knocked down the villain without much effort. The hero passed the car, but behind him there was a villain who tried to hit him from behind, but the green-haired boy managed to dodge it by moving his head to the side. He took his opponent's fist and lifting it on his shoulders he ran away in front of the astonished gaze of the people to the other platform, whipping his enemy in the door frame of the car change. But thanks to that he did not see another villain who was next to him, but as soon as he saw him out of the corner of his eye he just raised his fist, hitting him and leaving him unconscious. But soon his fellow villains went against the hero. One of them formed a long knife and lashed out at the freckled man, but he took it, raised it up to lower it again, pull it towards him and break it a few centimeters after where his hand would be. Then he took the knife with both hands and hit the villain in the stomach by the broken part, lifting him up and hitting him against the ceiling. The villain fell unconscious, but the freckled man did not stop. He took the next villain who was distracted and slammed him against the tube that was in the middle of the platform, knocking him out, but in this carelessness a villain managed to hit him, but the blow only made him turn his head. He took off his muzzle to show a mocking smile, activate the OFA at 25%, and now the return blow knocking him out instantly. So he continued walking through the remaining cars until reaching the last one before the command cabin, where there was one last villain, but this one was trembling. Deku, okay, you're the only one left, give up or the suffering you have will be worse. Villain, shut up, you're just a damn loose mouth. The heroes only boast of their power, but we Quirkless are relegated by you. Deku, Quirkless? Thinking, he's like me, maybe if I had given up. At that moment the guy took out a gun and pointed it at a child and his mother. Villain, let this tell you that even we Quirkless are dangerous. Deku, damn, I just got careless for a second, thinking, damn, it's my fault I focused on him and not on the people. Person, please hero save that mother and her son. Villain, shut up. Preparing the gun, you damn hero, if you value the life of this child and his mother you are going to take out your weapons and kick them towards me. Deku, raising his hands, the only weapons I have are attached to my body, I can't give them to you. Villain, do you think I'm that stupid? I know you heroes have at least one taser with you, even the stupidest ones. Now give me your damn guns or these two people's brains will paint the place, and it will be your fault. The green-haired boy was tense, he couldn't believe what he saw, he felt tied up, but then he saw a shield on the ground. It belonged to the villain he defeated a little while ago. The shield had kicked him to prevent him from attacking him again. Who would say it would end right there? The boy had an idea at that moment, and smiled from under the muzzle. Deku, okay, you caught me. I have a gun, taking out his phone but showing the black case to avoid suspicion. It's a taser. Villain, I knew it, damn it. Now put it down and kick it towards me. Deku, yes, calm down, crouching down. The green-haired boy was about to drop his phone, but in a quick movement he grabbed the shield and threw it with such precision that it was placed between the middle of the gun and the boy's face. At that moment the villain shot, but when he saw the shield he turned the gun to shoot the boy, but he didn't see anyone. A few seconds and the train passed through a tunnel. The whole car went dark. The villain got nervous and shot at the ceiling, windows and floor. But in the few spaces where the light entered he saw how there were fewer and fewer people. The villain got fed up and for the last time he felt scared. Villain, damn hero, come out. Come out so I can kill you, you disgusting bastard. Deku, behind the villain with that mouth you kiss your mother? The villain turned around and shot at the wall but saw nothing. The light coming from the shot let him see that there was no one behind him. Deku, wow, and I thought King Explosion was desperate on top of him. Villain, damn worm. Shooting up. Deku, haha, come on, aim better, you're giving us Quirkless a bad reputation behind him. Villain, son of a. The villain couldn't keep talking because the bandages on the green-haired man's glove got tangled in the gun, and he jumped behind him to pull them off, and with his own momentum the villain slammed him against the ground, but he immediately got up and tried to use his free arm, but Deku was faster and began to wrap the villain up without giving him time to do anything. Finally, after a while he had him tied up, but he pulled the bandage, unwinding him, making him spin and crash against a pipe to support himself. The blow was so severe that it fainted the villain. Deku, I'm sorry, buddy, but someone had to stop you. The villain realized that they had passed the tunnel and could see that the rival's suit was changing color. That's why he couldn't see it in the dark. The suit that was previously green turned black. The black lines were red and the gloves that were previously white turned gray. Villain, what the shit are you? Deku, I'm just a boy who wants to do the right thing. I'm the strongest Quirkless. I'm the hero Deku. The suit returned to its original colors as the freckled man stood up. Deku, so I have stealth mode, good to know, thanks May. Handsome, you're welcome. Deku, I still can't get used to hearing you in my head, but anyway, let's go to the end of this mission. It's a good thing I told people to go to the other car. The green-haired man opened the door of the car and entered the corridor that separated it from the cabin, only to see that there was no one there. Deku, how strange, I was expecting an army here. I think I'll take care of them all. Villain, appearing unexpectedly, don't be so sure. The guy took out some retractable knives from his wrists and tried to cut the green-haired man, who dodged him as best he could. Neither gave any respite. Deku tried to get away and use his gas shots, but he couldn't. It seemed that the villain read his movements. The freckled man gave strong blows to the jaw, which made the rival move away a little, which he took advantage of and charged his pressure shot, but the villain got stuck with his claws staying. Deku, come on, let's finish this and give up. Villain, do you really think you, a kid, can beat me? I'm a seasoned villain, a mere brat like you can't. The villain could not continue speaking because in that carelessness Deku took advantage and connected a blow with the OFA at 15%, which sent him flying backwards, falling in the hallway. Deku, sorry for interrupting your villain's speech. I'm in a bit of a hurry and couldn't have a proper breakfast. Walking to the cabin, okay, now let's go to the cabin and finish this once and for all. Villain boss, hey brat. Deku, now what? When he turned around he only saw a guy who had some kind of grenade launcher, which he fired, hitting the boy's chest, who couldn't avoid the shot going through the cabin door and hitting the control panel. The boy fell face down on the cold floor while releasing smoke. The villain smiled triumphantly but was scared when he saw how the boy moved slowly. Deku, ouch. Villain boss, impossible, impossible, impossible. How the hell did you do that? No one could ever do it. What the hell motivates you? The boy managed to get up with heaviness while he remembered his friends, the UA, Almight, Aizawa, his mother and Kendo, along with Uraraka, the three most important women in his life. But suddenly he saw how an orange hair was seen in the window. The green-haired boy could not help but laugh. Deku, I have many reasons to keep going, but more importantly, one of them is about to break your nose. Villain boss, what? He couldn't continue because a large fist broke the entrance door to the hallway and slammed the villain against the wall, leaving him incapacitated. Kendo, am I ready for the party? And where are the others? Deku passed out along the train. Kendo, wait, you took care of everything by yourself? Deku, well, you could say yes. Kendo, what else is missing? I assume this isn't over yet. Deku, and you're right, Battle Fist, it's not over yet, pointing at the bomb. We have to end this thing soon. Kendo, what's the plan? Deku, you're not going to like it. Kendo, because wait, are you going to sacrifice yourself? Deku, look how perceptive you are. Kendo, but it's crazy, not even your plans are that crazy, at least you know if it will work? Deku, 25% sure he will do it. Kendo, 25%? I'll hit you when we get to the dorms. Deku, I know, but I have to do it. I'll be fine, I promise, beautiful. The green-haired man got into position and raised his fist to accommodate his thumb and ring finger, and then released a burst of air, making a hole in the ceiling. Deku, looking at his girlfriend, I love you, Kendo. He immediately started the pump and jumped to start running over the train. Deku, who would have thought 25% is what is necessary, ha ha ha, well, I just have to get far enough away, gain momentum, and that's it, goodbye threat. Meanwhile, with Kendo. The girl looked at the hole where her boyfriend came out, worried about him, but then. Villain boss, laughing shakily, you heroes are always in a hurry. Kendo, you're going to shut up or I'll shut you up. Hee villain, ha ha ha, silly, pressing a button on his suit. At that moment everything rumbled. Poor Kendo lost her balance and fell on her back, but she quickly stood up to see that far away there was a column of smoke. Kendo, what have you done? What have you done? Villain boss, if I can't get what I want, either can you, laughing psychopathically. Kendo, demons. Back with Deku. He was at the top of a very tall building about to drop the bomb but received a call. Deku, what's going on? Kendo, Deku, it's my fault, my fault. Deku, Battle Fist, what's happening? Kendo, I got distracted and the villain boss blew up the tracks. Deku, what did he do? Kendo, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Deku, it's not your fault, I couldn't predict it either. How many kilometers is the explosion site? Kendo, it's far away, it won't be soon. Deku, okay, that's enough, tie up the villain, we don't want any more surprises, I'll be there in less than 5 minutes. Kendo, yes. Deku, well, bomb, here we say goodbye. I won't say it was an honor to meet you, gathering energy in his arm, here it goes. The green-haired man threw the bomb, and immediately with his open palm he released a current of air that propelled it further, but when it exceeded its mark the bomb exploded, fortunately without any casualties. Deku, well, one less problem now, I'm going back 85%. The boy didn't take long to return, and luckily he stood in front of the train, breaking the windshield. Deku, hello? Kendo, are you okay? Deku, yes, I told you it wouldn't take long. Kendo, I already tied it up and checked that our friend didn't bring anything else. Deku, you're the best. Kendo, but the bomb. Deku, don't worry about that, it could have happened to all of us. That's why I'll take care of stopping the train. Kendo, what's on your mind? Deku, you couldn't say Shazam! And stop the train with my electric powers, sarcastically. Kendo, playing along, can you do that? The green-haired boy gave him a serious look, to which the orange-haired boy gave him a tender look, which brought a smile to the freckled boy. Deku, okay, I can't do that, but what I can do is this. The boy let himself fall, trying to stop the train with one leg, while his arms were holding the train, but he couldn't stop, so after a few minutes he stood back on the nose of the train, caressing his knee, which was hurt. Kendo, any other bright ideas? Deku, I do the best I can, but yes, I have some. Kendo, sorry, it's just that we're closer to home, sad. Deku, calm down, everything will be fine, I'm here, an idea coming to him, tell everyone to hold on to something. Kendo, what will you do? Deku, stop the train, but I need you to go and tell them to hold on to something. I'll break somewhat abruptly. Kendo, it's okay. Deku, I adore you, beautiful. Kendo, stop being so cute. Deku, hee. After finishing this, do you want to go get something to eat? I couldn't eat breakfast. Kendo, okay, but hurry up then. Deku, you too. The girl mind blowing him a kiss and left the booth. Deku, okay, this will hurt a little. Gathering a little strength from the OFA, he made a small jump, staying a few meters ahead of the train. There wasn't much left until they reached the destroyed part, and if this didn't work, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Dek, please make it work, Kendo, please, I hope you have arrived. The orange-haired girl was warning everyone in the back cars to hold on because they had to brake quickly and wanted to avoid hurting anyone. Everyone listened to her, but then they felt as if the train had crashed into something very heavy. Some people held on to avoid falling except the orange-haired girl who, not being able to know when to hold on, rolled down the hallway, but that didn't stop her. She stood up quickly and ran at full speed towards the control cabin, where she saw how the train had crashed into her boyfriend, who was trying to stop it and was holding on to the train tightly. Kendo, you're crazy. Deku, it was this or try to carry him, and it seemed like a better option. Kendo, is this working? The train is slowing down, are you doing it? Deku, thank you. And although the train was stopping slowly, they were close to reaching the point of explosion. The boy tried to brake faster using more force, but he realized that he was embedding his feet in the rail and his hands in the nose of the train, going through the metal. Deku, it works. The train was about to arrive. After a few minutes it moved very slowly, but the control cabin did manage to lean a little towards the street before the frightened gaze of the people who saw how a train stopped, and at the moment of leaning they saw a hero hanging. Deku, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm a semi-professional hero. I do this all the time, whispering, now how do I go up? It didn't take long, and he saw how his girlfriend extended her hand using her quirk. Kendo, I told you, someone has to protect the next number one. Deku, and I'm glad it's you taking one of Kendo's fingers. Soon the ambulances arrived at the place along with the patrol cars, firefighters and doctors. The boy walked between the platforms until he reached the last one, where he pressed a button which activated an inflatable ramp like the ones on airplanes. When he turned around he saw that all the passengers were gathered there. Deku, is everyone okay? Everyone looked at him in surprise, but from among all the people his girlfriend came out, who also looked impressed. Deku, are you okay? All the people turned to look at the girl, who smiled. Well, to those who are tourists, I hope this doesn't affect your future visits. Statistically, Japan is one of the safest countries in the world. Whenever there is a villain, 2 or more heroes will stop him, I assure you. The hero took off his muzzle and smiled, which made many people feel more relieved. Suddenly a child in an Almight costume approached the freckled man. Child, sir, pulling on his glove, what is your name? Deku, my name, I am the hero Deku, at your service. At that moment all the people in the car began to applaud the couple of heroes. Many approached and shook hands with the boy and the girl before going down the ramp. The children thanked them, hugged them, and some asked for an autograph or photos, although to the jealousy of the orange-haired girl some girls kissed the boy and hugged him, taking photos or things like that. But the girl, despite those small jealousies, smiled because she knew that under the mask the poor green-haired boy was as blushed as a tomato. A few minutes passed and Empty Lady and Kamui Woods arrived. Kamui Woods, good job kid, you did it. Empty Lady, and without much property damage, that's amazing. Kamui Woods, the future is definitely in good hands if more heroes like you are in the process of becoming pro. Deku, coming from you it means a lot, thank you, bowing. Empty Lady, well, you can go, we'll take care of the press, excited to deal with the media. Reporter, excuse me, Empty Lady? Empty Lady, excited, yes? Reporter, can you give me permission? I need a report and photos of those kids. Reporters, me too / I want the boy / the girl is amazing. Empty Lady, what? Kamui Woods, haha, give them permission, it's their time. The blonde just pouted annoyed and turned away. So they began the interviews with the boys, who answered the best they could. Then they asked for some photos for newspapers. Above, a news helicopter flew over the scene reporting for many newscasts. At UA, thanks to this helicopter, everyone, whether from Class A or B, support course, General Department, could see everything that was happening outside. Everyone who supported Bakugo felt bad, especially Kirishima, Mina, Kaminari, and Shiro, because they had hurt him, but now they saw how the boy had defended all those people, even putting his life at risk. Bakugo was about to explode with anger and envy. Uraraka was sad and jealous, but also proud of the green-haired. Yaoyorozu applauded happily along with Jiro and Todoroki, who felt good for his best friend. Todoroki, thinking, there is no doubt Midoriya, you will be number one. In the principal's office, the kind and soft rodent clapped while Aizawa and Blood King smiled proudly at their students. Aizawa, thinking, you've definitely made great progress, Midoriya. I'm proud of you. And in the Midoriya house, Inko cried with happiness as she watched her only son emerge victorious. She couldn't feel more proud of him, just like her father, who watched the news happily. The camera pointed at the couple, Kendo with one hand behind his back and the other waving, and Deku, who was slightly taller than the girl, had one hand on his waist, his muzzle open revealing a radiant smile, and with his free hand making the peace sign. Chapter 35, Impromptu Meeting. Deku, wait, how did I end up here? Inko, daughter, sit with confidence. Kendo, thank you very much, ma'am. Deku, I just finished a mission and my mom called me to eat at home. Inko, honey, can you pass the salt to Itsuka? Deku, yeah, and I ended up introducing my girlfriend to my mom, and at a pretty awkward dinner. Inko, sitting next to the orange-haired girl, what do you think of the food, daughter? Kendo, very delicious, lady. I already saw where Izuku learned from. Inko, no, Izuku learned by himself. I gave him few classes, but I'm glad you like it. Kendo, I feel a little strange. Inko, it's okay, it's normal. It happened to me when Hisashi took me out to eat and I met with my mother-in-law. Deku, do you still remember that? Inko, a woman in love could never forget him. Son, in fact, look. Using her quirk, the woman attracted some books that gave the green-haired man a chill. Kendo, what is that? Inko, my family treasure they are. Deku, salivating the photo albums. The oldest green-haired girl opened the first volume, a book that looked old but with a golden one perfectly visible. Kendo, how many of these do you have? Inko, how many are there, son? Deku, we're about to start on the 15th. Kendo, 15? Or hey Izuku, how many hero notebooks do you have? Deku, I think the same. Inko, Izuku got the idea of making several notes after seeing the albums. Why only write down one if there are several in the world? Deku, mom, somewhat embarrassed. Inko, there's no need to be ashamed, son. The world is a vast place, and there's nothing wrong with it. Kendo, you have an emergency plan against everyone, don't you? Deku, who told you? Kendo, Kirishima. When I entered the arcade to look for you so we could go together, Kirishima asked me if I knew you had a contingency plan. Deku, snitch. But yes, I have it. I update it every time I have the opportunity to see your new moves. Kendo, I won't let you see my training anymore. Deku, did you forget who trained you? Kendo, you can't predict all my moves, honey. Deku, no? Are you challenging me? Inko, Deku/Kendo, sorry. Inko, you guys are so cute. Izuku, Kendo is a born warrior, mom. You should see her on the battlefield, she has mastery to hit. Kendo, blushing, don't pay attention to him, I'm not that good. Deku, no? You manage to put me in trouble every chance you get during training. Kendo, but don't forget that you are the one who helps me, in part my growth is thanks to you. Deku, none of that, you already had talent, you just had to polish it. Inko, well enough flattery or I'll feel envious of her son, Deku, yes. Sorry. Kendo, you look adorable. Inko, and you didn't see him when he was a baby. Kendo, he has pictures of him. Inko, a good mother has photos of every moment of her child. Deku, don't you dare. Inko, Let me look for it, turning the pages, and here it is, sighing. I almost forgot this photo. Deku, that photo, it's not me, it's. Inko, he's your father's son. In the photo you could see a younger Inko -20 approximate, and next to her hugged a thin, black-haired man a little taller than her. The guy also looked about 20 years old. Both had school uniforms. Inko had a smiling face, as did the man who was holding a cigarette in his mouth. Inko, this photo, your grandmother took it. Deku, were you at the academy? Inko, I met your father when I was 18. At 19 he proposed to me. That was the celebration of our first year of dating. A few months after turning 25 you were born. Your father and I already had a stable job, so we were able to cover all the expenses. Deku, Dad, did he smoke? Inko, he didn't have the addiction as such. It was rare to see him smoke more than 2 a day, and he generally did it more to relieve stress than for anything, although he always had the pack with him. That way he avoided buying more, and since his quirk was fire he avoided using the lighter. It was funny to see him light it up. Kendo, you've always looked good, ma'am. Inko, thank you very much, daughter. Now what I wanted to show you, turning more pages, is ready. You could see a photo of a more mature Inko with Asahi, both with a warm smile while showing a small bundle to the camera. You could see an Almight blanket covering a body. You could barely see a face with light freckles, hair a mix of the colors of both parents, and a pair of emerald eyes. Inko, it's the first photo of us with Izuku. He was very small and could hardly be seen. Kendo, so you were a fan of Almight since you were a baby. Deku, embarrassed, yes, I think my mom still has that. Inko, yes, it's like a treasure. Believe it or not, it was the first thing we bought for Izuku when we found out he was going to be born. I suggested something with an animal or forest print, but Hisahi, your father, insisted that it be All Might's. What's better than a hero blanket? The no. One so he'll always be protected. It will give him an ideal to aspire to. I couldn't refuse after that. Kendo, your father is someone wonderful. Izuku, grabbing his hand. Inko, he's a great man, shedding a tear, but look, this is the picture I wanted to show you. The older Midoriya closed that album and opened another showing the first photo, which was a 4-year-old Izuku with a custom-made All Might suit. The little one smiled while raising his fist animatedly. The orange-haired girl couldn't help but smile, touched by the photo. She immediately took out her phone and took a picture of him. Deku, it's Suka. Completely blushing. Kendo, what? You look adorable, and I doubt your mom would want to give it to me. Inko, she's right, son. In fact, I have more pictures of him with that suit. Well, he had all the suits that All Might came to use. We even had a game. Deku, don't say it. Inko, I would lock myself in a room with a blanket and scream for help. Izuku would quickly come in with his All Might suit, saying, I'm here. The older green-haired girl smiled tenderly, remembering those moments with her son. Suddenly she felt someone hug her. She thought it was Izuku, but she realized it was Kendo. The orange-haired girl had the boy's mother tightly hugged. Kendo, thank you very much, ma'am. You raised a great human being to the person who makes me feel so many things. Inko, daughter, promise me something. No matter how long your relationship lasts, please take good care of him. Kendo, yes, ma'am. Inko, wiping a tear, you can call me Inko or mom. You don't have to be so formal. Deku, as I said, I really am a lucky guy. The green-haired boy watched as both women shared a hug. He couldn't feel happier, although a part of him wanted that scene to be with a certain chestnut, but he knew he had to get over it. The boy was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't notice when his mother opened the album again, showing more photos of the freckled infant. The boy was about to do the same action as Bakugo in high school, burn it and throw it away, but seeing the smile of both women made him swallow all the shame. If they were happy, what more could he ask for? Suddenly a sound caught the attention of the three. Inko recognized it, and using her telekinesis attracted her tablet from which the sound came. Seeing that it was a video call, she answered immediately but distanced her son and Kendo a little, which missed them. At the time of answering, her father's face was perfectly seen, obviously with some marks of age. Now he wore glasses and you could see a few gray hairs running through his head. Inko, love. Hisashi, Inko, how are you? Inko, well dear, worrying about our hero. Hisashi, that kid, I saw what he did today. He really is reckless, but he is also a born hero. I'm in doubt whether to call him to congratulate him or scold him. Inko, well, don't expect much love. Hisashi, what? Why? Inko, wait a few seconds. The green-haired girl turned on the television, made some adjustments and passed the call to the screen. Deku could see his father for the first time in many years and vice versa. Both remained silent. Even Kendo felt the tense atmosphere. Deku, dad? Hisashi, Izuku, my son. The eldest Midoriya couldn't help but shed tears as well as his son, but Kendo quickly hugged his boyfriend's shoulder, trying to comfort him, which didn't go unnoticed by his father. Hisashi, oh hey son, you haven't introduced me. Deku, noticing the grip, yes. I'm sorry, Dad, she's Atsuka Kendo, my girlfriend, blushing as he said the last thing. Kendo, it's a pleasure, Mr. Midoriya bowling. Hisashi, ha, calm down daughter, there's no need for so much formality, just knowing you is enough, so you are. Kendo, what am I? Hisashi, mockingly, the girl Izuku talks so much about. At that moment, both of their faces turned a deep red. Both Hisashi and Inko held back their desire to laugh at the scene. Kendo, I didn't know anything. Deku, I never. Hisashi, you don't have to be ashamed, son, it's normal, you're a boy in love. The red color on both of their faces was increasing in intensity. Kendo, I. Inko, ha, honey, look how you made the poor people feel. Hisashi, I had to do it, Inko. I haven't seen my only son for years, I have to bother him somehow. Deku, embarrassed, that's not the way. Kendo, I guess I'd have to retire. Deku, no, calm down, he's just bothering us. Kendo, Iga, maybe it's a bit late. Deku, we'll go now, calmly. Hisashi, sorry daughter, it's just that Izuku gets nervous so easily that it's funny, but seriously, son, I saw what you did on the train. Deku, did you see it? Hisashi, yeah, as soon as I turned on the TV, it was on all the news. The semi-professional hero Deku and the also semi-professional battle fist saving the bullet train from villains was incredible, son. That idea of yours to end the train's march was incredible. Deku, it was nothing, I had to think of something and it was the first thing I thought, although the credit is not entirely mine, she also helped me, pointing to Kendo. Kendo, no, you were the one who came up with the idea, I only finished off a few villains. Hisashi, so you are. Deku, that's right, dad introduced you to the semi-professional heroine Battle Fist. The boy stood up next to his girlfriend, who adopted a combat pose while the green-haired man stretched his arms open towards her, like Will Smith XD. Poor Hisashi started to murmur things about both heroes, which made them blush, especially when he mentioned Aizawa Kendo or things like that. Kendo, honey, I see where your habit of muttering came from. Deku, no, I didn't think it was from him. Hisashi, sorry, I got a little carried away, I'm very glad that my son is very happy, Kendo, please take care of my champion. Kendo, it will be a pleasure and an honor, you can call me Atsuka, sir, no problem. Hisashi, it's an honor to have such a talented aspiring hero in our home. Excuse me, daughter, if it's not too much trouble, may I see your quirk? It's not visible in the video. Kendo, the CLA clear. The girl adopted a combat stance and at the moment of striking she enlarged her fist, surprising Inko and Hisashi, who had light stars in their eyes. Kendo, okay, your fanaticism also comes from him. Deku, yeah, although it's great to see it. Hisashi, son, may I see yours? Deku, mine? Hisashi, please, I haven't seen you for years. Deku, okay. The green-haired man took an attack pose and turned on the OFA and slowly raised his power level. The green rays became more intense. The crashes that were made when they impacted against each other could be heard. The green-haired man's muscle mass increased a little one, and his hair slowly rose. Deku, thinking, 1 for all 85%. Hisashi, wow son, that looks amazing, your hair Paredes, Toriyama's character, haha. Deku, ha, and this isn't all my power, if I don't move I could 90%. The hair rose a little more and the rays came out with more intensity. The strong pressure caused by the boy's power was felt, but a small red thread falling from the green-haired boy's nose caught his attention. Hisashi, okay son, turn off your quirk scared. Inko, obey your father Izuku. Deku, I see can. Kendo, hey Izuku calm down, we agreed that I would take care of the next number one, right? Turn off your strong quirk, the sun is setting, hee hee. Slowly the freckled man deactivated the OFA slowly, and when he could his body collapsed to the ground, he slowly got up taking large breaths of air. Inko, Izuku's son, are you okay? Deku, I am sorry, I thought I could. Hisashi, son, did we say that we should run before we can walk? Deku, I thought that if I didn't move nothing would happen, quite agitated, the pressure is too much, even. Kendo, you still have to work on that, honey, but don't worry, one day at a time, okay? Deku, calmer now, you're right, I'm sorry. Hisashi, you really worried me, I'm very proud of you son, of both of you. You are simply amazing, I hope to see you when you are pros. Deku, you'll see, Dad. Inko, what do you think if when your father returns we go eat as a family? Kendo, what? No, I couldn't. Hisashi, I think it's an excellent idea, love. Kendo, no, but I couldn't, it's a family moment. Hisashi, and you're part of it, remember? Besides, I'm sure you have some great stories to tell. Hee hee. Consider it your first time with the in-laws. Inko, and this one doesn't count? Hisashi, well, I'm talking about the two of us, love, don't get angry, hee. Inko, you're right, although hey, could you adopt a combat pose? Kendo/Deku, what? Well, I guess so. They both did what their mother/mother-in-law asked them, but they didn't expect a flashlight to dazzle them. Deku, oh no. Inko, oh yeah, hee. Hisashi, ha, you have the first photo of our son with his girlfriend. Kendo, completely blushing, boo-boo, but I didn't even. Inko, now I know how to start album 15. Now both young men were blushing furiously, steam could be seen coming out of their ears. Hisashi, the 15th, you're not going to tell me you showed Itsuka the old albums? Inko, and why wouldn't I? Hisashi, because you have a picture of me from when I was studying and I looked weird. Inko, hee, yes, I showed it to her. Hisashi, Inko. Inko, Izuku, Itsuka, come please, could you stand there? Deku, yeah, sure mom. Kendo, of course. They both stood up together, holding hands, a smile could be seen on both, again another photo, they didn't seem as nervous as the first time, they even enjoyed it. Especially Izuku, who after years could feel that his family was complete. After a while Inko arrived again, this time with a base. She positioned the camera and stood next to her son, who was hugging the orange-haired girl. Again another photo, now the older Midoriya stood between them both taking another. Inko, thank you so much kids, you really make me very happy with tears. Kendo, hugging Inko, no, thank you very much for accepting me. Inko, you love my son and he seems happy with you. If he's happy, I'm happy too, and you're a very pretty girl. Kendo, thank you. Hisashi, hey, I'm still here when I'm back home, I'll take pictures with you, okay? Deku, hee, yes, Dad, understood and noted. Inko, well guys, I'm not chasing you, but you can't be here all day. Tomorrow you have classes. Kendo, that's right Izuku, we have to go now. Deku, Aizawa will kill me if I don't arrive today. Well, see you later mom, thanks for the food, I really miss you. Dad, I'll see you later, I have to go to school. Hisashi, yes champion, be very careful, you know, never look down. Deku, the light is always in front. Hisashi, I'll call you later, son. Kendo, Mrs. Midoriya, thank you very much for the invitation and the food was delicious. Inko, it's nothing, daughter, and by the way, stop saying lady. It makes me feel old. You can call me Inko or mom, however you feel comfortable. Kendo, really? That's very kind of you, Miss Inko. Hisashi, I say the same to you Itsuka, you can call me Dad or Hisashi. Kendo, thank you both very much, bowing. Inko, you have to come more often, hee, by the way daughter, I saw that you really liked my food, I prepared something quick for you, giving her a Tupperware. Kendo, thank you very much indeed. Hisashi, your mother always surprises me with her preparation speed. Deku, me too. Well, we're leaving now, see you later mom, bye dad. Inko/Hisashi, goodbye son, take care of yourself. They both walked out the door, leaving both adults alone. Hisashi, you raised a great man, love. Inko, we raised a great man, you are also part of his life Hisashi, don't forget it. Hisashi, sorry if I couldn't be there during your growth. Inko, don't worry, now you'll see him in his prime. By the way, you surprised me when you wanted to see his quirks. Hisashi, it's not the same to see them recorded as it is to see them live. Inko, are you sure that's it? Hisashi, yeah, you don't think I'm a villain or something. Inko, should I believe it? Hisashi, okay Inko Midoriya, you found me out, I'm not a simple worker, I'm the most dangerous villain in the world Mwajajaja, and now that I know the quirks and limitations of our son and his girlfriend I can have a worthy final fight and beat him properly. Haha. Inko, you know when I was 18 to 19 maybe I would have believed you, but now you're a bad liar. Hisashi, so I'm not going to be an actor? Inko, nope. Hisashi, but as a villain? Ha ha ha, and you will pay for your insolence. Inko, are you a Shakespearean villain, or are words so old? Does your mother know you use her curtains? Hisashi, don't make fun of it, depressed. Inko, hee, you are adorable, sighing, I've missed you so much. Hisashi, me too my love, but we'll be together soon, I promise. Inko, I love you Hisashi Midoriya. Hisashi, and I to you Inko Midoriya. On the train platform. Deku, and to think that a few hours ago we saved him. Kendo, you saved him, sir hero. Deku, we saved, you also helped me a lot, sorry for the strange meal we had. Kendo, you don't have to apologize, I enjoyed spending time with your mom, she's a good person. Deku, hee yeah, that's my mom. Kendo, and I saw where you got your big heart from. Deku, sorry for the photos. Kendo, hee, it was a nice gesture though. Deku, what though? Kendo, was it okay that I was the one who started the album? I shouldn't have, well, you know, depressed being Uraraka? Deku, staring at her, you are my girlfriend, not her, and you also looked happy and that is more than enough for me. Kendo, when will you stop being so adorable? Deku, I don't know, ha ha ha, but I'll defeat you with that smiling. They both smiled and gave each other a short kiss. The road was long, but they could talk in the meantime. Chapter 36, A Bucking Nightmare. Thus ended the day for the two aspiring heroes. Upon arriving at the dorms, they separated, heading to their respective buildings, but not before giving each other a goodbye kiss. The orange-haired girl had to face Pony's tears for her concern as well as a scolding for not communicating, followed by an interrogation when Kendo accidentally mentioned the meal he had with Inko. For his part, Izuku did not have it easy either. Yaoyorozu and Jiro called him an idiot when he returned. Jiro attacked him with his jacks, calling him reckless for his way of stopping the train. Yaoyorozu scolded him for worrying her since he did not communicate either. Then the whole class applauded him for his bravery. The freckled boy made dinner, but he did not eat anything since he had already eaten with his mother, which caused Yaoyorozu to drag him to his room for an interrogation since she was the only one who knew his relationship with Kendo. Yaoyorozu, what a strange way to introduce your parents. Deku, yes, I said the same thing. Yaoyorozu, receiving a message, it's the most adorable thing in the world. Deku, what? Yaoyorozu, you said Itsuka took a picture of the baby photo your mom showed her? Deku, yes, wait, don't tell me that. Yaoyorozu, you looked so cute. Deku, he'll pay me back. Yaoyorozu, can you get a picture of her as a baby? Deku, but I wouldn't send it to men, not even as a joke, especially knowing Mineta and Kaminari. Yaoyorozu, good point, hey. Deku, what's going on? Yaoyorozu, when will you tell them? Deku, to whom? Yaoyorozu, don't joke with me, you know what I'm talking about. Deku, sigh, yes, I know it's complicated. Yaoyorozu, is she okay with it being a secret? Deku, for now yes, but I'm sure at some point he'll want to say it. Yaoyorozu, do you have a problem with that? Deku, not me, but well, you know, with what happened with the rest of the class and Uraraka. Yaoyorozu, I see. Deku, you know it. I didn't attack Bakugo just because I felt like it. He gave me a reason and Uraraka's authorization to do it. Yaoyorozu, I know, it's just that I feel that the less time you take to say it, the less pressure there will be to sneak out. Deku, I know, but I don't want to give Bakugo another reason to hit him. Last time he almost made me lose control. I could have killed him. Yaoyorozu, he asked for it. Deku, if I told Kami, she could put him in his place. Yaoyorozu, Kami? The girl from the driving test? Deku, that was Toga. That's why she was obsessed with me. When Kami broke free and they told her what Toga did, she came to talk to me apologizing and explained what happened. I accompanied her and together we explained everything, so she was able to take the extraordinary test with Todoroki and Bakugo. Yaoyorozu, this is how she met Bakugo. Deku, exactly, she managed to put a leash on him, ha ha ha. Yaoyorozu, it's not a dog, well it acts like a rabid one but it's not a dog. Deku, on the day of the interclass festival I saw Bakugo. First he was making fun of me at the beginning when I was on stage, but then he had a furious face. Yaoyorozu, it didn't turn out the way he thought. Deku, exactly, I thought there would be a confrontation ending but Kami came and calmed him down. Yaoyorozu, ha ha ha, that must have been funny. Deku, something else that gave me the opportunity to well Uraraka. Yaoyorozu, yes, I know, look, I say you talk to Itsuka and decide if you want to keep something so good a secret or grab your pants and brag about your relationship in front of everyone, at least in front of the students. Hee hee. Aizawa wouldn't be very happy about it. Deku, hee hee, I know, well thanks for the advice, Momo. Yaoyorozu, it's nothing, Izuku, what are we best friends for? Deku, hee hee, well, hey, do you want to watch something on TV? Yaoyorozu, yeah, let me tell Kyuka and Shoto, by the way, I think she and Kaminari broke up. Does it matter if he's there? I mean, because… Deku, I don't mind as long as he keeps his thundershocks away. Yaoyorozu, you know if he tries something. Deku, I'll break his nose. Yaoyorozu, I was going to say that I put him to sleep with a sedative. Deku, I know, ha ha ha, calm down, I wouldn't hit him, at least not in front of Jiro. Yaoyorozu, they, well, you know, Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima and Shiro, they were affected today when they saw you on the news. Deku, I say it's ironic, you see the guy you almost killed on the news saving a train, putting his life in danger. If they didn't make it, the train would. Yaoyorozu, don't be so negative, you could have saved the train. Well, you destroyed part of the nose and the tracks but you stopped it. Deku, I was scared, Momo, the train didn't seem to stop, there was no other way and it was already close to the hole. If I didn't manage to stop it. Yaoyorozu, but you did it, you stopped the train and saved the people. Itsuka calmed them down, and in the end, because of you two, there were no serious victims, just some head injuries. You interviewed one of the children, he said that the villain pointed a gun at his head, he thought you would abandon him and you didn't. You thought fast and managed to save him. Deku, are you really going to see the positive side? Yaoyorozu, someone once said, if I don't do it then who? Deku, that's my phrase. Yaoyorozu, you know, if someone had told me in first year that you would be my best friend, I would have tied him to a mast and thrown him into the sea for fear of dementia, ha ha. Deku, that's offensive, you know? Yaoyorozu, when we were in first year, at least before the camp, I didn't think you were that big of a deal. Well, you used your power and broke your bones. We didn't talk much either, and the few times I saw you, you stuttered too much. I thought you were too insecure, and that bothered me because you were socially insecure, but you had enormous intellectual ability. You were the best in the class along with me, and when you used your analytical mind in practice, you made me feel so small, because how could someone like you who couldn't control your quirk be so you, hee hee, I don't know how to describe you. Deku, if we get to that, you're not far behind. You're very beautiful and I certainly had you on an unattainable pedestal, but you also seemed very conceited to me? Boasting of your knowledge, when Aizawa said that the expulsion thing was a lie and you said with total arrogance, it was obvious it was a lie, it was the first time I thought, am I really going to take classes with this girl? No matter how logically you thought, there was no way you could know. You didn't know Eraserhead's way of working. I really thought you were very conceited, haughty, arrogant, you know, the typical attitude of someone rich, who feels superior to everyone just because of their economic position. Yaoyorozu, hey, that hurts, but you're right. I behaved very arrogantly the first few days. In fact, when Aizawa said it was a lie, I felt relieved, but what I said was a reflex to hide my relief, although I later regretted it. Believe me, you're not the first to tell me that I looked arrogant. Kyuka told me that too. Deku, well, we didn't know each other, we both made the mistake. Yaoyorozu, yes, although everything changed when I saw you in action in the pre-camp exam. Your way of working, even with the limitations that Bakugo gave you, was great. You were able to make a plan on the fly while I got stuck. Then during the camp, when I found out what you had been through, the villain you defeated to save that child, and knowing that even though you couldn't use both arms you kept fighting something, told me that you were someone to be careful of. When we went to rescue Bakugo and everything that happened afterward, I kept saying the same thing. You were evolving, adapting your fighting style. As time passed, you went from being a bundle of nerves to someone who doesn't stop for anything. Your wounds were already very rare and your blows came with more force. You were really improving. Deku, ha ha ha, well, as they say, I couldn't stay stagnant while all of you kept advancing. When I saw Kirishima already had his unbreakable mode, Ida had improved his recipro, Todoroki used both sides simultaneously, Bakugo had his AP shots, I couldn't give them the luxury of staying behind. I wouldn't allow it. I trained and suddenly I had my shoot style, the full cowling. Then with Hatsume's improvements I was able to improve more. Then came my own attacks. When we rescued Eri, it was the first time I used my Manchester Smash. If I want to be a hero, I can't depend on anyone else to save myself. Yaoyorozu, pointing at it, and that's why you are someone admirable. Deku, ha ha ha, come on, it's not that big of a deal. I'm just a guy who wants to do the right thing, save innocent people. Deku, and to think we only came here for you to interrogate me. Yaoyorozu, what did you want? Kendo is my friend. Deku, at least you didn't say best friend, that would break Jiro's heart. Yaoyorozu, she's not that sensitive, although she would torture me with her jacks. Deku, yes, poor Kaminari. Yaoyorozu, we already talked, you won't do anything to him. Deku, as long as he stays away with everything and his electricity is fine. Both left the room calmly, but the green-haired boy kept thinking about the brunette's words. He wanted to get over Uraraka, but the more he continued to hide their relationship, the more scared he would be. The orange-haired boy really liked him and wanted to be able to show it without fear. The meeting went without a hitch for anyone. Yaoyorozu wasn't lying. Jiro had fixed things up with the electric blonde, but luckily for her he sat as far away from the green-haired boy as possible. She couldn't ask for much more. After finishing the movie, she went to her room and asked Kendo if she could go with her, to which the girl replied that although she would have loved to, she had a lot of paperwork. Then she sent a photo of several stacks of documents, and then another of her face, which noticed the annoyance. The green-haired boy smiled and sent her another message to let her know that everything was okay. A few minutes later, the green-haired boy went to bed quietly. Deku, well, I already introduced you to my parents. It's progress, or so I think. Whatever happens, everything will be fine. I know it will be. And so the days passed, each one different from the last. Unfortunately, their graduation was almost here, and that meant there would be less opportunities for Deku and Kendo to be together as a couple, at least in secret. The green-haired boy knew he couldn't leave things like that, much less his girlfriend. Being president was a full-time job, so he decided to go out to see the orange-haired girl, who at first was surprised but with a smile understood and accepted the green-haired boy's intentions. After just one night, Deku learned everything. After all, practice makes perfect, and practice with your girlfriend is better. Now it was the two of them who could share the chores. They finished earlier, and the best thing from Kendo's point of view was that she knew her boyfriend would always be there for her. Added to the fact that whenever they finished, the green-haired boy stayed the night with her, which didn't bother them at all. But the days passed and the girl wanted to tell him the truth. She really loved the boy, but she wanted everyone to know about their relationship. Deku, finishing arranging papers. Well, I've finished the report of the camp's events and arranged the news of the battles between classes. Kendo, I have the reports of the attack on the USJ. Deku, and with that we finished today's activities, stretching his arms and approaching to kiss Kendo, and now we can rest. Kendo, avoiding the kiss. Izuku. Deku, strange, what happened at Suka? Kendo, you say we need to talk. Deku, honey, what happened? Is everything okay? Kendo, Izuku, you know that I like you a lot. Since we started our relationship, we agreed to hide it, but I hope to tell you one day, at least before finishing school. I agreed to keep it hidden because I knew the risks, because I understood your fears. But I can't anymore, sorry if I'm selfish, but… Deku, I know where you're going with this. Kendo, I want the world to see how happy I am with you. I'll understand if you don't want to be anymore. The orange-haired girl could not continue as she felt the freckled man give her a kiss full of love and tenderness. Deku, breaking the kiss, how could I leave you? You traded the monster for the hero. It's just that, well, it's unknown territory for me and I know I should open up about some things, but… Kendo, Izuku, they're just your classmates. I've already met your parents. What else can I find out? That you're a big nerd? I already know that. Kissing him again, I appreciate your support. Deku, we couldn't hide it for long. Plus I also want to brag that my girlfriend is the almighty Battle Fist. Kendo, I'm not that powerful, at least not like my boyfriend, the great next #1 hero and symbol of peace, Deku. Putting 2 fingers behind the freckled boy's head using her quirk simulating the ears of her hero's suit. Deku, haha, very funny, you should wear my mask one day. Kendo, maybe if I get a jacket from you. Deku, if we worked at the same agency you would wear ears. Kendo, only if you founded it. If I founded it you would use a karate suit like mine only for men. Deku, haha, I can't imagine, but then you'll found an agency? Kendo, it's in the plans, but what about you? We've never talked about this. Deku, well, I don't know, maybe I founded an agency, although right now I still work for Sir Nighteyes. Kendo, Nighteye? That he doesn't, well, you know? Deku, yes, somewhat sad but hiding it, but Mirio is the one in charge now and I don't plan on giving up for now. I want to help in any way I can. I owe it to Sir. Kendo, you're quite the superhero. So Mirio, I remember when you had your fight in your first year. According to what they told me, you were the only one who was able to predict and managed to land a hit on him. Deku, haha, well, it wasn't a hit. I just grazed him, or at least that's what I thought, hehe, but yes, I'm supposed to have that achievement. Predict and hit/graze Mirio. Kendo, although I also understand that Bakugo and Todoroki did not participate. Deku, Bakugo was still paying his punishment, and Todoroki didn't want to hehe, although when they were both recovered they challenged Mirio. The result, both lost just like the others, ha. Kendo, really? Deku, ha, yes, I have to admit it was very funny. Kendo, I see, hehe, you always have good stories, Izuku. Deku, someday I'll tell you all of them. Kendo, okay, seeing the boy's scars, not anymore, you know. Deku, do they hurt? No, well, only if they don't touch them. Kendo, withdrawing his hand, I'm sorry, no, I didn't know. Deku, ha, just kidding, Itsuka, they don't hurt at all anymore. Kendo, hitting him on the shoulder, you fool, you scared me. Deku, well, I did feel that, but don't worry, they've healed for a while now. Although I'm glad the marks are still there, they're a reminder of how careless I was for a while and that I have to improve. Kendo, you always see the good in everything, right? Deku, you know, if I don't do it. Kendo, so who he, I adore you, Izuku. Deku, can we sleep now? Kendo, ha, sure, let's go. Both boys went to bed hugging each other. It was already a custom for both of them, and luckily it was Friday. The next day there would be no classes. The sun's rays slowly filtered through, but it didn't bother them. They were able to get up at the time they wanted. Deku in front of the orange-haired girl, who woke up calmly seeing her boyfriend smile, causing her to blush. Kendo, stop looking at me like that. Deku, how? Looking at her with tender eyes. Kendo, with those eyes, putting a pillow on his face. Deku, ha, good morning, beautiful. Kendo, it's not funny, pouting. Deku, yes it is, ha, but well, I think I have to go now. You'll wonder what happened to me. Kendo, or you can stay here, and you know what to do, walking with her fingers on the green-haired boy's chest seductively. Deku, this me am I know well, completely red. Kendo, ha, I like to see your face when you turn red. Deku, hey! Kendo, it's my revenge! Throwing herself on the boy and starting to kiss him. Deku, hold on, hold on! Tickle him. Kendo, do you want to resist? Returning the tickling. Deku, wait, I give up, Kendo. At that moment they were on top of each other. The orange-haired girl was kissing poor Deku when without warning the door quickly opened to show a blonde with horns. Pony, it's Suka, it's time to watching the scene, I'm sorry. I didn't see anything, I swear. Kendo, no Pony, it's not what you think. Deku, please don't say anything. And so they both went on to explain the reason for everything, making the girl relax. Pony, good that they explained it, but they shouldn't do that or those positions without knowing that someone can enter. Kendo, calm down please, we weren't doing anything wrong. Pony, but wait, does this mean they're going to make their relationship public? Kendo, well we still. Deku, taking the girl's hand, yes, we will make it public today. Kendo, Izuku. Deku, we are heroes, darling, what can happen to us? At that moment the blonde gave a little cry of happiness. Pony, you want me to go for everyone? Deku, no. I mean, well, what do you think if I made you breakfast? Kendo, what? Pony, would you do it? Deku, sure, my father gave me a few recipes and I could apply them now. Kendo, no, darling, please, I couldn't ask you, that would be too much of a burden. Pony, come on, Kendo, I don't want Momo to cook, you know he doesn't have good taste. Kendo, no seasoning, wouldn't that be too much to ask? Deku, for you my life, anything. Pony, oh that's so adorable, why didn't I record that? Kendo, you missed the opportunity, well let's go. Deku, I won't be long. So the three young men headed to the kitchen, under the gaze of disbelief and a look of jealousy from the rest of Class B. Tetsu Midoriya, brother, what are you doing here? We didn't see you come in. Kendo, the nervous. Deku, I finished my training and went on to help Kendo with her duties as president. Tetsu, in your work? Deku, well, take it as a thank you for helping me when I needed it. Momo, are you really still carrying everything? You know what happened last time. Deku, yes, but I'm better now and I don't plan on relapsing. Momo, that's good, reserve president. Deku, reserve president? Kendo, Momo said that you were the first president of Class A, only you turned down the position and gave it to Ida. Deku, the day she tells you how to defeat me I'll really get upset. Shishida, I don't think there's a human way to defeat you. Manga, maybe if you erase his quirk. Deku, bad idea, I developed a fighting style similar to Aizawa's so I could fight even without quirk. Tokage, don't tell me you're invincible. Deku, what can I say, I'm the strongest Quirkless. Tokage, you can't, you have to have a weakness. Deku, haha, do you want me to prove you wrong? Kendo, with a jealous face and pinching Deku, shouldn't you go to the kitchen? Tokage, biting her lip, I know a good place to train, you know? Kendo, raising his voice, Izuku, breakfast now. Deku, yes ma'am. Running to the kitchen. Pony, calm down, Itsuka, she doesn't know, she didn't do it on purpose and Midoriya is very. Kendo, innocent? Pony, exactly, that's how he is, he didn't do it with bad intentions. Kendo, you're right, Pony. Pony, of course I have it, hey, where's Momo? Kanoko, she went with Deku to the kitchen as soon as you said he would make breakfast. Kendo, as long as you don't bother him. Pony, I don't think so, he's been behaving very differently these days, he's not the same as before and that's good. Kendo, yes, well let's go see what he did. Pony, yep. So both girls gathered the rest of their class and waited for breakfast that the green-haired boy was quick to bring to the table. After a few moments Deku stood up and with a confidence that was growing in him he took Kendo's hand and with a loud voice he announced it. Their relationship was now public to those of Class B. Everyone burst into jubilation and shouts encouraging the couple. Pony for her part happily collected her bet while Tokage told Kendo that she took away her chance to feel the freckled boy but that she was happy for her, but among all the words of support there was one one that Deku didn't recognize well, but he was sure it wasn't a joke. Hurt her and I'll hurt you. The green-haired boy was annoyed by these words. Nobody had the right to say it. He took Kendo by the waist and in front of everyone gathered there he kissed the president, who did not resist. Everyone began to applaud. Thus began the day for the couple of young heroes who finally, after days of hiding their feelings and their relationship, felt accepted by everyone. Unfortunately, the same did not happen in Class A. Everyone felt the announcement like a bucket of cold water. For Kirishima's part, he did not know how to feel. He felt good for his friend. Bad for Uraraka. Bad because he caused the brunette and the green-haired boy to break up, and he felt upset because he knew that someone was in love with the orange-haired girl. Uraraka felt sad. The others felt sad about the situation, but the most affected were Mina and Toru. Both turned to look at Tsuyu, who looked at them fixedly. Then they remembered her words. Your lies may come true, feel good about it. Of the entire class, only Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Tsuyu and Todoroki congratulated them. So the days passed, both could be calm, they felt free to be together. A few weeks later. Monday. The green-haired boy was tired. Aizawa was being too demanding with everyone. That's why Kendo stopped asking her for help at night, and she was the one who helped him when she could. The freckled boy was sitting taking a breath when he heard his phone ring. It was a call from his father. Deku, hello? Hisashi, hello champion. Deku, Dad, I didn't expect you to call. Hisashi, yes, sorry for not calling sooner. Your mother told me that you had too much homework and I wanted to give you some free time. Deku, haha, okay, but don't worry, I'm done for today. Hisashi, haha, okay, son. Well, the reason for my call is because, well, you see, I was delaying my flight due to scheduling issues and all that. Deku, yes, sir. Hisashi, well, then I already have a date, son. I'll arrive this Saturday morning. Without receiving a response, son? Are you there? Deku, are you really coming now? Hisashi, yes, son, we can now take pictures with your mother and that Kendo girl. Deku, Dad. Embarrassed. Hisashi, you're so easy to tease, you know. Deku, they tell me that a lot. Hisashi, hey champ, well, you know I'll be home soon, but I wanted to say if you could pick me up at the airport. Deku, what? Well, yes, Dad, shedding tears. Hisashi, you could go with that girl or just go get something to eat or spend time together like father and son, you know, make up for lost time. Deku, yes, Dad, crying, thanks for everything, Dad. Hisashi, well, I have to do some paperwork and all that, son, but I'll try to communicate with you more. I'll see you in a few days, champion. I love you, son. Deku, yes, Dad, I love you too. So the older Midoriya closed the communication, and immediately Deku, using the OFA, ran out in search of Aizawa, finding him in the teacher's lounge. Deku, Professor Aizawa. Aizawa, scared Midoriya, for God's sake, that's not done, what do you need? Deku, well, I know I'm grounded, but my father is coming to the city. The company he works for got a contract with the city to take care of the city's disasters caused by the battle. I haven't seen him in years and I wanted to know if I have permission to pick him up at the airport. Aizawa, when is it coming? Deku, Saturday sensei, Saturday morning. Aizawa, Midoriya, you know perfectly well that you are grounded and therefore that permission would be denied. Deku, well, yes, but... Aizawa, at least I'd say that if you were still grounded. Deku, wait, what? Aizawa, your punishment ended a few weeks ago, didn't you notice? Deku, really? But I have too much homework. Aizawa, you're about to leave UA. Did you think it would be easy? Everyone has the same amount as you. Deku, oh, I see, then can I go out? Aizawa, yes, and it's the weekend. So all I have to say is that you'll have some exhaustive training with Ectoplasm, Snipe, Midnight, and Cementos, and maybe even Present Mike. Deku, sweating cold Bubiyu, but why? Aizawa, to make up for the days you couldn't practice. Deku, I guess it's fair? Aizawa, yeah, anyway, they start today, so go to Gamma training camp. Deku, yes ma'am. Making a military salute. Aizawa, seeing him leave, you have to try hard, Midoriya. The world is going to need you, it will need the next #1 symbol of peace. The green-haired boy eagerly walked through the campus, meeting Kendo, whom he hugged with great enthusiasm and gave him a tender kiss. Kendo, hee, how sweet, what is it due to? Deku, I'm calling my father Itsuka, he'll arrive early Saturday morning. Kendo, really? Honey, that's incredible. I know I haven't talked to him much, but do you think he could come accompany you? Deku, ha, of course. In fact, he told me that you could also come with me. We'll stop by other places before going home, okay? Kendo, yes. Deku, well, I'll leave you. I have exhaustive training and I don't want to be late. Kendo, if you see giving him a kiss, this is for good luck, and this giving him another for everything else. Deku, I love you, see you later. Kendo, if you're still alive after finishing training, do you think we can watch a movie? Deku, sure, I'll send you a message in your class's dorms, right? Kendo, you know that if. Both went in different directions, one to her room and the other to train. Finishing training, they watched their movie, and so the days passed, the green-haired boy happier than before, and he had a reason. His father was back after so much. His happiness was so much that the next day, Tuesday, he greeted Uraraka as if nothing. Something he was avoiding precisely to forget her. When he realized it didn't matter to him, she was his first friend and there was nothing wrong with talking to her, the green-haired boy was happy. First his father was coming to this city, and now he could get his best friend back. That was undoubtedly luck and good luck. Also in his training he was good. In a few days, when he arrived on Wednesday, he had a slight resistance to Midnight's Quirk, since she always fought at the end as a symbol that with her presence and Quirk the training was over. He could use 90% of one for all without exhausting himself so quickly, and he had invented many techniques which he didn't show to his classmates. His teachers were delighted by how the boy managed to make up for and overcome the lost training. Without a doubt the boy was too tense in his work and his ideals. His grades were the best, rivaling those of Yaoyorozu, and their relationship was at its best. His classmates/friends in Class B were happy with the freckled boy. His president was happy, and whenever he arrived she prepared exquisite meals. Definitely Izuku Midoriya's luck was for the better. But could it be maintained like this? Deku, ha, you should have seen Dad. Poor Cementas-sensei was surprised. According to him, there was no one who had given him such a good fight and defeated him. Hisashi, son, you really are someone incredible. Look at that, facing 3 top heroes and winning. That is an admirable achievement. Deku, well, in part my morning workouts have helped me, plus my friends have supported me. Hisashi, I want to meet them someday, son. You've told me so much about them. Deku, well, remember that Jiro owes you a drink. Hisashi, it's true, ha, and to think that he only owes me for musical taste. I can't wait to get their champion. Deku, haha, neither do I, Dad. It's been so long. Hisashi, son, I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry. I know I wasn't an exemplary father and I feel bad for you. I wasn't there for your bad times and I feel horrible. You're my only son, and knowing that your life was difficult for me was a torment. I wanted to leave everything and be with you and your mother. To tell you that I would never separate from you. Deku, Dad, calm down. I know you didn't do it with bad intentions and that you always wanted the best for me, and believe me, that makes me feel so good. Hisashi, son, you are a pride for me. Knowing that you follow your dreams despite the obstacles that life gives you is admirable. I love you, son, and crying, I truly appreciate that you give me the opportunity to enter your life once more. Deku, you've always been a part of my life, Dad, shedding tears. Hisashi, well, enough crying. If your mother saw me, she would say that I became soft, ha. She already waited for Saturday to come. Deku, me too, Dad, me too. A last talk between father and son, a last interaction before the storm, because without knowing it, both had talked live for the last time. And so Friday arrived. It was late at night at UA and Deku was happily preparing dinner. His father sent him a message saying that he would call him in the morning because at that moment he was packing his bags. The boy moved happily around the kitchen to the rhythm of Everlong in its acoustic version when a certain chestnut entered. Uraraka. Oh, hello, Deku, the others say that dinner is about to be ready. Deku, if everything could ever feel this real. Forever. If anything could ever be this good again, and what? I'm almost done, Oka Uraraka. It didn't take long. Uraraka, Well, I'll go say thank you. Deku, it's nothing returning to singing. Yaoyorozu, entering after Uraraka, you look very happy. Izuku. Deku, what can I tell you, Momo? You know what will happen tomorrow. Yaoyorozu, hee, I know. Deku, hee, but anyway, come on, I'm done preparing, can you help me serve? Yaoyorozu, of course. After dinner, the green-haired boy went to his room, lay down quietly. Kendo told him to sleep in it so he could get up early, and he did. After a while he fell asleep without knowing that his father had left him a voice message, one last voice message. The next morning the green-haired boy got up early. He saw the notification, but not seeing the number of who came from, he ignored it, thinking it was one of those typical company messages. It was 6:30. His father would take a few hours to arrive. The boy went to do his usual morning training. When he finished, he went to the kitchen and prepared his breakfast. It was not long when Yaoyorozu, true to her habit of getting up early, appeared in the kitchen. Deku, good morning, Momo. Yaoyorozu, yawning, good morning, Izuku, what's for breakfast? Deku, I'm not finished yet, it won't be long now, I'll make hot cakes and such, a light breakfast, but I left you a bowl of cereal with yogurt and fruit so you can eat something. Yaoyorozu, that's very kind of you, do you think I can turn on the TV? Deku, sure, just take my phone off the speaker. The green-haired man disconnected his phone and the brunette turned on the television, changing channels randomly without knowing what to watch. Yaoyorozu, there's nothing on TV. Deku, what did you want? It's early. At this time, there are either cartoons or news. Yaoyorozu, I guess so, better turn on your TV. Deku, what's wrong? Yaoyorozu, there's a chase, forget it, typical common thief. Deku, haha, why did you get scared? Yaoyorozu, the TV is making it look like a villain's attack, very exaggerated. Deku, it's the means you expected, they have to do it. Their job depends on it. Yaoyorozu, yeah, hee, that's what we'll face when we go pro. I better turn it off. They say Empty Lady and Kamui Woods will take care of it. Deku, well, Empty Lady can be somewhat destructive and careless, but Kamui is somewhat better. Besides, he's just a thief, it will be an easy job. Yaoyorozu, yes, hee. And what time does your father arrive? Deku, he hasn't sent me a message, but I think he'll arrive in an hour and a half, I think. Or an hour, hee. I'll call him later. Yaoyorozu, it would be convenient, you will go with Kendo, right? Deku, yes, my father doesn't mind, he wants to meet her, I think he likes me. Yaoyorozu, that's cute. Deku, and what about you? Do your parents already know Shoto? Yaoyorozu, yeah, a few days ago we had dinner and decided it was time to introduce him, he had done it before with his parents. Deku, you met the old flamehead. Yaoyorozu, ha ha ha, yes, it's funny. Before he gave off a scary vibe, but now he's very warm, he's not very friendly. He still has that serious face characteristic of him, but at least. Deku, he's not so crazy anymore, ha ha ha. Yaoyorozu, exactly, I felt comfortable. It was a very comfortable family environment. Deku, yes, I think it was in my second year that they invited me to eat. I thought it was a simple dinner, but they wanted to thank me. Apparently Endeavor and Shoto planned it. Yaoyorozu, did you already know his family? Deku, yes, hee. Yaoyorozu, and why did you never tell me? Deku, you never asked? Yaoyorozu, well, yeah, hee, I'd better have breakfast. Deku, okay, I'll catch up with you in a few minutes. Slowly everyone arrived for breakfast. The atmosphere was quiet because the music was no longer playing, although Deku radiated light of happiness. At that moment he received a message. Kendo. Honey, I hope you can forgive me. I won't be able to accompany you to pick up your father. I still have some paperwork to do. Deku. Is everything okay? Do you need help? Kendo. No, calm down, it's just that I arrived unexpectedly. It's not much, but I hadn't planned on it. Deku. What do you think? If it's not too much and you finish on time, call me so we can catch up. I think there's still an hour or an hour and a half until I arrive. Kendo. Really? Thanks, honey. I'll hurry then. I wish you were waking up with me. Deku. If I were there, you would have already finished. Kendo. Well, yes, hee, but well, I'll start with this right away. I love you, Izuku. Deku. And I to you, Itsuka. So both of them cut off the communication. The green-haired man was able to finish breakfast. After 45 minutes, the green-haired man called his father, and he answered after a long time. Hisashi, Izuku, good morning, son, what's up? Deku, Dad, just so you can tell me what time you'll arrive. Hisashi, I won't be long. In fact, I'm already flying over the city. I think we won't land yet, but I'm almost there. I've missed this landscape, son. Deku, are you going to get melancholic now? Hisashi, what do you want me to say? I miss being home. Well, I'll hang up on you, champion. According to the pilot, there will be sudden movements, and I don't want to be blamed. Deku, haha, okay. I'll wait for your call when you're already on solid ground. Hisashi, it's okay, son. They cut off communication, and the green-haired boy headed to his room, but on the way he met Yaoyorozu and Jiro. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, have you called your father yet? Deku, yes, Momo, he's already flying over the city. He hasn't landed yet, but he's close. Jiro, then I'll go ask my father for money to buy him that drink. Deku, haha, okay. Yaoyorozu, and what will you do in the meantime? Deku, maybe I'll sleep a little. I'm a little sleepy. He'll call me as soon as I hit the ground, so there won't be a problem. Yaoyorozu, okay, in that case we won't bother you, we'll go and leave. Deku, yes, see you later, girls. Insert Vegeta's sacrifice theme. The two women continued on their way, and the green-haired man arrived at his bed and fell asleep. What was supposed to be a simple nap ended up being a complete dream, since his father never touched the ground. He never called him. 2:30. Deku, damn. It's so late. Changing and leaving his room. Itsuka, where are you? Yaoyorozu, Izuku, Itsuka came, but Uraraka told him that you were asleep and to come later. Deku, what did he do? Yaoyorozu, calm down, she didn't know, remember? Talk to Itsuka and go. Deku, looking at his phone, but my dad hasn't called me either, nor has my mom. This doesn't smell right to me. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong, Izuku? Deku, if he had already arrived he would have told me, seeing that he had a new voice message. Maybe it's from him. I'll listen to it in the arcade. It's worth talking to Itsuka. Yaoyorozu, good idea. So both young people approached the recreation room. When they arrived they saw that everyone was watching television and that Uraraka had her eyes full of tears and her hands on her mouth. Deku, hey, what's going on? Kirishima, something happened. A thief in the morning. Yaoyorozu, yes, we saw that empty lady and Kamui Woods were supposed to take care of it. Kirishima, yes, that didn't happen. Everything got out of control. The villain ingested a pill that raised the capabilities of his quirk to the maximum level. Furious as he remembered what happened with the 8 precepts, he attacked everyone without hesitation. Not even Kamui or empty lady could avoid it. There are many disasters and victims. Deku, what happened? With some fear. Kaminari, a school bus. Jiro, a hospital. Tokoemi, a daycare center. Uraraka, a plane with fear. At that moment the freckled man brought the phone to his ear, not wanting his fears to come true. He heard the second message. It was the recent one. People's screams could be heard, a mother calming her son, sounds of flames and blows. A tear ran down the green-haired man's face as he heard his father's trembling voice. Hisashi, scared son crying, I think I'll have to break my promise. Tell your mother not to get mad at me, hee. Tell your girlfriend to take good care of you. Sorry if I made you both uncomfortable with my questions. Fix things with that brown-haired girl. It doesn't matter what other people say. For me you already know. 1. Now go. Take care of and protect your mother. Come back home, Izuku. You are my hero and I love you. The message could not continue. Explosions began to be heard and then the message was cut off. The phone in Deku's hand began to shake while the tears began to be more visible. Soon those tears turned into tears that were heard by all his classmates. Momo, Todoroki and Jiro knew perfectly well what was happening. There were no words to describe Deku's suffering. The boy fell to his knees while crying inconsolably. Because today was the day that a boy lost his father forever. Chapter 37, Monster or Hero. The green-haired boy was devastated. His crying could be heard throughout the bedrooms. Everyone was bewildered because they didn't know what was happening. Deku, screaming, he can't be dead. Damn, he's alive, I'm going. Yaoyorozu, Shoji, hold him. Shoji, sorry, buddy, hugging him with his tentacles. Deku, let me go, Shoji. Damn it, what's wrong with you? Yaoyorozu, you're not reasoning, Izuku. Deku, he can't die, his quirk is to breathe fire, do you think he would die? Bakugo, maybe he's immune to fire, but I don't think he's immune to blows. Damn nerd trying to reason with the freckled man. Deku, let me go, idiot, my father needs help. At that moment something clicked in everyone's head. The green-haired boy's father was on that plane. Suddenly the brunette felt so badly like crying, an uncontrollable urge followed by a feeling of fear that was getting deeper and deeper. Yaoyorozu, don't force us to do something bad to you. Deku, sorry Shoji 90%. Bakugo, with fear let it go if you want to keep your arms, damn octopus. Nobody said anything. The green-haired boy opened his arms, destroying Shoji's replicas who fell to the ground in fear and pain. Immediately Tokoyami threw Dark Shadow. Tokoyami, don't let Dark Shadow go. Dark Shadow, yes. The green-haired boy saw this and kicked the shadow snout hard, hitting it against the ceiling. The green-haired boy was no longer in place. But then poor Tokoyami flew out, embedding himself in the wall, losing consciousness. Deku had been responsible, kicking him with 15% of his power. Now he was the one who was out of control. Sato ate a large amount of sugar, losing his sanity but gaining an incredible amount of muscle, and headed towards Deku. Sato, I smashed broccoli. The boy threw a strong punch that Deku was able to stop without much difficulty. He brought the boy closer and headbutted him, and then keyed on him, knocking the wind out of him and knocking him down in the process. Then he carried him and slammed him back against the concrete. Kirishima ran to help his friend and hit the boy in the back of the head. The green-haired boy turned to look at him. Kirishima, I'll use my unbreakable mode. I'm not fast, but I'm tougher than you. The redhead punched him, which the boy received without any resistance. His face now had some cuts, but now it was his turn. With a single blow, he pinned Kirishima to the ground up to his waist. Deku, be thankful he didn't test your stamina. The boy was about to leave when Yaoyorozu stood in front of the door, blocking his way. Deku, please Momo, get off, I promise it won't take long. Yaoyorozu, you're not reasoning, Izuku. Deku, wouldn't you do the same? Yaoyorozu, Deku, your father died. You have to admit the truth. Deku, shut up, you don't know anything. The freckled one activated his power ready to take away the jet, but... Yaoyorozu, I'm sorry. Deku, what? Then Jiro's jacks embedded themselves into the green-haired boy's back, whipping him with the waves which made him shudder, but he didn't give up, he slowly kept walking. The black-haired girl made a sign and acid was deposited on his back, burning his shirt and flesh, causing the waves to do more havoc by moving the living flesh, but it was still not enough. The boy slowly still moved. Yaoyorozu made one last movement, and Kaminari's electricity impacted. The muscles tensed, the flesh reddened. Soon the screams did not take long to come, but he kept moving. The vice president of Class A had no other alternative. What she would do next could ruin her friendship with the freckled boy. Shedding some tears, her quirk activated in her palms. The girl pulled her hand back and made the movement of throwing something. Something that hit Deku's chest. When he looked down, some needles could be seen. Deku, tearing them off this, what the hell is it? Yaoyorozu, with tears, sedatives. They could put an elephant to sleep, you are very upset. Deku, say sedatives? Losing consciousness but recovering thanks to the OFA. Momo, no, I didn't think you would fall so low, but this won't stop me. Yaoyorozu, sad, but this is, I'm sorry, Izuku. The girl created a gas mask from her face, and then from her stomach came a huge ball which she threw and upon impact released more sedative. The green-haired boy was holding on, but he didn't see how behind him was Todoroki. Deku, shedding tears without realizing it, please Momo, I have to see my father, he is. Yaoyorozu, shut up already. Now Shoto. The green-haired boy managed to turn around and saw how the mixed-haired boy directed a huge pillar of ice towards him. Todoroki, sorry Midoriya. The pillar was meant to hit his stomach, but a staggering movement from the freckled man caused by the sedative made Todoroki accidentally direct the pillar towards his friend's head with more force. It was possible to hear how it hit his face and slammed him against the wall. Everyone felt terrified when they saw the hanging body of the boy whose face they couldn't see because of the ice. It seemed like he wasn't even breathing. Shoto wanted to melt the ice, but Bakugo made it explode, but the force of the explosion threw the green-haired boy to the other side of the arcade. Everyone expected him to get up, but it didn't happen. They went to see him. Some spasms caused by the electricity that still let out some small rays. Kirishima's blow was noticeable, as well as the blood coming out of his mouth and nose. The wounds they made were visible. Mina brought her hands to her mouth when she realized what she had done to the boy. But then a sob was heard, slow but pitiful and between cut. They were immediately on guard but only managed to hear Deku talking in his sleep, Dad, I'm sorry. For please don't go crying, don't leave me alone again, please. Everyone's hearts were squeezed, guilt set in. Bakugo wanted to approach the boy to take him to his room but was stopped by Uraraka, who pushed him away. Bakugo, what the hell is wrong with you, damn round face? Uraraka, you can't touch him. None of you can, you hurt him and now you want to help him. Bakugo, and who the buck cut it off? Who the buck broke his damn heart, now you care about him. Uraraka, more than you, yes. Who gave him those scars? Who attacked him mercilessly, nearly killing him in his first hero practice, just because, according to him, he lied. Bakugo, annoying, do whatever you want, damn it. Uraraka using a folding table and her quirk was able to take the boy to her room. The girl took advantage of the fact that he was unconscious and healed his back. The girl tenderly kissed him on the lips when she finished. Uraraka, I know it's wrong but I still love you. 8:30. He slowly left the room shedding tears. A few hours passed and the green-haired man managed to wake up. Deku, where am I? As he tried to sit down he felt a burning sensation in his back reminding him of everything that had happened. The images on television and the confrontation with his friends hit him like a strong hammer that he had no intention of stopping. Finally he was able to somewhat recover. He put on a shirt. Even with the burning sensation he managed to get out of his room. Slowly he headed to the recreation room. He had to apologize to his friends. His mood was on the floor. He wanted to cry, scream, use the OFA to destroy everything, but first he had to fix things at the academy and then he would go see his mother. He really wanted to see her, but while he was in the dorms to fix things with his friends, he hit them all and had to take responsibility. Swallowing his tears and the pain he felt, he managed to stand up, put on a t-shirt and changed his pants, put on his red tennis shoes and walked out slowly. The pain was strong but his sense of justice, his willpower and morality were stronger. He knew that his friends had attacked him and it hurt him, but he understood that it was so that he wouldn't do something stupid. Deku, now I got out of control. It was normal that they stopped me even though it burns a lot. I have to congratulate Mina for her acid. The boy gave a fallen smile. He didn't have the strength to smile but he couldn't afford to be sad either. If he was then he would stop and that wasn't good. But everything was wrong. He still felt his failed relationship with Uraraka as well as the previous blows and battle against his friends. Now he was lost, his sanity hung by a thread. Izuku had already looked into the darkness before, but this time he only needed a push to blink and everything would be wrong, and for that his friends were going to give him a hand. Deku, hearing some whispers, what's wrong? In the recreation room. Mineta, so what are we going to do? Siro, what are we going to do with what? Mineta, with Midoriya. Kirishima, what's up with Midoriya? Mineta, well, his girlfriend came and we had to lie to her saying that she fainted from the news. Tokoemi, it wasn't a very honorable thing to do. Mineta, but we can't hide the fact that he endured Kaminari's shocks and Mina's acid. Kaminari, dude, Midoriya is the toughest guy of all of us. Kirishima, you're right. Mineta, but what he did to Shoji, he tore off his arms. Shoji, I'm fine, it's just a matter of getting some rest. Kirishima, well, we can't deny that, it was a somewhat act. Jiro, grotesque? Kaminari, yeah, I mean it's weird he acted in a way. Momo, your father just died, How would you act? Kirishima, at least not in a psychopathic way. Kaminari, my shocks wouldn't be that bad. Jiro, because if they were, you'd have a brainwave. Mina, I felt scared. Mina, well, but Todoroki stopped him well. Todoroki, was it okay to hit him in the face with ice? Looking at his right hand. Mineta, I was crazy, it was a good thing. Todoroki, I wanted to punch him in the stomach. Mineta, I can withstand a blow from Sato, the strength of Shoji, Kirishima, Kaminari, Jiro, Ida, Todoroki, and the effects of Yaoyorozu's quirk. True, although she also went too far, as she attacked Midoriya with an elephant sedative, she could have killed him. Yaoyorozu, I was aware of the risks. Tsuyu, and yet you did it. Yaoyorozu, now it's my fault? Mineta, shut up. Are you realizing what's going on? Midoriya's making us fight each other because of him. Mina, it's weird that you talk without sounding like a pervert. Kaminari, maybe that's why we're letting him talk. Mineta, I'm serious, Midoriya is making us fight each other like last time. That's not a leader, he's just someone who doesn't know how to use his power. Uraraka was right, he's not the Midoriya we knew anymore, he's a monster. The whole room fell silent. No one refuted the dwarf's words. The television was still on. On the couch, Uraraka was silently watching the report. They hadn't given names of the injured or their parents, which made her nervous. She hadn't even heard Mineta. On the other end of the couch, Bakugo was grumbling but saying nothing. On the other side, the green-haired man was leaning against the wall, clenching his fists tightly and angrily. Deku, angry seriously? Monster? Who saved your damn dwarf and cowardly ass at the USJ? Seriously, no one will say anything? Am I the bad guy here? They burned my back, they electrocuted me, elephant sedative, yes. I acted badly, but they don't have the right to. Reporter, we continue here, reporting from the scene of the accident where many of the injured have already been treated. Unfortunately, none of the victims of the plane could be rescued alive. I have just received information, and it is that there is a list of the passengers of the aircraft, and it is that it was rented to bring the workers of an organization that would be in charge of repairing the disasters caused by the battles of heroes versus villains. This company belongs to the Uraraka family, who sent the plane taking care of all the expenses. The couple would arrive tomorrow in a separate plane to talk and close the deal. At that moment, the green-haired boy opened his eyes as wide as they could. Uraraka knew it. She knew her father would come, and she never told him the fury was at its peak. The boy walked and entered the recreation room before the eyes of his friends. Uraraka, as soon as she saw him, stood up and wanted to walk towards him, but he sat down on a chair, signaling him to come closer. But she saw his eyes, the whole class saw them, cold and lifeless, reflecting an incalculable fury. Mineta wanted to approach him, but Deku hit him, pushing him away from him. Everyone was on guard again. Deku, arriving at the table next to Uraraka, you with fury. Uraraka, Deku, yo. Deku, did you know? He worked for your parents. Uraraka, no, I didn't know. Deku, stop telling lies. Hitting the table without using the OFA and leaving the mark of his fist, you knew he was coming even without me telling you. You knew I hadn't seen him for years, and yet you never told me, and now he's dead. Todoroki, Midoriya, calm down. Deku, don't ask me to calm down. Todoroki, she knew the truth and never told me, turning around but is stopped by Bakugo. Bakugo, where the hell are you going? Deku, what do you care? Leave me alone. Bakugo. Mina, where are you going? Deku, I already told you that you don't care about that. Kirishima, you're our friend. Deku, friend? Ha ha ha. Mockingly, they tried to attack me for defending him, pointing at Bakugo, who stood up, and now it turns out I'm his friend. Todoroki, Midoriya, I told you to calm down. Deku, I'm not going to. Calm down. Todoroki, that man killed my father and he's still on the streets. Kaminari, what will you do? Deku, for the last time, you don't care about that. The green-haired boy went to his room and slammed the door. Without wasting time, he put on his hero suit, which immediately went into stealth mode. The green was replaced by black, the black lines by red, the white of the gloves by gray, the blue of the gloves became darker. He put on the muzzle and the suit made a sound alluding to the fact that it was complete. His phone also joined the suit coupling, and the alert of a new voice message sounded, which the green-haired boy opened, letting his father's voice be heard. It was from long before the explosion. Hisashi, Izuku, I know your life was very difficult, and it hurts me that it is like this, unfortunately. The message could not continue. The boy deleted it. It was not time for tears. Deku, calm down, Dad, I'll avenge you. The boy left the room and went to the recreation room, where all his classmates felt intimidated by the suit because of the new color, and because there was a light in the eyes and the red outline. Kaminari, have you gone crazy? Ida, are you really going to do what I think you're going to do? Didn't you learn anything from my nonsense? Deku, with a distorted voice, there is a difference. I am not you, I am stronger. Bakugo, come back here now, damn it, or I'll make you sleep again, grabbing him by the shoulder. Deku, if you're going to be rude, it'll be with someone else. Now take your hand away while you still have it. Bakugo, very rude and all, take off your suit, let's see who wins. The blonde couldn't continue any longer. Deku took off his glove, and with his hand loose and activating the OFA at 30%, he hit Bakugo, sending him flying to the kitchen, where he embedded himself in the wall. Deku, just one hit, and the dog fell asleep. Todoroki immediately took a step forward. Deku, what are you going to do? Throw another pillar at my face? I can handle it, even breaking it with minimal effort, but you're not my enemies. I'll be right back. The green-haired boy opened the window and was about to jump out, but… Uraraka, Deku. Deku, you killed Deku, didn't you say I'm a monster? Congratulations, you already have the monster, everyone already has their monster. The boy opened the window and was about to leave, but the elevator door opened. Kendo, exiting the elevator, hey, are you awake yet? What's going on here? Hey? Izuku? Honey, where are you? That's your stealth suit, what are you planning to do? Deku, I'll fix everything. And so the green-haired boy jumped into the darkness of the night. The girl ran to the window and shouted his name. But that very late, the green rays were the only thing that could be seen. Kendo turned to look at everyone but only saw them with their heads down. Then he turned to look at the television. The words airplane and Uraraka family were united in his mind. Suddenly he saw himself using his quirk on the brunette, squeezing her tightly as he began to cry. Kendo, what did you do to him? What did you do to him? He longed for his father, don't ever again. Uraraka, no, I didn't know. Kendo, he wanted to fix things with you. Yayorozu, calm down, Itsuka. Kendo, releasing Uraraka, if you don't do something, I will. The orange-haired girl called the elevator while taking out her phone. Kendo, Pony, prepare my suit, it's in my room now. Everyone in the arcade was sad. Uraraka was on the floor. Kendo didn't squeeze her enough to stop her breathing, but his words hurt her. Tsuyu approached to talk to her and hugged her. Mina, approaching the chestnut with Turo Ochako, can we talk? The girl didn't understand very well but followed her friends along with the little frog to the pink-haired girl's room. There they told her everything, from their conversation where Deku supposedly had a relationship with Kendo to the fight. Uraraka was perplexed. Her friends had invented everything. Sadness turned into fury. Uraraka, with fury, you made everything my relationship, my best moment at the academy go to hell just because of some stupid invention. Turu, we didn't know you two were. Uraraka, and that gave them the right to make things up? How hateful could they be? They didn't know Izuku well enough to do this to him. They sowed doubt in me. You made me call him a monster. The girl closed her eyes furiously while crying. Tsuyu went to hug her friend who hid her face in the frog's chest. Tsuyu saw both of them. They had done something wrong, but at least they had the courage to face it. The green-haired girl took her friend to her room. Tsuyu Ochako? Uraraka, I'm an idiot. I got carried away by what they said, and thanks to that he and I. Tsuyu, well, I don't know what it feels like, but I think you should talk to him. Uraraka, it's late. He has Kendo and you saw him. He hates me. Tsuyu, I admit that his reaction was more violent than I thought, but I feel that you should understand him. He just lost his father. You were scared and worried about your family, but at least you know they are still alive. Put yourself in his shoes. Uraraka, you should take my side. Tsuyu, I'm on your side. Uraraka, it doesn't seem so. See, I'm just saying, you should understand, you know how to put yourself in his shoes. Kendo is right to care for him and support him. Uraraka, Tsu, you're not helping me. Tsu, you should feel good for him. We couldn't see him sad all the time, you know that's not how Izuku is. Then the girl got upset. She looked for advice and support from her best friend, but it seemed that she was complaining to her. Uraraka, exploding. Well, if you care so much about Midoriya, then why aren't you his girlfriend? Tsu, and you think I didn't want to? The little frog still returned the scream, a scream that surprised Uraraka, and even more so because of the revelation. Uraraka, Tsu hee hee. Tsu, yes, I really liked Izuku. The first time I saw him he seemed like an interesting boy. After what he did at the USJ he seemed like someone admirable to me. I began to respect him. But then several things happened, and just like you I could see how he gave his all, how he didn't care about anything as long as he helped others. Over time that feeling of admiration changed to one of love. Then I discovered it. Without realizing it or him doing it intentionally, I found myself certain that I liked him. But then you became my best friend and you had to tell me what happened in the entrance exam. You had to tell me that you loved him. Then I knew I had to step aside. I decided to sacrifice my happiness for yours. Uraraka, Tsu had no idea. Tsu, and I don't blame you. I never told you. I decided to walk away because I also knew that he loved you. I couldn't hide it, and I could never change that. I would never get him to change his feelings. Besides, how could an I like you compete with an I love you? There's no way to even compare. And saying this, the little frog left the freckled girl's room, who was crying. Meanwhile, in the darkness of the night, the green-haired boy was jumping, but soon realized that he didn't know where he was going or the places he frequented. So aiming at the largest building, in one jump he reached the top. Using his mask he managed to find the number of the Empty Lady agency. Deku, this thing is very useful. I have to contact her. I don't like her, but she was chasing that damn guy. Empty Lady, Office of the Perfect Empty Lady, in which may I honor you? Deku, give me the details of the killer who attacked earlier today. Empty Lady, who are you? Deku, I am the hero Deku. Now give me the information I asked for. Empty Lady, are you demanding of me? Are you, brat, demanding of me? May I remind you, you're a student while I'm a pro heroine and… Deku, all I hear is, I'm an incompetent who knows nothing but being an arrogant egotist. I'm sorry, but you're of no use to me. The heroine was upset, but something in the boy's tone told her it wasn't right. Empty Lady, why are you looking for it? Deku, that doesn't matter to you. Empty Lady, you lost someone, didn't you? Deku, did they never tell you that it's bad to butt in where you're not wanted? Empty Lady, I guess so. Listen, I'll only say this once. His name is Kagaya Shido. He frequents the places where we wanted to arrest him today. I guess that's where he lives. Deku understood. Empty Lady, not even a thank you? I just helped you, dwarf. Deku, I would thank you if you deserved it. Arresting that bastard was your job. Empty Lady, listen, Miruko's son, I don't know what you have to do with that murderer, but you're not looking for justice, but for revenge. Deku, goodbye you Takayama, cutting off communication. The green-haired boy was about to jump, but he got a new call from Kendo. Kendo, honey, where are you? Deku, I'll finish the job at Suka. Kendo, you're not going to arrest him, are you? Deku, that bastard is going to regret it. Kendo, and you don't? Are you really going to get your hands dirty? Deku, he stained them first, he would do the world a favor. Kendo, Izuku, are you listening to yourself? You don't act like that. You're better than this. Deku, he killed my father. Kendo, and that gives you the right to kill him? You don't decide that. Izuku understands that you can't do it, we are heroes. Deku, you don't know anything. Kendo, maybe not, but I do know that if you kill an assassin, the number of assassins in the world will remain the same. Izuku, your father wouldn't want this, you are a hero. The green-haired man cut the call. He wasn't willing to continue listening. His fury was at its peak as well as his sadness. He was about to burst into tears, but swallowing his pain he jumped into the void, Little by little in the air he took a position, and before touching the ground he jumped hard to give others equally strong. He wasn't far from the scene. He was guided by the lights of the patrol cars. A few minutes and he had arrived. He decided to take a walk patrolling the zone until he finally found him. He wanted to throw himself on him and kill him with his bandages, but there were people. He decided to follow him between the shadows. The man with a somewhat muscular and tall build walked nervously. He had made a big mess. He felt that the heroes were following him, but covered by the night this was diminishing. He felt safer, but his fears returned. He turned around nervously. He felt that something was following him, hiding in the shadows. They continued until, thinking a little, the criminal started running towards an abandoned building, hoping to lose him, but it wasn't like that. Jumping slightly with his normal agility and speed, the green-haired man stealthily arrived where the villain was, who felt the presence. He turned to the ceiling, but the light of the night did not let him see the freckled man's black suit, but even so he heard noises, and taking out his gun he began to shoot. The light coming from the shot let him see a shadow dodging the bullets. The guy was about to run away in fear, but he did not see that the boy wearing the bandages on his hands got down in front of him. When he turned around he got a scare when he saw the hero. Deku Kagayashito. The shoulder used his quirk, transforming his hand into a cannon, and fired, but the green-haired man managed to dodge the projectile, which hit a wall, exploding and illuminating Deku, who was at the other end of the structure holding on tightly. Kagaya, screaming, "What do you want from me?" Deku, remember Hisashi Midoriya? The man you killed in cold blood? At that moment the villain broke into a cold sweat. A hero would only arrest him, but now he knew the motivation of this boy, and from what he saw he knew he could not underestimate him. So he took courage. Kagaya, screaming, "And what do you care about that?" The green-haired man furiously threw himself at the assassin, giving him a strong blow that sent him flying a few meters. Deku, with fury, "I care a lot." The villain lashed out with a shot, but the green-haired man just dodged it. The villain shot again, more frequently. He used both fists now. He dodged many, but others hit the freckled man directly. Although thanks to his suit he didn't do much damage, in fact it absorbed the energy from the blow and the explosion, which made the red lines begin to light up more intensely, but the red color became more charged, taking a wine-colored intensity and then turning into a blood-red color. The same thing happened with the eyes and the mask, which had a red light that also meant the energy charge. Now these were completely red, but the green-haired man didn't mind. Now it was scary. The green-haired man threw himself into the punches. Using the OFA he attracted the villain and hit him in the face, so that on the ground he took his foot and threw him against a window that they were just putting in that overlooked a small kitchen. The green-haired man entered through the hole and took the villain by the face to slam his face against two small windows, making cuts on his face, but the villain activated the second part of his quirk, which was to propel himself with fire from his feet like rockets, rising and whipping Deku against a pillar, and then grabbing him by the foot and whipping him against another while firing his missiles, causing pieces of concrete, a wheelbarrow and various objects to fall on top of the freckled man, who was not feeling so well. Despite the fact that the rival did not have a way of combat, his missiles were painful. In addition, his suit was exceeding his absorption level. The visor on his suit warned him. The freckled man was able to get up and the fight began. It was not a fair fight, since the villain did not have a fighting style, but even so his quirk was very useful either for kicks or dodging, but the green-haired man managed to use a rope tying up the villain, and kicked him far away, and then took him by the head and slammed him against a beam. "Deku, you will pay for your disgusting life." But he didn't expect the guy to headbutt him, and then shoot him with a missile, making him slam against the structure of the building, but the green-haired man, recovering, moved nimbly and managed to land a punch in the mouth of his rival. So the fight continued, but anger drove Deku, who tried to hit the villain, but although he didn't have a fighting technique, he did know how to respond to blows. They were like that for a while. The rival was in worse condition, but the green-haired man was not perfect either. His body also full of cuts and bruises. Both stared at each other. Deku knew he couldn't waste any more time. If he wanted to win, it would be now. He knew his enemy had the quirk of his feet and the other part in his fists. He had to take care of one of the two first. Thinking this, he threw himself hard against the villain, who didn't expect it, but the boy didn't hit his face. He hit the abdomen, and when he was face down he kicked his knee, breaking it, and stomped on his ankle. "Deku, there is one, the other is missing." The boy wanted to hit, but the villain hit him with the cannon and wanted to fly away with the other rocket he had left. The green-haired boy, reacting quickly, took him by the ankle and began to hit the plant until blood stains began to come out, using both cannons and shooting at Deku's chest. The villain managed to get away but could not walk, so he was crawling, but the hero was behind him. Kaguya was scared. He did not have many options. Until he realized where he was, the heroes had a lot to protect. He aimed his cannon and fired at a beam that held part of the structure, which began to destabilize. The freckled man could not leave things like that. Ignoring the villain despite the hatred, he backed up and took the place of the missing beam, but saw how the villain began to move faster. The boy did not know what to do, but at his feet was a steel rod. Using his feet, he managed to lift it, and with his hand he used it as a spear, throwing it, causing it to pierce Kaguya's thigh, who let out a scream in pain. Deku managed to put the beam in its place and approached the villain and began to hit him in the face, while his rival uselessly tried with his cannons, but without success because he no longer had strength. The green-haired man continued hitting hard. Soon the villain's clothes were covered with his blood. Deku continued hitting, blinded by sadness and fury. Kaguya, please help me, give me a chance, don't hurt me anymore. Deku, with fury and some tears, and what about my father? Did you give it to him? Answer. The green-haired boy hit harder without using the OFA. Without realizing it, under the mask, tears began to roll down his face. The blows were decreasing in intensity. Suddenly fed up, he was ready to finish, so he charged all the kinetic force absorbed in his suit and directed it to the fist. Also activated the OFA at 90%, he charged the blow. The villain's face was already badly injured, with blood from his cheeks, mouth, nose. He had a cut on his septum and one eye half closed. He was scared, and with good reason. He expected the blow to come, but however it did not happen. Deku remained still, with one hand holding Kaguya's clothes and the other charging the blow. The boy wanted to do it. He wanted to end the suffering, but... Come home. You're my hero and I love you. I'm proud of you, son. Spending time as father and son. The boy knew it wasn't right. He was a hero. The loss was clouding his judgment, the pain and sadness. Deku fell to his knees, and suddenly in the darkness of the night a heartbreaking scream was heard, a scream of pity. He wasn't a hero. It was a boy who was screaming the loss of his father, a lament full of sadness and agony. The green-haired boy tried to hit again but couldn't. He grabbed the man's head and prepared to crack his neck, but nothing happened. Kaguya, if you're going to kill me, do it, because I won't stop. Deku, you want me to kill you? Kaguya, you don't have the balls and I'll keep doing this, so kill me, hero. Deku, screaming, no. God knows I want to kill you, but you wouldn't change who I am. I'll send you to jail and you'll spend your days rotting in a cell, knowing that you won't have your freedom, that this city rejected you, beat you. I won, screaming louder, I won, damn it. I'm a hero, a damn hero. And no, I won't let you drag me into the darkness. The green-haired man ripped off the bandages from his suit and splinted the villain's leg and cleaned the blood from his face. When he finished, he used the functions of his suit and called Empty Lady again. Empty Lady, who's looking for me? Deku, Kaguya is handcuffed in the building north of where you were looking for him. Empty Lady, you didn't kill him, it's progress. Deku, who do you take me for? Take it or leave it, I can call another hero if you don't want it. Empty Lady, okay, I'm coming. Deku, the arrest is yours, enjoy the fame. The boy hung up and left. Now he felt the weight of the loss. He found the murderer, but he couldn't act like him, otherwise it wouldn't be better. He looked at the time on his mask, seeing that it was already 7:30. Time passed too quickly. Without wasting time, he went to a cafeteria. He needed something to drink. His suit took on its normal color. Finally he found a cafeteria and entered. Upon entering, he was surprised to see his girlfriend sitting also in her suit drinking a coffee. Deku, sitting next to Kendo, a mocha coffee please. Lady at the bar, understood, she's leaving now. Deku, thank you very much. Kendo, izuku. Deku, tell me you weren't looking for me all night. Kendo, I'm drinking an espresso, does that mean anything to you? Deku, you shouldn't have done that. Kendo, I was worried about you. Deku, don't kill him if that's what you were worried about. Kendo, izuku, sorry if I couldn't see you. Deku, it wasn't your fault, I'll go see Mom. Kendo, do you want me to accompany you? Deku, of course we have to see what will happen now. A funeral is not something we had in mind. Kendo, do you think Uraraka's family will support them? At that moment the boy's fists tightened, so Kendo knew that it was not a subject he could say now. Deku, I know they work together. According to Dad, he helped them. I don't want to look like an opportunist, so I don't know what to say. Maybe yes, maybe not. It's something I don't want to be sure of. Kendo, I understand. The atmosphere was quiet again. The words were taken with coffee. In the end, the green-haired man drank his coffee and went to the door. Deku, I'll go with Aizawa-sensei. I suppose he'll punish me again. I'll tell him what happened. I hope he gives me permission to be absent for a few days. I'll send you a message so we can go together, okay? Kendo, yes. Deku, get some sleep if you can. Lady at the counter, it's wait, you haven't paid for the coffee. Deku, I forgot my money in the other suit. She pays, pointing at Kendo and leaving the place. The girl looked at Itsuka, who just smiled and paid. Girl at the bar, you're in luck. Being heroes, you get a discount. On the other side, the green-haired boy made huge jumps towards the academy. He knew that not many were awake. Upon entering, he remembered what he did and what they did to him. He felt bad for Shoji and Tokoemi. After all, it was not their fault. They just wanted to stop him. The green-haired boy changed his suit and took a good bath to go to the academy later. When he arrived at his classroom, he met his teacher, who, when he saw him, gave him a fatherly hug. Aizawa perfectly understood what the boy went through. He said nothing, and Deku burst into tears on his teacher's chest, who wondered why life was being so hard on the freckled boy. Izuku expected him to punish him, willing to accept it, but Aizawa just stared at him. Aizawa, you never learn, right? The tired teacher lightly hit him on the head while explaining that he would not punish him. He understood the reason for his actions. The boy stared at him, while his teacher spoke again. Aizawa, I will only punish a few for what they did to you in past actions, Bakugo, Mineta and Kaminari, although I will cover up the scoldings so they don't think badly. Bakugo for his attitude, Mineta and Kaminari for the perverted acts during the school. Deku, it's not fair, teacher. Aizawa, don't talk nonsense. Now you also want a punishment? Deku, it would be fair. Aizawa, sigh good. The black-haired man started to write on a piece of paper and gave it to the green-haired man. Aizawa, I don't want any complaints, director's order. The paper was a permit to be able to miss the necessary time for morning. The boy saw his teacher, who looked at him with a smile. Aizawa, go with your mother Izuku, she needs you. Deku, thank you very much, Aizawa-sensei. And so the green-haired boy went home, meeting Kendo on the way. They both arrived at his house, where Inko greeted them with a hug. Deku hugged his mother tightly while both shed tears without stopping. After a few moments, with Kendo's help, Inko managed to make the meal, a silent, sad meal full of feeling. After a while, they started talking. The green-haired boy told what happened yesterday at the academy. His mother hugged him tightly. Kendo could see the maternal love, and a tear fell. Deku, Mom, I'm sorry, I tried, I swear I tried. Inko, what happened, son? Deku, it wasn't my intention, but I wanted to. It was my duty. Inko, my boy, what happened? Deku, I wanted to avenge Dad. I had the murderer in front of me. I wanted to kill him and… Inko, you did it? Deku, I couldn't. Deku, then it was okay. You did justice, not revenge. Izuku understands that duty and desire are totally different things. It wasn't your duty to kill him, it was your duty to catch him, to assert your role as a hero, your job, son, and you did it well. Deku, I'll miss Dad. Inko, me too, but he said we'd never be far from each other if we always remembered each other as family. Plus, I have a way of making you not forget him. Deku, which one? Inko, if I remember correctly, he sent this in your second year at the UA. Taking out a box, the note said not to open it until your graduation. He wanted to give it to you in person, but what do you think if you open it right away? Deku, I guess so. The green-haired boy opened the box and saw inside. He shed a few tears as he took out a photo of a 3-year-old Izuku with his father. The photo was framed, both sitting on the green-haired boy's bed. Izuku had a shirt that said, I am number 1, and Hisashi one that said, I am the father of number 1. There was another where Hisashi was wearing a Sir Knight Eye suit and Deku with Almights, in a combat pose. Sitting on the floor was Inko with a smile. Finally there was one where the 3 of them were. Hisashi was carrying a little 4-year-old Izuku and Inko was next to him. The green-haired boy was crying as he grabbed the photo. He looked down and saw a colored object. When he took it out he could see that it was his father's number 1's father's shirt, and below it was a military green jacket. Inko, hee that jacket in tears. Deku, what? Inko, that jacket, I met him in it. Your father said it was lucky. He made a compartment to store cigarettes. He did it because he thought I would scold him if he saw him smoking, and it has a hole on the right side caused by the fact that he burned it when he hit a cigarette. Deku checked it, and it did indeed have those details. The boy took it with some concern, but after a while and with tears he put it on. It felt warm. Inko, you're just like your father, son. Deku, we have to start, Mom, with Dad. And so putting hands to work, mother and son began to fix everything. Kendo could not help because he had to be at school, but when he could he went. Aizawa sent the homework to Izuku daily through the UA robots. It still took a while to give him the body because of the investigation, but they gave him the opportunity to prepare everything. The Uraraka family did not support financially, but Izuku and Inko did not say anything, although Hisashi had found a way to financially support his family. Shortly after was the funeral. Only Kendo, Mitsuki with her husband Masaru, Inko and Izuku were there. No one else went. They had no family nearby, and although he had worked for Uraraka's parents, they did not arrive either. A few days later Izuku finally arrived at the UA with Kendo. Deku, I don't really want to go back. Kendo, but it is necessary, you said it yourself. Deku, I know, but now I know what Amajiki-senpai felt. Kendo, you know, come in, say hello to your room, it's easy. Deku, as long as Bakugo doesn't want revenge. Last time I embedded him in the kitchen wall. Kendo, well, you can do it again, so he will learn. Deku, you're not very good at giving motivation, but thanks darling, giving him a kiss. Kendo, you know, if you need help. Deku, bye Mom. Izuku really didn't feel like it. He was still sad. He knew how to hide it because it was his duty. But he still didn't feel ready, even though he knew that taking advantage of it like that was wrong. He arrived early on Monday, but he met all his classmates in the recreation room. They all saw him as soon as he entered, and the boy just raised his hand. He couldn't stay long, he had to prepare for the academy. The boy saw that Shoji already had his complete arms and he felt better. It passed quickly when... Hey, can we talk? Deku, recognizing the voice and remaining petrified for a moment, no, not now, Bakugo. Bakugo, come on Izuku, it'll just take a moment. The blonde all the shoulder of Deku, who in a burst took the blonde by the shoulders and slammed him against the window. The memories of all the insults and blows returned to him, and he began to shed tears of sadness, the helplessness of his self from that time and the fury. The window began to crack. Everyone was approaching slowly. Bakugo, with effort, I know your father died and I'm sorry. The green-haired boy was pressing the boy more against the window, which continued to crack. It wouldn't resist much longer. The boy then remembered the day he met Almight, what happened before at school with Bakugo and his former classmates. Izuku took Bakugo down. Deku, you want my forgiveness? There's a pretty effective way to get it. Jump off the roof of the academy and pray that in your next life you'll have it. The blonde opened his eyes. If you want to become a hero so badly, there's a pretty effective way to do it. Jump off a rooftop and pray that you'll have a quirk in your next life. The green-haired boy headed to his room, not wanting to talk or see anyone. His tears were already more noticeable, but... Uraraka, Deku, can we talk? Deku, I don't know, can we? Uraraka, I didn't want this, I really... Deku, whatever you have to say, tell it to my father, resurrect him. And so the green-haired boy went to his room, whereupon closing his door he sat down leaning against it. There, without fear of being seen, the green-haired boy began to cry uncontrollably. He couldn't keep pretending to be strong. He was simply ending his life. He felt the pain increasing as if it were cancer, but he had to bear it. Now his mother depended on him, and she wouldn't fail her. She would never fail anyone again. Island. We can see Professor David Shield walking down a hallway mentally choosing words until he came to a room which he opened revealing Yagi Tashinori in his thin and gaunt form. Tashinori, hi David, how are you, buddy? David, hi Toshi, I'm fine, you know, the same old work. Tashinori, sorry if I'm bothering you too much, old friend. David, haha, don't say that, you'll never be a bother, you're like a brother to me, remember? The blonde just nodded, smiling. At that moment, David Shield made a tired face and became serious. David, Toshi. Tashinori, is something wrong? David, sigh, yes, do you remember your successor? Izuku? Tashinori, young Midoriya? How can I forget him? Besides being my successor, he's like a son to me. David, I know. Tashinori, realizing his friend's condition, Dave, did something happen to young Midoriya? David, his father was about to return to the city, but as soon as he flew over the city, a villain attacked. His quirk was double. He could use his feet to set off rockets and his hands as cannons. When he saw himself surrounded by heroes, he ingested a pill. His quirk went out of control. He shot everywhere. He shot down the plane, and Izuku's father died. The face of the former symbol of peace paled. He did not react until by instinct he tore off the patches and serum stuck to his body and tried to transform again, only releasing steam without any change. Immediately David took his friend and laid him down on the bed. David, calm down Toshi. Tashinori, I can't, the young man Izuku needs my help. David, you're not 100% recovered yet, buddy. Please wait. Izuku will get through this. He's very strong. Tashinori, Dave, I haven't talked to him in a long time. He's almost ready to graduate. I have to tell him that everything will be okay, that the bad things will go away eventually. David, I know, my friend, but first recover. You'll tell him yourself one day. Don't lose faith. Tashinori, Dave, we both know it won't happen. I've already lost faith. David, what are you saying? You're Almight, the symbol of peace. You can do anything and… Tashinori, hey, don't feel bad, buddy. We both knew this would happen. Now I just want to talk to Izuku at least one last time. The blonde shed a tear that was seen by his friend who couldn't help but shed more. He took his best friend's hand and squeezed it firmly. David, calm down Toshi. I'll make sure you tell him yourself, I promise. Chapter 38, Deku, the hero who lost everything. And so the days passed at UA. Everyone was focused on their daily activities. But a certain green-haired boy was having a bad time. His grades were still the best and his training was still just as rigorous. But now he did it more out of duty than anything. His depression kept him in a constant state of monotony. Not even his girlfriend could get him out of it. But the green-haired boy's determination was what motivated him to continue. Aizawa, faithful to what he said as punishment to the three boys. Bakugo claimed strongly, but the teacher remained firm. The blonde had no choice but to accept, as did the other two. Aizawa also avoided putting Uraraka and Deku together in any activity because he knew how broken their relationship was. Everyone was already getting used to Izuku's new attitude. They hardly saw him anymore. He only left them breakfast ready in the morning. From then on they saw him even during classes after they stopped seeing him the rest of the day. Tsuyu told them that she had seen him training in the gym, always giving all of which was true. The boy tried hard not to stagnate. He could already use 90% without complications, but if he tried to increase the percentage, even if it was only 3%, his muscles began to burn and hurt. That was why the boy increased the intensity of the training. He could hide his sadness with training at least, but he couldn't help but cry at the end of each session, or every time he cooked. The boy was lost. He wanted to talk to his mentor and second father figure, but he simply didn't answer. The green-haired boy gave up because he didn't want to cause more inconvenience. Graduation was something that, although it was a few months away, put the class presidents and teachers to give it their all. Everyone's class schedule had been cut despite the complaint of a certain black-haired hero. Izuku increased his training, whether with the OFA or without it. Soon he already had a fighting style slightly better than kendo and martial arts. His analytical and strategic thinking had also increased to the point of making a notebook where he wrote down ways to defeat each and every one of his classmates, or some teachers, either quickly or slowly. His mother had notified him that a letter from the Uraraka family had arrived. in which they gave their condolences and apologized for not attending or helping the family. Deku did not want to see it because he did not want to know anything about them. It was enough for him to be his daughter's classmate. His blood boiled more along with his sadness when he saw how the family that Uraraka wanted to help was now financially well and without worries. The green-haired man was not jealous. He just felt that his father had to be there. He had fought so hard. And so the days passed, each one the same as the last. But one morning Nizu received a call. The kind and soft rodent answered quickly when he saw the person's name on the device. Nizu, Professor, good day. David, good morning, Director. Stop with so many formalities. The one with the title is very lucky. Nizu, maybe, but it's not every day I get a call from Professor David Shield. David, ha ha ha, well, I think he's right. Nizu, to what do we owe the honor of your so-called boy? David, changing his mood, Director, it's Toshi. Then the kind director knew what he meant. His kind tone changed to a serious one as well as his countenance. Nizu, what's going on? David, it's almost here. Nizu, understanding what you meant, I thought I had more time. David, me too, Director. I know it's a difficult thing for me to ask, but I need a favor. Nizu, of course, son, what do you need? David, Vera. As Nizu listened to the request, his face became sadder, but then with a solemn gesture he bowed his head and accepted. He couldn't fail. Both continued talking a little more, and after a few minutes the call was cut off. Without delay the rodent called Aizawa, telling him everything that had happened. The black-haired man only asked a few questions that Nizu had no problem answering, but Aizawa made a comment that alarmed the director, who complained because he didn't think of that possibility before. Aizawa, how do you think I'll take it? Nizu, I hadn't thought about that. Aizawa, he's already in a bad way. Don't you think that if he goes I'll lose him too? Nizu, are you afraid he'll become a villain? Aizawa, a world without his father and without his greatest hero. I'm not afraid that he will become a villain. I'm afraid that he will want to end his life. Nizu, a hero has to go through difficult situations. He will have to overcome it. Do you think you will do what I ask you, Aizawa, or will I have to go? Aizawa, I'll do it, don't worry. Nizu, thanks. I'll take care of the rest. The world will lose the pillar he built permanently. The communication was cut off. Aizawa trembled as he put down the phone. While he could act as if he didn't care about anything, he was very different. He learned to appreciate his students, and what was happening hurt him. He didn't want to communicate it, but it was his duty, as a teacher, as a hero, and as a friend. He slowly walked towards his classroom, searching for the right words. How to tell your student what was happening without upsetting the others. Aizawa entered the classroom. Sitting in his chair, he began to meditate. His students were making their typical mess, but they controlled themselves when they saw their teacher and were surprised when he didn't say anything. Deku, for his part, silent as always, was surprised, although he didn't show it. His teacher, unlike other days, seemed sad. Melancholic. Undoubtedly something was not right. In recent days the green-haired man had not shown signs of interaction with another person, but to the surprise of everyone present, Izuku stood up and walked towards his teacher. Deku, Aizawa-sensei, is he okay? Aizawa, looking at the green-haired boy, you're going to Island Midoriya. Deku, what? Aizawa, as you heard, you were personally invited, 2-time sports festival champion. Bakugo, that's bullshit. What crap did they really invite him to? Aizawa, shut up, or you want me to increase your punishment. Todoroki, what are you going to go to? Deku, that's my problem. Uraraka, Deku. Deku, when am I leaving? Aizawa, Friday night. Deku, it's okay. Aizawa, everyone leave now except you, Midoriya. I have to talk to you. Deku understood. Everyone slowly left until only the teacher and student remained. Aizawa, what is your motivation? Deku, motivation? Aizawa, to be a hero. Deku, being a hero isn't just a title. At first I wanted to be a hero because of Almight, because I thought it was cool to save people with a smile. Aizawa, a worldly motivation, right? Being a hero just for your idol. Deku, yes, but as things happened, that changed. I understood that admiring someone only limited you. I wanted to be like All Might, that's why I used all my power. That's why I copied his techniques. But I learned that I have the strength to be better than him, stronger. So I had to learn to control that strength, and then I created my own techniques. Saving the world is my priority, but I also evolved. I don't just want to give a smile that calms hearts. I want to be the one that everyone can trust. A hero who, no matter the situation, will be there for the people even if he has to sacrifice his own life. To be the light that illuminates this dark world, a beacon of hope. Aizawa, Midoriya, thinking, I've never heard it like that before. His motivations go beyond what I imagined. What will happen will affect him too much. Deku, is something wrong? Aizawa, promise me you'll never change that, never leave behind your ideals and your sense of justice. Deku-sensei. Aizawa, the world is a dark place, Midoriya, and you are the best of your classmates of us. You are the closest person to being number one, and that says a lot, but please promise that you will never change who you are. Deku, I'm not liking this anymore. Aizawa, calm down, it'll just be a weekend, go talk to everyone, give that bright smile and come back, understand? Deku, I guess Almight will be there? Aizawa, that created, you know how reckless he is. Deku, haha, I guess will I need school stuff? Will I have homework? Aizawa, calm down, you won't have homework or anything like that, you know you have a few days off, you better not make the school look bad, understood? Deku, yes sir. The green-haired boy left the classroom. He didn't think about it much. Arriving at his room, he modified his training and his studies twice as much, always giving his best and more. The boy broke his limits. His logical thinking had already increased gradually as well as his strength. Even enduring the sadness, he wrote and practiced a motivational and happy speech which he managed to finish on Thursday. The boy felt devastated, sad and with a great weight on his heart, but he decided to move forward without caring about anything because knowing that he would probably meet his teacher. Hero and father figure again made him feel much better, although from time to time the feeling of sadness was close to coming out. Traitorous tears ran down the boy's face, who wiped them away while saying, "Heroes don't cry." Finally Friday arrived. Classes had already ended. Aizawa was just teaching a little homework. Aizawa, well, I had already told you before and today is that day. Midoriya, any words? Deku, none. Aizawa, fine, I guess you can go. Midoriya, I'll see you outside the High Alliance at the entrance, exactly, understood? Deku, yes sir. The green-haired boy left the classroom while all his classmates looked at him with some concern. Aizawa, did I say something or why are you staying here? Get out. Everyone listened and left the room. Meanwhile in Deku's room, he was looking at the ceiling. He didn't have much time but he was thinking. His seriousness was noticeable and although he didn't want to, his sadness was rising quickly. The boy stood up, seeing his mentor would help him a lot. Since he already had his suitcase ready, he didn't worry, although he still took a look at his room hoping he hadn't left anything behind. He sketched a slight and sad smile when he saw that everything he wanted to take was fine, although in the darkest corner of the room he could see his guitar still in its case waiting for dust, waiting for him to use it again. The boy sighed and left. He was on his way to the recreation room when he met Todoroki. Todoroki, so if you're going to leave. Deku, that's the plan. I was invited, and it would be rude to refuse. Todoroki, I see, have a good trip. Deku, I assume you didn't stop me here just to talk about my trip, did you? Todoroki, since when? Deku, just get to the point, will you? It's getting late. Todoroki, Izuku, I am sorry, the way I hit you wasn't right, believe me, I'm sorry, you helped me before and… Deku, that's all? You want my forgiveness that much? Well, you got it now, are you happy? Todoroki, friend, the truth is… Deku, you have my forgiveness ready, now get away from me. The bicolored boy was petrified. Of all the possible answers, this one was not among the logical ones. The green-haired boy walked next to Todoroki, who turned around and felt a cold run down his back because Izuku's eyes resembled Endeavor's. After moving forward a little, the freckled boy stopped his walk. Deku, you know Todoroki, take care of Vice President Yaoyorozu. You both really love each other, and tell her that it's rude to listen to other people's conversations. Saying this, Izuku continued walking. His other classmates saw him, but none did anything to stop him, so they didn't see the tears of the boy who was bursting into tears. He quickly called the elevator, and when he got inside he felt so emotionally fragile that he knew that repairing himself would be almost impossible, but he decided to endure it. If he could withstand blows from people stronger than him, then this wouldn't be very different. Deku, if I could beat Muscular, Chisaki and help in the battle against All for One, then I can fight this. The boy wiped his tears and decided to move forward. He arrived at the entrance and met his teacher. They both got into a car and headed to the airport. They didn't talk at all during the whole trip. Finally they arrived. Aizawa accompanied his student to the entrance of the plane. Aizawa, well boy, you know the deal. Deku, yes sensei, I'll see you on Monday. The green-haired man was about to cross the door when Aizawa, boy, don't forget your promise. Deku, thinking, but I didn't promise anything. The freckled boy didn't say anything to his teacher and got on the plane. He was a little scared after what happened with his father, but he decided to get some sleep, which he managed after a turbulence that made him activate the OFA in case something happened, but then he fell asleep, ending up in his mental space with the other carriers. Nana, hey look who arrived. Deku, and I thought I'd be a light sleeper. Funky, stop joking, brat. First bearer, Midoriya, I don't know how you were able to come without us calling you, but I'd like to take this opportunity to offer my condolences. Nana, you're right, I also give you my condolences. Deku, I'm just here to receive your pity? Thanks, but I'll pass. I'm a hero and I have to. Funky, smacking the freckled guy, be more grateful, will you? We understand that you're a hero, but you're also a child. It's okay to feel upset. Deku, affected? Don't you see me? I'm fine. Nana, boy, I know how you feel. Tashinori was the same as you when I died. Deku, I'm fine, check me, I have no injuries. First bearer, just because you don't have physical wounds doesn't mean you're not hurt. We all suffer loss and you know it. That's why one for all is a secret, because... Deku, because those who know will always be in danger, I already know that. Nana, then cheer up, you're a hero, act like one. Deku, thank you for your advice, but tell me, did any of you lose your parents? First bearer, I remind you that All for One is my brother. Deku, yes, and he was crazy, but it was until you came of age that you lost him. He moved away from you. The others have made great sacrifices, but they are things they did voluntarily. I did not want to lose my father. I did not want to fight with my friends or much less lose the woman I love. I did not choose that, and yet I have to act as if I did not care at all. Nana Izuku. Deku, you don't know anything about me. You think that because I live in my quirk you know my feelings, but it's not true. You see the things that I see, but you don't know what I suffer. Every day I wake up with sadness at the surface of my skin because I lost my father. Because it hurts me to see my mother cry inconsolably, but I have to be resilient because that's what a hero does. The green-haired boy was breaking his voice as tears began to fall. Soon that turned into crying. No one dared to do anything. Even the aggressive Funky was silent. But the maternal heart of the seventh bearer broke into pieces when she saw young Izuku cry like that. It was true, the boy was an aspiring hero. He had a noble heart with enormous willpower and an unbreakable spirit, but he was still a boy, an aspiring hero. Although these things would forge his path, they also affected him. The black-haired girl ran and hugged the green-haired boy tightly, who also hugged her, crying on his shoulder. Deku, I don't want to suffer anymore. Nana, sure everything's okay now Izuku, I've got you now. Funky, boy, sorry if we made you feel bad, you're right. We don't know how you feel. We only think about, well, you know. First bearer, he's right, we should have been less. Deku, okay, you're right, I must behave like a hero. The faster I get over this and forget it, the faster I'll focus on being the best. Nana, it's not about forgetting Izuku, it's about learning. Your father wouldn't like to see you like this. For him, even in his last moments you were a hero. The best way to keep his legacy alive is by doing the right thing like you've always done. Deku, thank you everyone. Funky, well, we don't want to get sentimental, do we? You're about to land, kid. You should wake up. Deku, really? I don't feel like I've been through the flight. Nana, that's obvious. You're in your subconscious here. Time is something relative. It's something like when you sleep and you wake up thinking it was only an hour and in reality it was more than 3 hehe. Deku, right, well then I'll stop by. Nice to talk to everyone. First bearer, Izuku, cheer up. Nana, don't forget to smile, as I told Tashinori, in this life. Deku, those who smile are the bravest. Thank you, Nana, and goodbye, disappearing. Nana, you should have told him. First bearer, and how do you think he would take it? I feel sad for Nana. In a corner of the mental space you could see a light flame which was slowly taking shape, a muscular form. The green-haired boy woke up and saw that they were right. He was about to land. The pilot was already giving notice, so without wasting time he put on his hero's suit. They had already told him the hotel where he would be staying, and since on the island they could use their quirk freely, he decided that he would use the OFA to go to the hotel quickly, but when he left he saw a blonde hair. As he got closer he could see that it was Melissa, so he decided to change plans just for the blonde, but something strange to him. The girl looked down, so he wasted no time. Quickening his pace he went towards her, who when she saw the green-haired boy ran to hug him. Melissa, yes you came. Deku, yeah, I was invited, didn't you know? Melissa, guest? Deku, they didn't tell me what for, they just said it was for winning the sports festival, Melissa, wait, what? But there's no. Then the girl opened her eyes and remembered, the poor boy had not been told anything about what was happening. Melissa, it's true that I'm a fool. There's Izuku, but I'm sorry, not long ago they said they would cancel the gala. Deku, really? And why? Melissa, I think it's because of some flaws in the inventions and all that, these novice inventors blowing things up. Deku, they remind me of Hatsum. Melissa, and speaking of her, I can see that you are wearing the suit we made for you. I see that it was a good idea to reinforce the joints. Deku, the suit is very light in general. Melissa, I knew it. In fact, I put the materials, the reinforcements, and some more ribs. But it was Hatsum who implemented the gas mask and the idea that it would be anti-quirks of some heroes or villains. Deku, I'm glad they get along. Melissa, well, I think the genius of it was that interface in the mask. Deku, yes, it's very useful remembering what he almost did to the villain. Melissa, Izuku, I want to tell you that I'm very sorry about your father. Deku, how did you find out? Melissa, lying, it was something that was heard in many places, and after they mentioned the surname Midoriya, well. Deku, I should have warned you. It's okay, Melissa, thank you very much for everything. Melissa, well, I guess you want to go to sleep. Deku, just a little, I don't want to stay up late, you know how I am. Melissa, haha, yeah, hey, Uncle Might is on the island, but what do you think if we go out a little tomorrow? Deku, yes, I would love to. What is the reason? Melissa, there isn't one in particular. I want to spend time with my best friend. Deku, well, if you pay, no, I don't have much money. Melissa, haha, of course, let's go. I'll walk you to your hotel. Deku, you're very kind. Thus ended the green-haired man's day. The next morning after training he decided to watch the news, where he saw a video that he recognized instantly. Reporter, here is the video. Finally, after a long time of waiting this morning, the staff of the police force of Japan provided us with the video of the capture of the villain whose civilian name is Kaguya Shido. Although at first the heroine Empty Lady claimed the capture, here you can see how it was the amateur hero Deku who took care of the villain. This recording is from cameras far from the area, since the nearby cameras were destroyed or became useless in the battle, and although this one suffered damage, we can see how the hero even risks his life to maintain peace. In the same way, even if the image quality is not the best, we can hear some pieces of audio that they were able to rescue. If you're going to kill me, do it because I won't stop. No. God knows what, but you wouldn't change who I am. I'll send you to jail and you'll spend your days in a cell knowing you won't have your freedom. I won, damn it. I'm a hero. The periods indicate the parts that were not heard, were not saved, or the television station censored. The freckled man was attentive to what he heard and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the violent parts of the fight were eliminated or censored. Reporter, we don't have any statement from the heroine yet, but let's wait a little longer to keep you updated. In other news, The green-haired man turned off the news when he heard someone knocking on his door, so he went to open it and found Melissa there. Deku, good morning. Melissa, have you changed your sense of humor? Because it doesn't suit you. Deku, sorry you know. Melissa, yes I know, I'm glad you didn't kill the villain. Deku, I'll guess. You saw the news. Melissa, I saw them on my way here. Deku, I didn't kill him even though I wanted to. Melissa, but you managed to control yourself and that's great. Deku, let's go out already. I don't want to remember it. Melissa, first put on something more decent. Deku, you're the boss, I won't be long, I'll open the door in 5 minutes. Said and done, the freckled boy opened on time, even a minute earlier. They spent the whole day together. The blonde girl told her anecdotes while Deku remained silent. He didn't want to be impertinent, much less make the blonde girl sad. That's how the whole day went until night came. Her father came to pick her up and, upon seeing the freckled boy, hugged him. David, Izuku, good night. Deku, Professor Shield, nice to see you again. David, too bad the event was cancelled. Deku, it's nothing, Professor, you know I'm not at my best. David, well, that's it, I'm very sorry about your father's death. Deku, thank you, teacher. David, hey, well, what do you think if tomorrow? Yeah, then tomorrow we're going to see Toshi. Deku, excited, really? David, calm down, boy, but yes, if it's not a bother. Deku, none, you know that he is my mentor and right now he needed some advice. David, okay, kid, then I won't interrupt you anymore, rest, see you tomorrow. Deku, see you tomorrow, Professor. David, hey kid. Deku, turning to see the teacher, what's wrong? The teacher looked at the green-haired boy. David wanted to tell the freckled boy off, it was only fair, but when he saw him smile. David, nah, nothing, Izuku, I'll see you tomorrow. The boy smiled a little and left. The teacher started crying, as did Melissa. Melissa, you should have told him. David, just as the director told me things, it was the first time I smiled. I don't have the heart. Melissa, it will hurt tomorrow. David, Toshinori will spend his last days with him, that will at least lift both of their spirits. Melissa, Dad waited for that. Thus ended the day. Inside Izuku's OFA there was a light flame which grew bigger and bigger, taking a little shape. Nana, coming soon, Toshinori, but first say goodbye to the boy. The next day Deku got up at the time he was used to. He exercised like he hadn't done before. Somehow he felt full of energy, attributing it to seeing his teacher. The boy took a bath and got ready. Melissa arrived and took him to eat. The girl looked tired and sad with red eyes, something that alarmed the green-haired boy, but every time he asked she evaded him. Finally the time came to see Almight. A limousine arrived for both of them and took them to the hospital. Deku was surprised by this and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Again a bad feeling, like when his father died. When he entered he saw that David was also dressed formally. Deku, pro teacher, what's wrong? David, dude, the truth is there was never a gala. We brought you because Toshi wanted to see you. Deku, boo, but why lie? You could tell me and I'd be happy to come. Melissa, Deku, the uncle might, he's starting to cry. David, Izuku wanted you to come because... Deku, no. It's not true, it can't be true. He's running all over the hospital using the OFA until he found the room. The boy opened the door, all the lights were on and the small room was perfectly lit, perfectly showing the silhouette of a thin, gaunt man with blonde hair, All Might in his weak form. The man turned to his right, seeing Izuku, who was standing. Insert all gone, no escape, extended version by Gustavo Santaolalla. Toshinori, yes, you arrived. Deku, All Might, I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner. Toshinori, it's nothing, you were with Melissa and that's fine with me, you two are very close. Deku, what's wrong, All Might? Toshinori, Izuku, you know perfectly well what I have. Deku, no, it can't be, you are. Toshinori, please don't cry, son, I'm fine. Deku, how can you say that? Please, you have to get up, All Might, I know you can. Toshinori, I really wish I had more time, but I think I don't have much time left. I'm sorry I couldn't be there when your father passed away. Deku, it's okay, I know you're a busy person, but now I'm glad to be here with you. Tashinori, sorry if it won't be for long. Deku, what are you saying? You are All Might, the #1 hero. You have always escaped death. Come on, please get up. You always told me that, right? Go beyond your limits, please don't leave me. Tashinori, Son, this hero is about to retire. You will be the next symbol of peace now. Deku, no, I'm not ready yet. Tashinori, hey, I know you'll be the best of us, so cheer up. Deku clutched the sheets in a clear sign of helplessness because before his eyes his hero was falling. Death was an enemy that you can avoid but not defeat. The boy began to cry while his teacher caressed his head. Tashinori, Izuku, please don't cry, I'll be fine. In the days I've been here, Dave visits me daily. We remember the great days when we were young. Melissa also keeps me company. She tells me about her adventures at school every day, and today you're here. I can't feel happier, son. I can go in peace. Deku, no, you can't. You promised to see me grow. I haven't mastered 100% of the OFA yet. You promised you'd see me become #1. The green-haired boy began to cry. His soul was broken by what he was seeing. His hero couldn't die that easily. Tashinori, Izuku, I know this is difficult for you, but you have to understand that I can't leave if you're sad. You're the closest thing to a son I've ever had. Deku, crying, and that's why I don't want to lose you. I know it sounds selfish, but I lost the woman I love. I lost my friends. I lost my father. I don't want to lose you. Tashinori, Izuku, please look at me. I'm fine, nothing hurts. These days I've felt very well, and having you here makes it better. I couldn't leave without saying goodbye to you. Deku, All Might to Tashinori. Tashinori, I'm also grateful to you, son. Remember Sir Nitai's prophecy? He said I would die in the cruelest way possible, and yet, it's thanks to you that I'm here. You did it again, you saved me. Deku, no, I didn't do it. I was supposed to prevent your death. Tashinori, it's been more than 3 years since that prophecy, Izuku. For a part of that time I was afraid. Each fight could have been the last. With each one that destiny could have been fulfilled. But it wasn't until I found you and saw all your achievements that I convinced myself that you would be someone incredible enough to change the future. You changed little Aries, and with hers came mine. You said goodbye to that future of sadistic and grotesque death and said hello to one where I spent time with my best friend, with the people I love, and with you. That makes you my hero, don't you think? Besides, who says I'll fail my promise? I'll see you be no one, because I won't abandon you. Even dead I'll be with you because I'll live in the OFA. Deku, but if you leave, no, I don't want to be alone, All Might. I couldn't stand it. Tashinori, my child, you will never be alone, you know? Yes, you will travel very far, Izuku, but I will not abandon you, and even when death takes me, the richness of my life will pass to you. Everything I have, what I have learned, my feelings, all that and more will pass to you, son. I will be your companion every day. You will make my strength yours. You will see my life through your eyes, and I will see yours through mine. The student will become the teacher, and the teacher the student. This is my legacy, all I can give you. Deku, All Might, please don't go. Tashinori, you know, you'll be stronger than I ever imagined. The only way to know how much is to keep testing your limits, son. The green-haired boy couldn't stop crying, because now inside him, in the OFA, he could feel how his master's life was getting shorter. The blonde was making a superhuman effort to keep talking. All Might was breaking his limits for the last time. Tashinori, Izuku, you will give the people an ideal to aspire to. They will follow you. They will stumble and fail, but in time they will join you in the sun. In time they will achieve wonders. Go out and show the world the next symbol of peace. Show everyone why you were my successor, my son, my hero, with a smile. You can become a hero. What you receive by luck or as a blessing, and what is transmitted to you when you are recognized, are essentially different things. Next up is you. And then it happened. The blonde gave one last smile as he slowly closed his eyes. The machine next to Yagi Tashinori let out a pitiful beep. A beep that was drowned out by the screams and cries of a green-haired boy who couldn't take it anymore and broke down. All his cries were heard throughout the hospital. David and Melissa, the moment they heard this, they knew what was happening, and tears sprang from their eyes. David, who was All Might's best friend and his partner in his last days, felt the loss without being able to do anything. Inside the room, Izuku Midoriya couldn't stop crying. The strong, tough boy shell that he had built to not let go of his emotions was destroyed in seconds. Both David and Deku, those who were the ones who helped Almight feel the weight of loss, the pain of not being able to do anything for the man who always fought to protect his city, giving more than his life, but it is too late. Because today is the day that the symbol of peace, Almight, Yagi Tashinori, has died. Chapter 39, Farewell to a Great Man. The entire hospital was silent. The machines were the only ones capable of emitting sound. David went to the room where Almight was to find him next to Deku, who couldn't stop sobbing. David boy. Deku, he left. Professor Almight is already in this. David, I know, I thought I had more time. Sorry Izuku, I should have brought you earlier. Deku, when will it be made public? David, tomorrow. The funeral will be held in Japan at the request of Toshi and the director 3 days later while they prepare everything, that is, in a week and a half. Deku, shouldn't it take less time? David, the director took over a few days ago when I asked him if you could come to the island. Deku, I see. Well then I'll get ready. My flight leaves tomorrow. It would be today, but I don't feel ready. David, calm down Izuku, we brought you, we will return you. It will be early tomorrow. Also Melissa and I have to go to Japan for the funeral and help in any way we can. Deku, thank you. I hope I'm not a burden, Professor Bowling. David, you're not a kid. Toshi was counting on you even to the point of giving you one for all. Deku, surprised W. Wait, how do you know about one for all? David, Toshi told me. He couldn't leave without keeping the secret from me, I suppose. Although he only told me, he also said that you would be strong enough to defeat Shigaraki now that All for One is in prison. Deku, even in his last moments he trusted me. David, he saw you as a father Izuku, although I'm surprised you're hot. Seriously. Deku, seriously, I have no more tears to shed, and this isn't my first funeral. David, true, sorry if I make you remember that kid. Deku, it's okay Professor, yeah. At that moment the green-haired boy fell to the ground, fainted. Immediately David and Melissa carried him and called an ambulance. When they arrived at the hospital they did all kinds of tests which all said the same thing. The boy was malnourished. A superhuman effort. He had too much tension and pressure. The brunette and the blonde looked at the whole list of things, which was huge. Without saying anything, Melissa leaned on the chest of the fainted boy. He was destroyed to that point. By instinct and fearing the worst, the girl under the sheet that covered the boy's body up to the torso. At first David blushed and was about to repress his daughter, but after analyzing for a few seconds he understood perfectly what she wanted to do. In the boy's tests it said that he had unhealed fractures as well as lacerations and some internal blows. The girl checked his arms with the fear of finding cuts, but nothing. She only saw the characteristic scars on him, for which she was momentarily relieved, but David, he's not stupid, he's a hero who uses his fists. Do you think he would cut his arms knowing that's what they check first? Melissa, what do you suggest? David, check the bottom, torso, ribs, thighs, knees. I hope I'm wrong. The girl acted as her father told her. Even with his help, they didn't find anything, fortunately. But they didn't want to be left with doubts and asked the doctor who treated him to explain to them, to which the man in the white coat explained everything without flinching, the blows from his friends, the old ones and the new ones. Plus the blow from Todoroki's ice pillar had caused everything. The boy had the strength and courage to move even in that state, but he couldn't do it anymore, or fainting was the slightest thing he could present. Although hours later the same doctor came out with a face that showed concern. Doctor, the boy, what has happened to him? Melissa, what do you mean, doctor? Doctor, Miss Shield, before I tell you, I need you to answer my question. It is of utmost importance. David, he comes from the UA. He had an altercation with his classmates. After that he had personal problems, and his father died not long ago. Why? Doctor, Professor, the boy, he is damaged both externally and internally. We ran tests, and it shows strong marks around his neck and on his stomach. We found the presence of pills, the amount necessary to cause an overdose or a sudden arrest. At that moment the blonde took her hands to her stomach in horror, while David closed his fists with fury and helplessness. He was sad for the boy. Almight had told him the story of his successor when he entrusted him with the secret of One for All. David always thought about how the green-haired man had managed to cope with all his problems until today. Unfortunately, everything has a limit, and Izuku had already reached his, but he felt better knowing that if he had the mark on his neck but it didn't reach anything along with the pills, somehow something inside the boy kept him alive. Doctor, we will keep him here at least until tomorrow afternoon to observe him. We already pumped his stomach and with the help of doctors we removed his wounds. David, I understand. Doctor, although something that makes me curious are your scars. Melissa, they were caused by battles. Her quirk is so powerful that her body couldn't handle it, it broke her bones. Doctor, I see, but that's not my point. David, what's wrong, Doctor? Doctor, his scars are there. The damage to the epidermis will not be erased, but the internal wounds are not there. I checked his medical history and saw that he had pieces of bones embedded in the muscles, internal damage. The boy had such serious damage that if he went too far again his arms would be useless, but it is as if he were as good as new. His body has no damage other than the scars and the damage he had to get to this point. David, it's incredible. Doctor, what you've done would be a major medical breakthrough, Professor. David, I'm sorry, if what you're trying to know is if I know how he managed to get cured, I have to tell you no. The boy is a student at the UA and was only here at the invitation of my daughter Melissa. Doctor, I see. Well then, without further comment, I leave. Melissa, Doctor, would it be possible for someone to stay and take care of him? Doctor, Miss Shield, yes. If anyone asks, just show them this paper writing a justification. It is not usually allowed since the hospital is centered on the island, therefore it is easily accessible, but since your friend is a foreigner, an exception can be made. Melissa, lots of spellings, Doctor. Doctor, it's nothing. Well, I'll leave now if you'll excuse me. The doctor bowed, as did Melissa and David. David, I guess we'll delay our flight, daughter. Melissa, do you have any problems, Dad? You could go early tomorrow morning, and I'll catch up with Deku later. David, no. Izuku was like a son to Toshi and I owe him my life. We will stay with him, and we will go together. Melissa, with some tears, thanks, Dad. David, in the meantime, I'll go home, pack my suitcase, and run some errands. I'm calling to pick you up so you can get your things together. Is that okay? Melissa, yes, Dad. David, I'll also leave you something to eat and something for the road. In the meantime, take it, taking off his jacket and giving it to the blonde so you won't be cold, daughter. Melissa, thanks, Dad. So the night passed, a green-haired boy completely unconscious, a blonde next to him, and a brunette completely worried. The next morning at around 9 o'clock, Deku opened his eyes, looked around without seeing anyone. He realized he was in a hospital. He had slight amnesia, but he knew he had lost something. Somehow he felt stronger and weaker at the same time. Melissa, you finally wake up, entering the room. Deku, Melissa, what happened? Melissa, you don't remember? Deku, no, my memory is a bit jumbled, Almight. Melissa, Deku, Uncle Might. Deku, yes, I remembered. Melissa, are you okay? Deku, giving a fake smile, yes, he said he trusted me, so I'll try my best to make it worth it. Melissa, no, you're not okay. Deku, haha, yes, I am, Melissa, why don't you believe me? Melissa, because yesterday when you fainted and we brought you to the hospital, we saw your tests, you tried to commit suicide, Izuku. And not just once but 2 or more times, because I know you're not okay. Deku, I didn't want you to see that, Melissa. Melissa, what's happening to you? Deku, shedding tears while smiling, when I hit my father's killer it felt so good, in fact it felt too good, but I'm scared of losing and going back to what I was before, because I have to be better. I have to be better so I can save everyone, you, Kendo, my mother Uraraka. Melissa, Izuku. Deku, now I don't know how I'll live in a world without All Might. Melissa, yes, I know. I will do the things I have been passionate about. I will continue inventing things to help the heroes like he liked. I will be the heroine of heroes. Deku, he promised he would be present at my graduation, he would see me become #1, now I feel lost. Melissa, Deku. Deku, well, we have to go back to Japan, right? Let's go. Melissa, how are you feeling? Deku, how I look, he sad. Not much happened and David came in, talked a little with the doctor. Deku spent the whole day in the hospital while they did various tests on him. It wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that they discharged the freckled man who reluctantly put on his clothes. When he left, he met Melissa and David. Deku, can we go now? I hate hospitals, I don't know. David, how are you feeling, kid? Melissa, Dad. Deku, as if I had been run over, but far from that, everything is fine, Professor. David, Izuku, you should know that Toshi loved you like a son. Whatever you need, I can do it. Deku, Professor, with all due respect, I'm fine. I just needed to sleep a little without the help of medicine and a good bath. David, sure, tomorrow we leave at 10 o'clock in the morning. Deku, sorry if I wasted too much of your time. Melissa, don't say that, your family is not abandoned. Deku, thank you. The teacher and his daughter took the freckled boy to the place where he was staying and then they went home. The boy spent the night crying. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't sleep, so he started doing a training routine hoping to tire himself out and sleep, but nothing. The boy trained all night, and when he finally woke up he went down to the dining room that the hotel offered and ordered his breakfast, waiting for the Shield family, who made an appearance at 8:30. Deku, I have everything ready, Professor. David, it didn't take you long. Deku, I didn't bring many things, just a light backpack. David, that's fine. Deku, have you had breakfast yet? Melissa, yes, thank you very much, Deku. The boy finished his breakfast, and they went to the island's airport. Deku, commercial flight, it's funny. David, we didn't want to make a big deal about it when we arrived in Japan or for too many people to find out, they just know. Deku, Principal Nizu, the UA teachers, the big three, or at least just Mirio for being Sir Night-Eye and Gran Torino's protege. David, Tsukachi knows it too, and some other people. Deku, well, we have to go up or we won't lose. They boarded the huge aircraft, and after waiting a few minutes for it to take off, Melissa and her father managed to sleep except the green-haired man, who shed a few tears while the plane's screen showed a report of All Might in honor of the deceased hero. After the flight time, they managed to reach mainland Japan to go immediately to the UA, but without anyone seeing Deku. Upon arrival, they went to the director's office, who was waiting for them with a sad face. The kind rodent hugged Deku, thinking that it was because of All Might's death. He responded to the gesture, but the truth is that it was because the teacher had told the director what had happened in the hospital under the promise of not saying anything. The rodent kept his promise, but also felt sad for his student, remembering Aizawa's words. A world without his father and without his greatest hero. I'm not afraid that he will become a villain, I'm afraid that he will want to end his life. David, thank you for having us, Director. Nizu, Izuku's son, how do you feel? Deku, with all due respect, Director, I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I know what happened, I have to get over it like what happened to my father. Does anyone know I'm back? Nizu, nobody, I kept this a secret. Deku, I was on island the same day All Might died, isn't that too much of a coincidence? Nizu, we covered your tracks, the event, the island gala, also appears in the news. Now go home with your mother if you want, tomorrow you will return to school. Deku, understood, excuse me bowling and leaving the office. David, are you sure this was a good idea? Nizu, I trust him, he is a student of UA and the successor of All Might. If we distrust him, we would be no better than the villains. David, you're right. Do you think it would be a good idea for me to go back to the academy? Nizu, do you know how I managed to avoid my sense? David, I have no idea. At that moment, Nizus took out documents with the boys' notes dated from the exact moment of the fight in the Class A gym and the moments after this. The teacher reviewed them and was greatly surprised. David, he never lowered his grade? Nizu, I couldn't believe it either, so I took out documents from other dates and the result was the same surprise. His grades, the boy is the second best in the class, only behind Yaoyorozu. But he never lowered his level, he continued to be the second best in some way. Melissa, he had a hard life but he had to hide it for his mother. David, right, that's why he might have been able to hide it, but I'm surprised he was able to keep up the pace. Nizu, no, 100% gold to be a hero. David, What was that? Nizu, those were his words on a recording of his class's recreation room. That's his motivation. Melissa. I'm scared of losing and going back to what I was before because I have to be better. I have to be better so I can save everyone, you, Kendo, my mother Uraraka. David. He pushes himself so hard to be better, he pushes himself so hard not to let anyone down, and he can't slow down. Nizu, go beyond your limits. Melissa, that'll kill him. David, you're right, director, there has to be a way. Nizu, David, I had to suspend him, almost force him to take a break when his father died. Even when he received the punishment, he somehow managed to do everything without collapsing, and even when he was offered a break, he didn't accept even if his body was damaged by loss of sleep, poor diet, and the beatings of his friends. He continued studying. He won't want to take a break now. David. Even in his last moments, he trusted me. Melissa, please keep him under observation. Nizu, that's the idea, miss. Deku finally arrived home. Upon arrival, he was greeted by his mother with tears and hugs. Inko, son H, how did the gala go? Deku, it was cancelled, mom, you know why. Inko, Izuku, yo. Deku, I'll go to my room, mom, do you think I can, you know? Inko, stay? As long as you need, son. You know this is your home. Deku, thanks, mom. Inko, do you want to talk? Deku, I'll be in my room. Can I come down to eat? Inko, yes, son. The green-haired boy went up slowly. The older Midoriya constantly peeked out the door to see if her son came out, but nothing. Inko did Katsudan, hoping it would cheer Deku up. She called him to eat, but nothing. She called him again, but the same. The boy didn't come down. Inko decided to go up for her son, but the moment she went up, she felt a déjà vu somehow. The moment she opened the door, she could see her son sitting in front of the computer. While the video of All Might's debut played, Inko's heart was squeezed with sadness. It was a scene she didn't want to repeat. Deku, turning to see his mother with a heartfelt cry, he's gone. Mom, All Might's gone. Do you think I can be a hero as cool as him? Inko shed tears but gathered her courage. She had already been through this, and had not supported her son. Now support was what her special child needed most, and his mother would not fail her. Inko, Izuku, come here, sit down, pointing to the green-haired boy's bed. You were already a hero as a child. No matter what happened, no matter how much they hit you, you got up and continued. My special boy, even without a quirk, you were already the hero of many people, but above all, you were already the hero of your father and mine. Deku, mom. Inko, with or without quirk, you will always be my hero. Iku, you think? Inko, I've always believed it. Son, looking at the room, Izuku, do you remember when I used to sit you on my lap? You were a little broccoli, Deku, mom, embarrassed. Inko, and then I would pick you up and spin you around your room and lay you down gently on your bed. I could do little trumpet sounds on your tummy, and I could do surprise tickles. At that moment, the green-haired girl attacked her son mercilessly with tickles, who couldn't help but laugh without limitations until his mother surprisingly laid his head on her legs while she caressed his hair maternally. The unique way she did it managed to calm him down. That special way of saying that everything will be okay managed to make the boy stop crying. Insert In My Heart You Will Live by Phil Collins. Inko, although what I remember most were those times when I hugged you and sang to you. Remember, Izuku? Do you remember the song? Deku, you? Inko, how it pains me to see you cry. Take my hand, feel it. I'll protect you from anything. Don't cry anymore, I'm here. The green-haired boy, through tears, clung to his mother, who did not stop singing, hugging her son. His age did not matter, nor did the titanic strength he possessed. For Inko, he will always be her special little boy, and that would never change. The green-haired boy stopped crying and wiped his tears. Inko, now let me see that smiling face. Deku, do you think I can smile like that again? Inko, you have something that no one has, a light, a bright light bigger than any hero's. At that moment, Deku's stomach started to growl a little, making Inko smile. Inko, but the first thing we'll do is feed that belly, don't you think? Deku, you're right, mom, thanks. Inko, don't even mention it, Izuku. Now go down and eat, or I'll sell your All Might items. Deku, hee, I'm coming. Thus passed the dinner between mother and son, a dinner that evoked those moments of Izuku's childhood who, despite still being sad and broken, already felt better. At least now he had a reason to live, a reason to hold on to. The next day the boy said goodbye to his mother to go to school. The older Midoriya hugged her little one saying goodbye. A few minutes later on the way the boy arrived at the UA a little scared. He opened the door finding his classmates. He really didn't feel like talking but he knew it would be inevitable. Kirishima, hey Deku bro, you're finally here. Deku, well I live and study here. Kaminari, you heard about. Deku, I went to Island for a stupid gala that got cancelled. Do you think I didn't find out? Todoroki, how do you? Deku, how do I look? Yaoyorozu, Izuku yo Quiria. Deku Vice President, with all due respect, I don't really feel like talking. I'm going to my seat if you don't mind. The boy was heading towards his seat but Bakugo, hey damn nerd. Deku, hey no. Bakugo, I know you were there with Almight, you know he was my favorite hero as well as yours. Deku, so? What are you getting at? Bakugo, damn it Deku, I just want to tell you I'm sorry. Deku, that's all? Well, I don't know who made you say that, but I'm fine. Now do me a stupid favor and mind your own damn business. The green-haired boy said this and went to his place. The blonde was speechless. He knew Deku better than anyone and knew that Deku only said bad things when he was super upset. Kaminari, oh hey, that was extreme coming from him. Bakugo, don't bother him. Power failure, just leave him alone. So the days passed for the green-haired boy. From time to time he met with Melissa, who with the help of her father did tests to verify that he was healing. The boy did not object at all. Finally the day arrived, All Might's funeral, also nicknamed by some media as the funeral for a friend. Well, the symbol of peace will never die. Now we are in the center of Japan, where multiple soldiers were standing firm with their weapons raised waiting for a caravan that was approaching several meters behind, in which all the heroes without exception came, all of them guarding a carriage where All Might's coffin was. The caravan was obviously led by Endeavor, who wore a serious face, but unlike his patrols this one looked solemn, lamenting the loss of the one who became his friend. Upon arriving at the place where all the people gathered to say goodbye to All Might, you could see a huge golden statue, which feared the shape of the muscular blonde, with his cadaveric smile and both hands on his waist. On the shoulder resting you could see a powerful eagle with a sharp look. Some people said a few words. Thick gray clouds could be seen, symbol of a storm. The director of UA said a few words to pass on to who was All Might's partner during his stay in the United States. David, thank you director. Well, what can I say about Toshi? He was someone impressive. Sometimes he was stubborn, but I guess you know that. He never said no. I had the chance to see how his body moved before he had a chance to think, and although at the time it seemed crazy to me, I must admit that he is unique. My best friend, I am overcome with nostalgia remembering those moments, but today we are here to say goodbye Toshi. May the angels welcome you and take you through the field of flowers worthy of you. May they sing your name with love and fury so that we can hear it rise in the depths of the sky and know that you have taken your rightful place at the table of heroes, because a great man has fallen, a warrior, a born leader, a hero, a friend. Thank you for listening to me. Finally, I wanted to bring up here the strongest student of the UA, Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy nodded without much enthusiasm. He was not in the mood to talk but decided to do it for his teacher. The boy went up and managed to see all the people gathered. He had written a short speech, but the moment he saw everyone gathered his voice broke. He put the sheet of paper in the jacket of the suit he was wearing. He breathed deeply as some drops of rain began to fall. The boy gathered his courage and began to speak. Deku, I know it's easy to feel the lack of hope on a day like this. Let's be aware that there will be dark days in the future. Now that he's gone, there will be days when those who feel alone will need hope the most. It doesn't matter if you believe it doesn't exist, or if you feel lost. All Might, besides being the symbol of peace, was also someone who with his mere presence gave us hope, the motivation to move forward. But now is when you must promise me that you will hold on to hope. Keep it alive. We must overcome suffering. Everyone needs hope and the knowledge that tomorrow will be better. And even if we fail, what better way is there to live? While we remember the one who helped us, inspired us to become what we are. I know this seems like a farewell, but we will carry a fragment of him in all of us to everything we do after, so as not to forget who we are and who we should be. All Might was a great man and the best hero there could be. Let's keep his legacy alive by being as honest and noble as he was. Since his speech began, raindrops began to fall. Halfway through, they were already a downpour, but everyone had an umbrella except the green-haired boy, who received the water without a gesture. He moved his hair away from his face and looked at the sky. In a way, he was happy about the rain because no one else could see his tears. Deku, thinking, All Might, I'm sorry I'm not the hero you thought I was, and I'm not the protector of peace that I thought I was. I don't know what I am. Endeavor walked steadily up the stairs, lit his quirk as much as he could, creating a blue flame which he shot towards the enormous tray that was in front of the sculpture, lighting it. An enormous flame rose up, totally imposing, without fear of being extinguished because the rain could not put it out. Everyone bowed their heads, observing a minute of silence. At the end of the funeral, everyone left. Only Deku approached Nizu and Professor David. David, it was a nice thing, Director. Nizu, yes, but it would be better if we didn't bury All Might. Deku, it's an empty coffin. Nizu, yes, but nobody knows and it is a symbolic act for the agent. David, you know that Toshi's real grave is. Deku, with Nana I know. Nizu, boy, there's going to be a curfew at school. You can't go out, but there won't be any classes either, at least for a few days, you know why. Deku, morning I know, 2 months after finishing UA. Nizu, go to your dorm, boy. Deku, you? The green-haired boy hugged his mother. Deku, I have to go. Inko, yes, the director said so. Will you be okay, son? Deku, that's what Mom created. Inko, walking towards the statue, you know, son, I admired the way you saw All Might. It went beyond a fanatic. You could recognize a true hero just by looking at him. After all, there are not many like him on the streets, going from one place to another saving people like you and me. And God knew that our family needed a hero, and with his help you became that hero, someone brave who always sacrifices himself for everyone, setting an example for many people. Deku, Mom be you, but I don't. Inko, everyone loves a hero, they line up to see them, cheer them on, shout their name, and over the years they recount how they endured hours of rain just to see the one who taught them to resist a second longer. You know, Izuku, even though not all of us were, I feel like there's a hero in all of us. It gives us strength, makes us noble, keeps us honest, and in the end allows us to die with pride. Deku, Mom. Inko, this will be difficult for you, son, I know, but I also know that you will manage to get up from this as you always did. Today a light went out, but yours will shine brighter than any other hero's. Only you will decide when. Now go to school. I don't want you to get scolded. Deku, yes. The boy went straight to his bedroom. Now he didn't know what to do. He lost the 2 most important people in his life. He didn't even know who he was. Suddenly, as if it were a smash, the memories hit him. Only they were dark memories that somehow told him that everything was his fault. The boy was getting angry. Trying to ignore these thoughts without success until he found his hero's suit, the suit in his briefcase perfectly folded, the boy picked it up angrily. Deku, if it weren't for you, for my stupid dream, if I had given up from the beginning and clung to reality, this wouldn't happen. All Might would still be alive. I'm not worthy of having one for all. Mirio had been training for years. He was the one who had to receive it. He would have mastered it without problems. If All Might had never met me, everything would be better. Not anymore. The boy threw his suit towards the trash can, but the suit did not go in completely. As if asking for help, the mask peeked out. The eyes of the mask looked sad. Even the ears on his head were drooping, something that had never happened. A glove also hung waiting to be taken to get out. The boy looked at his suit in the can for a few seconds before turning his back on it. No more Deku. Tartarus prison. 3 a.m. We can see a figure covered in fog in the typical orange suit. Suddenly in the depths some screams could be heard, followed by a thunderclap, then footsteps. A figure approached the cell of the fog man. Wow, Kurogyri, it seems you've already gotten used to being like an animal. Kurogyri, how did you get out, Dabi? Forget it, I don't want to know. Go back to your cell before the others come. Dabi, as I guessed, they only allow you to have your body covered. Kurogiri, yes, I can't generate portals, but this keeps me anonymous, and that's fine by me. Dabi, how boring you are. What about that crazy Shigaraki's plans? Kurogiri, if that crazy guy cared, he would have kicked me out a long time ago, don't you think, kid? Dabi, or maybe he didn't want to risk being caught because of you, but it's good that I'm here. Kurogiri, get to the point, shall we? The other guards will arrive soon. Dabi, sigh well, Mr. Stiff. At this hour something strange is happening. The anti-quirk collars have a slight flaw. In my case I can generate a small flame showing, but it is as hot as the others. That's how I opened my cell. In your case you couldn't make a huge portal. At least it would be big enough to carry a pencil, but it just so happens that here I have a very special pill. Kurogiri, quirk amplifiers? Dabi, but it's more than that, it's the perfect pill, powerful enough to make your quirk reach unimaginable levels. There's only one of these and Shigaraki wanted it for you, and since Almight died, what does it matter? So here, swallow. Kurogiri, wherever a joke, kid. Dabi, do you see me as a liar? Now get us all out of this dump. Kurogiri listened to the black-haired man and felt how his strength increased to monstrous levels. His eyes turned red and his body began to grow bigger, all of this observed by Dabi, who only sketched a smile. Dabi, and now without the symbol of peace it's time for everyone to fall. We can see the huge prison which was shaking while all the lights were turned on. After a few minutes everything was in great chaos, the biggest escape of villains ever seen before. Chapter 40, I Should Never. The Tartaros prison was empty. Only some corpses of police officers remained, but no trace of the prisoners. There was only one who remained deep in the prison but with a smile on his face while receiving his punishment. This was none other than the Master of Evil All for One. AFO, it's time for everything to fall. However, the villains have not yet made their move. Therefore, the media has done nothing to avoid alarming civilians, but the heroes have been working overtime to find them without success. But at UA things were not looking very good in Class 3A because the strongest student did not leave his room except very early so as not to be seen. He had stopped training. They had been given a week off. The days passed slowly. Everyone missed their green-haired partner. Daily Yaoyorozu in the company of Todoroki went to knock on his room without receiving an answer. More than once they wanted to knock on the door, but Bakugo stopped them. Bakugo, you don't know what's going on, stop messing around. So the days passed. On Friday the boys wanted to go out, and Uraraka, in an attempt to fix things, went to the green-haired boy's room. Uraraka, izuku? I don't know if you're listening to me. Well, I don't even know if you are. The boys and I are going out to the mall. The girls want to see their prom dresses and the boys, well, you already know how they are. Hehehe, if you want you can reach us, you have our number. Sorry if I'm bothering you. The brunette left without knowing that the freckled boy was lying in his bed listening to music. As soon as the boy felt Uraraka's prescience, he immediately took his music player. The boy could not help it. He still loved the brunette, but he could not look her in the eyes. Besides that, not long ago the boy had decided to abandon the UA. He had simply lost motivation. On the other hand, with the other boys, they were already in the mall, still thinking about their friend until the girls entered a dress store. Only the men and Yaoyorozu stayed outside. Todoroki, why don't you go with them? Yaoyorozu, I already have my Shoto dress, I just came to accompany you. Todoroki, are you thinking about the right one? Yaoyorozu, he's my best friend. Well, I don't know if he still considers me that way. It worries me. I'm afraid he'll do something. Todoroki, don't think about that princess taking the brunette's hand. It's Midoriya we're talking about. He's the toughest of all the tough ones. He's faced enemies twice as strong as him, and he always comes out winning. He faced us twice and won. He'll get through this, I'm sure. Yaoyorozu, I guess you're right, Shoto. Thanks. Giving a kiss to the bicolor. At that moment the girls were about to leave. They still hadn't seen a dress they liked, but on the floors below they heard explosions. Everyone immediately became alert. The girls were locked in the store because the owners closed it as a precaution. The boys approached the railings and could see how down below there was a large group of villains. They began to shout and insult the civilians. Bakugo immediately activated his quirk, but Todoroki put up a small ice barrier preventing him from passing. Bakugo, what the hell are you doing half and half? Todoroki, can you be so stupid? They don't know we're here, we don't have our suits on. Bakugo, But if the license, I can go and finish it. Todoroki, 40 villains against 14. Yes, we can, but the mall is full, we risk civilians. Bakugo, and shit. Todoroki, can you use your damn head for the first time instead of your fists? Yaoyorozu, will you please be quiet? Do you realize that as soon as you hear us, it's all over? Do we have a plan? Todoroki, yes, fight. Yaoyorozu, there is a better option, it involves fighting, but we can do it incognito, so we don't get seen. Bakugo, that's stupid. Todoroki, that's right, we can fight by acting cautiously, luring the bad guys to places with few people. Bakugo, damn okay, if you have a plan, say it quickly. Yaoyorozu, okay, I have an idea. Smoke bombs, light explosions, enough heat to make them jump out and hit them with ice pillars. A giant bird shadow caught them when they had their guard down. Slowly all the villains were falling one after another. After a while none remained. Few people saw them act but decided to keep the secret in gratitude to the heroes. But at UA things were not looking good for Deku. His mind was filled with negative thoughts. Each time he convinced himself that being a hero had been his worst idea. So he spent the whole day. He didn't even hear his companions return. Much less had he seen the news. The green-haired boy had thought about it a lot and decided that the right way to end it all was not by committing suicide, because that would not change anything. The right thing was to give his power to Mirio. Izuku knew that the muscular blonde had denied it once, but if he told him his reasons he could make him change his mind. The boy spent the whole day in bed until very late at night he got up. Deku, as soon as I give one for all to Mirio I'll be quirkless again. I'll have to leave UA even though it would attract a lot of attention. How did he explain that I lost my quirk from one day to the next? Only Kaken knows the secret. I don't even want to imagine his attitude. Well, the director would understand, I guess. Well, I could stay a few days, I'm still nervous. I could invent a genetic fault or an incident with the anti-quirk bullets. That would be convincing, although I would continue seeing Uraraka. Also, I would have to lie to my mom. No more lies, make a decision. If I want her to support me, she will have to understand me. It's time to tell her about One for All. The boy was determined to tell the truth to his mother, but he remembered the brunette. Deku, is it okay to just tell my mom? Anyone who knows about One for All is in danger. But Uraraka has helped me a lot. Maybe it's time to be honest with her one last time. Although no, I couldn't face her. The boy had an idea, turned on his table lamp, took a piece of paper and a pencil. Maybe he couldn't say it to her face, but he could write it down. A few lines. Explain why he was dropping out of school and his dream, and above all. Deku, if I don't tell her the truth I'll never be able to forget her. I have to do it. Starting to write my last secret. The boy was about to continue writing, but something was stopping him. He didn't know what it was, but he felt an invisible wall hitting his hand. Deku sighed tiredly, wrote only 5 words and left the note there. My last secret. The boy yawned, looked at his watch, realizing it was already 4:30. Izuku was a little surprised but got up from the chair and rubbed his eyes. Deku, well, it's decided. Tomorrow One for All will pass to someone with better hands. The boy was still doubting his words when. Do you really want to do it? The freckled boy looked everywhere. Immediately he thought of Himiko Toga and instinctively jumped up to the roof, making sure not to leave any blind spots in his range of vision. Suddenly he felt something inside him start to beat. He knew it was One for All. Deku related it to the voice, but it was illogical. The quirk had never manifested itself like that. He tried to downplay it. A loud yawn was present now, yes, from Deku, who detached himself from the roof and laid down, managing to enter a deep sleep. You would expect that the first thing you would hear upon waking up would be birds singing or the sounds of car horns trying to make their way through the crowded city streets, but no, the people of Japan woke up terrified. Sounds of explosions and evil laughter were the first thing they would hear. In fear they tried to cover themselves as they were told so much on the news, but it was useless. The bullets, the attacks, the fists went through the walls as if they were papers. It wasn't long after the enemy attack began that all the hero agencies became aware. They all began to deploy their heroes. Endeavor led the first wave along with the rest of the top heroes: Hawks, Best Jeanist, Miruko, Ryukyu, Gang Orca, Edge Shot, then the lower rank ones: Sniper, Midnight, Present Mike, Eraserhead, Ms. Joke, Cementas, Team Hussycat, Blood King, No. 13, Power Loader, ectoplasm. After them came the rookies and some heroes with not much time after graduating: Empty Lady, Kamui Woods, Death Arms, Black Drive, Nijire-chan, Sun Eater, among others. But upon arrival they realized that the situation was above them. All the villains of Tartaros as well as other prisons were outside. There were thousands of nomus and even villains they did not even know, but above all and hiding among the crowd was the League of Villains completely gathered. The heroes had no choice. They sent an alarm to all the academies. They needed reinforcements. All the second and third year boys had to go immediately to help. At UA things were going crazy. The attack alarm had appeared and then they needed them. The boys were running for their suits. Some were in Hatsam's workshop, which was working at forced marches to be able to finish them. Some were simple and others not so much, but with the help of the improvements they made to the workshop and the interface that she had installed she could work faster. The boys were leaving quickly to help their superiors. In Class A everyone was ready except one who wasn't even awake, Izuku. Everyone passed by his door hoping he would come out, but nothing happened. Slowly they lost faith that their partner wanted to help them. Everyone except a girl with short brown hair. Uraraka. Deku knocking on the door outside. Everything is chaos. I don't know if we are enough. They called us and that includes you. I know you hate me and maybe the whole group too, but now is not the time to think about that. Now you have to be a hero. The Deku I know and love never rejected a fight even when he knew it would be too difficult to fight. The city needs you. The civilians need you. Yayorozu, Uraraka and Vamonos. Uraraka, yo Esper Deku. Bakugo. It's damn, he won't get out of there. Round face, it's time to leave. Uraraka, Deku please come out, I need you. The girl caressed the door hoping it would open but nothing. So sad. Uraraka left the High Alliance, and then the UA. Back with Izuku, he was asleep. Somehow the scandal outside did not wake him up. The boy was so asleep that he only woke up an hour and a half after the brunette spoke to him. But it was not even because he wanted to. Inside him the One for All was moving violently, warning him of danger, but he associated it with hunger. So with a face that reflected all the pain, sadness, and despair that Izuku was going through, he went to the kitchen to prepare something. Deku, the plan is simple. I make my food, I go see Mirio. I handed him the One for All and I go see the principal. Is it so late? I don't see anyone. Is anyone here? The boy screamed loudly but nothing. Surprised, he knocked on all the rooms in his apartment but received no response. Suddenly he realized that his movement was not hunger. The quirk that Almight had given him was warning him of something. He hurriedly returned to the recreation room and turned on the television. All the channels were talking about the same thing, the biggest villain attack ever seen before. The boy watched the aerial shots provided by the news helicopters and saw the destruction. So many villains gathered and without any control. The pro heroes were already on the scene, but even it was too much for them, so they called the students. Then Deku felt a chill run down his spine. That's why there was no one in the entire academy except the first years. Everyone was in battle. The boy held his head trying to cover up the sound because somehow he thought it was his fault. If he hadn't been weak he would have imprisoned the entire League of Villains. Deku, damn! This is my stupid fault. The boy instinctively wanted to run, grab his suit, and help his friends, but the bad memories were clouding his judgment. Soon the words were there. You should give up. No matter what quirk you have, you'll always be under my control. He doesn't have a quirk? He must be an embarrassment to his parents. Sorry, Izuku. Sorry. Professionals always risk their lives even if they have a quirk. You would just get in the way. When you pass One for All you'll be the same shit again without quirk. You are a monster! The boy suddenly knelt down as he cried and clutched his chest. The pain was unbearable. Deku, Tom, maybe yes, if I go with Mirio at full speed he can take care of this. If I give him One for All. You're really not going to help them. Deku, another that voice again. You really won't help them, young Midoriya? Deku, wait, that voice Almight? Almight, ha ha ha, of course, young Midoriya. I'm here like a normal ghost. Okay, this is weird. Deku, what, how? Okay, I have too many questions. Why are you, better said, how are you here? Almight, not even I know, my boy. It must be some mechanism of One for All. Deku, did it happen to you when you were a carrier? Almight, no, that's why I want to think that I'm here because you need some advice. Deku, that explanation is better than telling me you're a demonstration of force. Listen, I think All Might and I are in the same boat. Deku recognized the voice immediately. He turned his gaze to find his father. The man was tall, 2-3 centimeters taller than Aizawa. His appearance was mature, his black hair wavy like Deku's, with some gray on the sides. He wore glasses and had a serene look. Deku, Pa, Dad starting to cry. Hisashi, son, I don't know how or why I'm here, but. Immediately the boy was about to go and hug his father, but his father made a gesture with his hand stopping him. Hisashi, son, stop. You know what will happen if you hug me? Deku, sorry Dad, please forgive me, I couldn't. Hisashi, son, you don't have to apologize, it wasn't your fault. Deku, sometimes I wish I could turn back time, achieve. Hisashi, what? Stop me? Stop the plane? Izuku, these are things that were beyond your reach. All Might, young Midoriya, there are things we cannot change, but there are things we can. Hisashi, he's right Izuku, they need you out there and you're here. Deku, I can't, I am not worthy. All Might, and who told you that? Deku, I almost killed someone. How can I be a hero if I almost ended someone's life? Hisashi, son, we are human, we will always make mistakes. If maybe you had the decision to kill that man but you didn't do it, you put justice above revenge, and that speaks well of you. At that moment 7 lights began to shine throughout the arcade, and then they saw 7 figures. All Might and Deku recognized these people except Hisashi, who did not believe what he was seeing. Hisashi, okay, I'm starting to believe that the Star Wars saga isn't that crazy. Nana, Izuku, I don't know what we're doing outside, but I do know that you have what it takes to stop this. Funky, brat, you have what it takes to stop that man and Shigaraki. First Carrier, my brother is out of the game, but his threat is still present with that child. Deku, I can't, know I'm not that strong. All Might, Izuku. Deku, understand that I can't. All Might. I don't even know how you convinced yourself to give it to me. How do I know that I was the chosen one? Sir was right, Mirio should have been the one to take the torch that is one for all. Hisashi, Izuku Iho. Nana, listen Izuku, one for all is a powerful quirk, but beyond being given it you have to cultivate it, train it, increase its strength, but there are also other requirements. First Bearer, be willing to bear the weight of power. Funky, having a willing heart. Nana, to have the spirit of a hero. All Might, and above all, know that no matter the challenges, you will come out ahead under all circumstances. First Bearer, and you comply with everything. Deku, it's not true. I was late to master this power, and I haven't even done it yet. I was clumsy, and that's why I broke my bones. Funky, and you think it would be easy? One for all has gone through 8 people, and your training to become a capable vessel was very accelerated. What did you think would happen? Deku, if he had been stronger, if he had been worthy, he would have mastered him slowly, but he would have done it. He would have passed the exam easily. He would have defeated Bakugo. If he were more capable, he would have defeated Muscular. He would have won the sports festival. He would have prevented Bakugo's kidnapping, and he would not have needed Eri to defeat Chisaki. All Might, you know, yes, young Mirio was very strong and everything, but to be honest. Funky, if we had it, we would have disappeared in the rescue of the brat. All Might, also, he was in his 3rd year, and during the attack on the USJ, if you hadn't been there, both young Mineta and young Tsuyu would have died. You prevented it. Over time you taught young Bakugo to be more humble, to work as a team. You helped young Todoroki with his traumas. If it weren't for you, young Ito would be dead. You have done great things. You put your life at risk to save a child, and you did not give up. You continued fighting to save young Bakugo, and although you did not succeed, that did not stop you, and you went to his aid. You got your hero license and saved my life. You saved the life of little Eri and changed the future. That young Midoriya is being the best person and the most worthy successor that One for All could have. You have saved lives even without being a professional. You, since before One for All, you were already the hero. Deku. Hisashi, son, I don't know about many of the things that there were, but I do know that you never gave up. Your mother called me to tell me about her day and said with pride how you, despite not having a quirk, never ran away from a fight even when you knew you wouldn't win. As long as it was for a just cause, you remained stoic, helping those in need. You were already a hero. Almight, and at the end of the day it is my power. Besides, young Mirio may be very strong and everything, but I saw something unique in you. Hisashi, and now it's time for you to show the world that something. Almight, Izuku, you have to go and let the world see what I saw in you. Deku, you guys don't understand. No, I shouldn't have left. I shouldn't have retreated. All of this happened because of me, right under my nose. I don't know how I could have let this happen. Almight, hey, look at me, Izuku, calm down. If it's your fault or everyone else's, it doesn't matter. You just heard me compliment you and you have to motivate yourself. I'll ask you one more time. Are you ready to fight? Are you? You have to say something because outside everything is in chaos. The city is upside down. The villains are attacking and I'm dead. I don't even know how I'm here. None of this makes sense. But now you have to go out and fight because it's your duty, but I don't think I can be there while you fight and cheer you on. No matter what you did or what you were, if you go out you have to fight and win. If you want, stay here and maybe your teammates will come for you soon to help you, but if you go out there you will be the hero again. Deku. Deku, All Might. All Might, let the world see what I saw in you. Hisashi, let the world see my son. All Might / Hisashi, and let them see the strongest Quirkless, let them see a true hero. Deku, crying, if you guys keep going like this then I won't be able to resist going. Nana, stop playing hard to get and go fight, Deku hero. Deku, you are. Hisashi, go and kick their asses, son. Deku, yes sir. All Might, okay hero. Deku, enough talking, it's time for you to push your limits. Deku, it's time for Plus Ultra. At that moment the 7 carriers turned into light and got inside the boy. Deku, I'll go get my suit. The boy entered his room. The bad thoughts wanted to come out, but for everyone there were 2 positive ones. With the motivation of his father and teacher, now the boy was back. Now he could fight and he knew he would win. He quickly put on his suit, left the room, and by instinct he took the letter to Uraraka and put it in his pocket. The boy went out to the recreation room and saw that his teacher and father were still waiting for him. All Might, that light has returned, the light of a true hero. Hisashi, you look impressive, son. Deku, thank you both for everything. The boy charged one for all to 50% and stood in the window frame. He was about to leave when he turned around one last time. Deku, that's true, I didn't introduce you, Dad. He's All Might, the symbol of peace, the greatest hero of all after you. The freckled man gave a smile before closing his mouth mask. The 2 adults smiled, and just like the other carriers they became light and entered the boy, who felt how their energy, their strength and their optimism lived in him, filling him, making him feel an enormous joy. The hero Deku and the student Izuku Midoriya was back. Moments earlier on the battlefield, things weren't going very well. Everyone was fighting and the clash of powers didn't leave free passage for the police to go for the civilians. Some were trapped in the line of fire or in their homes, which still made it dangerous. But on the other hand, there was a certain girl who had a complicated battle, Uraraka against Muscular. The bloodthirsty blonde wasn't even fighting seriously against the girl. It was enough to remember the information that Shigaraki gave him years ago, and that was enough for him to be able to fight without worrying. But on the other hand, the girl was suffering. Her enemy was hitting her very hard. The poor brunette had already been fighting against enemies and had won until Muscular appeared. Now she was suffering. He had no mercy, but if her ex had taught her anything, it was that she should never give up. There had to be a way to defeat him. Someone did it once, so it wasn't impossible. Muscular, hitting the girl. I'm fed up. You're not even a challenge for me. I want the other one. I want that damn one. Uraraka, no, I don't know who you're looking for. But if you want him, you'll have to go through me, and that will be a challenge. Adopts a combat pose. Muscular, you? Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. With problems you can stay on your feet. Do you really think you can beat me? Wait, is it true you were that little shit's partner hitting Uraraka? You will tell me where she is. Uraraka, I don't know who you're talking about, running towards Muscle, ready to use the debris to her advantage. Muscular, appearing in front of the girl and hitting her in the face. He talked about the green-haired idiot. The damn broccoli, I remember Midoriya. Uraraka, Mito Midoriya? What do you want with him? Muscular, that bastard prevented me from completing my task. Damn brat was the only one who defeated me. Uraraka then opened her eyes in surprise. She remembered the attack on the camp in first. She remembered seeing the names of those arrested. There was the name of the bloodthirsty blonde. The image of a Deku with broken arms came to her mind. The girl thought with fear. If Deku, who is the strongest, ended up badly injured while fighting, what awaited her? Uravity was about to throw in the towel, but another image of Deku came to her mind. The attack on the island. I want to save them. Even if it's difficult, I still want to try, find the best way possible and be able to save everyone. The girl couldn't give up. A true hero doesn't run away from anything. She slowly managed it, stood up again and adopted a combat pose. Muscular, you want to resist? Ha ha ha, better for me. I'll kill you and then go after that stupid Midoriya. Uraraka, I don't know what you want with Deku, but if you want him you'll have to go through me, and believe me, I won't give up. Muscular, ha ha, wait, what did you say? Deku? Doesn't that mean useless? Uraraka, you are wrong, he is not useless, he is Deku, the one whose name means what does it mean? Try hard. Muscular, try hard? Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh, wait, I see, you're that idiot's girlfriend. Well, I'll have fun with you, maybe that way he'll come. And saying this, he covered his body with more muscle fibers. If he was fast before, now he was faster. The blonde hit Uraraka without giving her the chance to counterattack. The girl relied on her agility and dodged some blows, but the villain didn't give her a chance at all. The girl was at her limit, and yet the blonde didn't tire of hitting her. The girl took large debris and threw them with her quirk, but they didn't seem to do anything to the murderer. Because of a stumble on the girl's part, the muscular man's hand took the brunette's helmet to slam her against the ground. The man between sinister laughter took poor Uraraka and slammed her against the ground again, and then lifted her up and with one hand took her by the waist to begin to squeeze more and more. The poor girl hit the hand uselessly while she shed tears of pain, fury, helplessness, and sadness. Muscular, ha ha ha, you look like a trapped rat. Now how about you call your boyfriend? The man began to squeeze even harder. Uravity felt like her body was about to break, her bones, ribs. It wouldn't be long before they started to crack. The girl couldn't stand the pain any longer and began to scream. Muscular, call that idiot. Uraraka, Deku. The girl couldn't take it anymore. She shouted the name to the sky, like a prayer, begging God for the boy to come. Insert John Williams' Superman theme. The girl was about to admit defeat and accept whatever came, but suddenly she felt like an explosion was happening in front of her. The poor brunette hit the ground. She slowly managed to stand up. Everything hurt, but she managed to get up only to see that Muscular was no longer with her, now. Turning his back on her and standing there was a figure in a green suit with ears that she recognized immediately. The hero, her hero Deku, was there. Uraraka, yes, you came back. Deku, you were right, Ochako, turning to see her with a smile. I should never have walked away. Chapter 41, The Hero Deku. Insert John Williams' Superman theme. The girl was about to admit defeat and accept whatever came, but suddenly she felt like an explosion was happening in front of her. The poor brunette hit the ground. She slowly managed to stand up. Everything hurt, but she managed to get up only to see that Muscular was no longer with her, now. Turning his back on her and standing there was a figure in a green suit with ears that she recognized immediately. The hero, her hero Deku, was there. Uraraka, yes, you came back. Deku, you were right, Ochako, turning to see her with a smile. I should never have walked away. The boy looked back at the battle and saw the blonde man get up heavily. Muscular, ha 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 ha, finally, damn, that was a hit. Deku, wow, Muscular, I don't want to say it, but you seem out of shape. Muscular, shut up, you don't know what it's like to be locked up like an animal throwing a punch. Deku, dodging and counterattacking, yes, you're out of shape, you're slower, please take this seriously, I didn't come here just for a game. Muscular, you've had enough of me, damn kid. At that moment Muscular began to use his quirk to its maximum capacity. The muscle fibers came out without control. Soon the blonde looked like a grotesque-looking monster. Even his voice had changed, and his face highlighted the veins from the effort. Muscular, this is all my power, ha ha ha. Deku, what the hell have you done? That's not you. Muscular, a small drug courtesy of Shigaraki, amplifies your quirk. Takes you as they say at your school? Ah yes, beyond your limits, ha ha ha, now you will know death. At that moment the blonde threw himself at Deku, but it seemed that he was slower. Each step left a mark, a sign of how strong he was but also how heavy. Deku noticed this and smiled. Muscular raised his fist ready to hit the boy, but he only deflected the fist and counterattacked with 50%. But somehow the blow was so strong that it managed to make the enormous mass of muscle retreat. Deku, sorry, I've already met her, twice, and I'm not a big fan. The green-haired boy threw himself and began to hit at full speed, punches, kicks. The boy gave a low kick and managed to knock the man down, but using his enormous willpower he managed to carry him to achieve a suplex and bury him in the ground. Deku, thinking, okay, he's slow, his movements are clumsy. I think it's because of the drug, but he's crazy and that's a bad combination. I have to stop him. What's happening? Is that all your strength? Before you hit harder. Muscular, shut up. The blonde launched himself again. The surrounding heroes and villains had made room for the fight. The blonde was huge, but that was better for Deku, who was more agile. He unleashed blow after blow. The boy managed to stun the blonde. Deku, I warn you, this won't be the same as camp. Well, it will be similar because if I manage to defeat you once, I'll do it again. Muscular, damn insect. Then the blonde approached him at full speed, but the green-haired boy managed to dodge him by jumping over him, and then using the bandages of his suit and wrapping them around the assassin's neck, who, when he turned around, attracted the boy, who collided with the chest covered in muscle fibers but gave a great blow to the face, which was the only uncovered part, making him stumble. Deku, you know, I'm a rabbit, so I would be a mammal, but I'll pass it to you just this once. Muscular, I hate you and I'll kill you, damn it. Deku, thinking, good, he looks tired now, then come here and show that you can. The blonde ran towards the boy but didn't count on the boy taking advantage of the lack of attention that Muscular was giving him, grabbing a loose piece of concrete and hitting his rival, which stunned him. Deku, you know something, while you were busy in prison I was training. The green-haired man began to hit the head harder. Deku, while they had you trapped like an animal without being able to even go out to stretch your legs, I went beyond my limits studying and controlling my quirk, and do you know what the fruit of that is? The boy spun around to push himself with his arms and hit Muscular in the face with his legs, forcing him to look up. The hero grabbed Muscular's arm and, swinging, kicked Muscular in the face with 50% of his power, who fell to the ground, finally defeated. Deku, maybe you'll listen to me, maybe you won't, but even so, the fruit of all my training is now you're the inferior version of me. The boy saw that the murderer was still awake, so he approached him and kicked him in the neck, knocking him out. Then he went to the chestnut, who was resting. Deku, are you okay? Uraraka, yes, I just have to rest for a few minutes. Deku, you don't have to act strong if you can't then. Uraraka, always worrying about others, that's the Deku I remember. Deku, I think you're okay. Well, Uravity, I have to get back to work, maybe we're not enough. Uraraka, you're here, that means we'll be more than enough. Deku, you're optimistic. I have to look for Lord Explosion and Shoto. Uraraka, they're at the front apparently. Deku, thanks, I'll find Froppy to come help you. Thank you, Deku. The green-haired boy nodded and ran at full speed, helping his classmates. He met all his classmates from UA, whether from Class A or B, and the second-year classmates that he didn't recognize. He also met those from Shiketsu and other schools. After a while he was able to locate Bakugo, who was having a 1-on-6 battle. He could barely control it, and was leaving many gaps in his defense. The green-haired boy decided to help him and hit some villains. Bakugo, damn bastard, I have everything under control, Deku. Deku, and that's why everything is on fire? Smiling. At that moment, a few meters before, Todoroki was fighting against a villain, but in a careless moment he managed to hit him, making him retreat a few meters, falling suddenly where Deku and Bakugo were. Todoroki, I must be dreaming, you're back. Deku, so you've relapsed, Todoroki? Extending his hand for him to get up, welcome. Todoroki, if you're real and have a sense of humor. Bakugo, this is how he hides his fear. A joke relaxes you and keeps your mind calm. Deku, the mask helps hide fear, the jokes are to distract the rival and relax the civilians. Bakugo, whatever. Todoroki, well, there's you. I guess we have a plan now. Deku, yes, but I would need to talk to all the students or pro-heroes who are nearby or in the battle area. I assume that someone from the League of Villains has already seen me, so they will know what I am capable of. They will withdraw their forces and I will do it too, but I need Ida, a communicator? Deku, Tenya, at what moment? Ida, my hero name is Ingenium, now take this. Deku, what is it? Ida, May gave it to me in case you came. Deku, thanks Ingenium, putting the communicator on the side of his mask. At that moment he felt the communicator melt into the mask. He immediately heard static until it stopped. Hatsum, can you hear me? Deku, May? Hatsum, and who else? Deku, I still can't get used to hearing you in my head. Hatsum, I know, listen, this baby is something designed uniquely and especially for you. The communicator links with everyone from UA Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu among other schools and pro-heroes. Deku, do you read my mind or something? Hatsum, just do your job, orders Captain. Meanwhile with Shigaraki. He was seeing how his plans were coming out perfectly, even though Izuku Midoriya, the only person who could be a serious impediment, was not there. Shigaraki was sketching a macabre smile. Shigaraki, ha ha ha, damn heroes, they will fall and evil will finally rise. Kurogyri, Tamura, don't relax. Shigaraki, what do you mean? Kurogyri, Midoriya is back. Shigaraki, what? Kurogyri, as you heard. Shigaraki, are you sure? Kurogyri, he is the only person who could defeat so many villains in a matter of minutes. He even defeated Muscular. Shigaraki, that damn guy lost? Kurogyri, what's the plan? He can beat everyone. Shigaraki, send everyone to retreat. We need everyone to attack at once. You, Dabi, Spinner, Compress, Toga, twice, and I will go to the front, so they can see the face of the one who killed them. Kurogyri, yes, thinking. As soon as I see that you are losing, I will use Plan A. Kurogyri warned everyone he could, and at the same time he also told the plan to Twice, who began to make as many clones of his companions as he could, who began to tell the villains who began to retreat. Deku, I knew it, they already saw me. Todoroki, you should have used your stealth suit. Deku, I don't think the sun will help me much. Bakugo, if you're going to do something, do it, damn it. Deku, right, using the communicator. This is the semi-professional hero Deku, third-year student and member of the Big Three of UA. I want to say something. The villains are commanded by the League of Villains. Their leader Tamura Shigaraki is the one who organized this. The mission is to stop him. His men are retreating, so let's do the same. Let them see that no matter how many villains there are, we are more and we always will be. Shindo, I am Shindo Yo, third-year member of Ketsubutsu Academy. Why will I follow your orders? Deku, I'm not forcing you to listen to me, but if we want to defeat the League of Villains once and for all, we have to work together, Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu or UA, no matter what academy you're from. In the end, we all want to be heroes, and if we let Shigaraki and his allies win, then there will be nothing to fight for, and we will lose both as human beings and as heroes. Everything remained silent. No hero or student responded. Bakugo, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Todoroki, it's an emergency situation. Deku, let them think, don't force them or this won't work. In the end, remember that there are also pro-heroes here. They will think that they are the ones capable of directing them more than me. Bakugo, whispering Deku, maybe if you told them about One for All and his relationship with Almight. Deku, whispering, if I did that everyone would be in danger. Remember, this is a secret that must be kept in the greatest silence. The blonde grumbled. He knew the green-haired boy was right, but he also knew the villains wouldn't wait. But Endeavor, this is pro-hero and number one Endeavor. Deku, if you have a plan, then I'll follow you. Guide us to victory. Todoroki, surprised you. Endeavor, through the Todoroki communicator, son, I know I still don't have your complete trust, but that doesn't matter now. I've seen that boy Midoriya in action. He's capable of keeping everything in order, he knows how to guide others, he has the attitude of a true leader. If there's someone capable of helping us win, it's definitely him. Todoroki, smiling, damn, I think the world will end after this. Hawks, if Endeavor agrees then so do I. Deku lead us to victory. Maruko, I support the happy chicken. Besides I like that brat. Brother Rabbit we have to win. Ryukyu, let's fight Deku. And so all the pro-heroes and students that Deku has worked with throughout his time at the academy supported him, each and every one of them without exception. Todoroki, this is Shoto, son of Endeavor, third-year student and member of the UA Big Three. If Deku has a plan to end this, then I'm with him. Bakugo, this is Lord Explosion, third-year student and member of the UA Big Three. I support you, damn nerd, let's finish off these damn shitty villains. Deku, ha, now if the world were to end, well thank you all for your support, now we have to fall back, the top heroes will go to the front. The villains know their abilities but not those of the students, Shoto, Lord Explosion, and I will be with the top if you don't mind. Those who have a speed quirk establish a perimeter. I don't want any civilians or villains to approach or leave the perimeter. There are civilians trapped in the rubble. Help them and get out of here. Also we must not hinder the medical services. We must keep them away and allow them to help the wounded. Zoom or tracking quirks help with the lost. Let's avoid casualties as much as possible. Let's work like heroes. Fire quirks attack the Nomus with everything you have. I assume you have super regeneration. Remember the charred cells cannot regenerate. The rest of us will stay here. We will fight with everything. At that moment the villains finished regrouping, with Shigaraki and the rest of the league at the front, and the heroes did the same. Todoroki, are you ready for this, Deku? Deku, the villains have almost achieved their goal, absolute control. If we lose today, they will be able to kill whoever wants to get in their way and no one will be able to prevent it unless we stop them. I know I'm asking for a lot but the price of freedom is high. It always has been but I'm willing to pay it. If I have to fight alone so be it. But today I'm sure there will be more. Everyone has their teams and missions. There is only one attempt. Let's avoid mistakes. Many of us have already fought against villains but we don't know what awaits us. Be careful. Protect each other. This is for the third and second years the first fight of our lives and we are going to win. Todoroki, have you already written that or did it just occur to you? Deku, shut up and concentrate. Bakugo, is this the best you have? Damn Shigaraki? Shigaraki, this is the best I've got. This is exactly what I wanted. All of you against all the evil you yourselves created. How do you suppose you can defeat me? Todoroki, well, Broccoli already said it together. Shigaraki just made a face of annoyance as he watched multiple heroes gather around him. It was an army equal to or larger than that of the villains. Deku, Avengers! United! A beastly scream from Shishida, Ryukyu and other heroes with transformation quirk made the villains alert. They all ran towards the heroes who were also heading towards the villains. Todoroki, can you say that? You know legally? Bakugo, you should have thought of something better. Deku, sorry, I couldn't think of a better line when I'm about to start a war. Shigaraki and his league stood back while all the other villains fought. The Nomus followed a single order. Do not stop until all the heroes were killed. But their efforts were in vain because they barely saw one. Both Endeavor, Todoroki and Ryukyu in his dragon form attacked them with their flames at full power. Of the monsters only some parts of their scorched bodies remained. Ryukyu grabbed them with his snout, threw them into the sky and burned them in free fall. Others grabbed them with his snout while taking out fire, managing to burn several in the process. He defended himself with his wings, claws or tail. Deku managed to hit, and with the shock wave he took other villains flying. Bakugo definitely made them explode now in a more aggressive fighting style. He used his grenades and other artifacts, as well as his fists. Todoroki, well now we do look like a team. Bakugo, shut up, damn half and half, you better keep fighting. Deku, it feels good to be back. Bakugo, I'm glad all that Bedridden didn't affect your performance. Punching one villain and making an explosion in another's face, it wouldn't have felt right to take first place from you in your pathetic state. Todoroki, burning several villains, it seems that he is your best friend. Deku, using the bandages to attract villains and knock them down with a kick. Focus on the fight. Let's talk later. Bakugo, watch out. A villain was about to attack Todoroki from behind but the blonde used an AP shot to knock down the rival. Todoroki, thanks, I hadn't seen that. Bakugo, If you continue to be so distracted, I'll kill you myself. Deku, the villains are surrounding us and I don't see Shigaraki anymore. The coward must have stayed behind. Could one of the two lead the way? Todoroki, Lord Explosion. Bakugo, don't tell me what to do, Shoto. The blonde took out a small sphere that had a grayish liquid in it, shook it and threw it. Immediately it began to travel in a circle, wetting the feet of all the villains. Then he took out another one and only threw it a few centimeters and then fired a small explosion with his finger, wetting the villains who did not know what was happening. Bakugo, list. The bicolor released a huge circular heat wave which, upon touching the villains who still had Bakugo's sweat, began to explode. Some flames touched the ground and that was enough for the explosion to continue its course. Deku, wow, that was new. Should I be worried? Todoroki, we came up with it during training. Deku, but the way Bakugo's sweat ran down the floor. Bakugo, nanotechnology, the crazy inventions managed to make a perfect mixture. Now sweat can do that as long as I shake it, although it also depends on how much I shake it, the amount of ground it will cover. Todoroki, more are coming this way. Deku, I have to find Shigaraki and put an end to this. Do you think I can? At that moment a villain who could shoot lasers from his palms shot towards Todoroki and hit him in the stomach. Bakugo immediately counterattacked with explosions. Bakugo, if you're going to do something, do it, damn nerd. Todoroki, standing up, he is right, we will fight, help the others and find Shigaraki. Deku, are you sure? Using finger smashes. Todoroki, I utilose and... Bakugo, we'll be fine, damn it. Deku, oh, they are an old couple, haha. Deku, I'll take care of helping everyone while I look for the rest of the league. The boy landed and began to fight, helping everyone who needed it. We can see how Kendo and Deku stood back to back, made a martial arts pose and fought together. Then he went with Tsuyu, both using their agility. They finished off the villains quickly using all their tools. Tsuyu, I'm glad you're here, Deku. Kero. Deku, me too, bye Froppy. The green-haired boy even teamed up with other schools. Kami used her glamour and distracted the villains. When the effect ended, Deku and Kami hit them very hard. But the freckled boy didn't take all the credit. Students inspired by seeing the boy put aside their differences and began to work as a team. Monoma and Inesa joined Bakugo and Todoroki. The blonde copied the bicolor's quirk and they began to defeat villains together. Inesa made wind that could direct fire. Then they made ice to cool the environment, and then fire again, making everything explode. Habuko joined her ally Tsuyu. Both gave a tender smile that later turned into a challenging one and they began to attack the villains without rest. Tetsu and Kirishima joined together, forming the perfect spear and shield, alternating attack and defense. Tokoyami attacked with Dark Shadow while he fought, but the shadow was not alone. Inside it was a student from Class B who could control shadows. At the time of arriving, their objectives separated and a very incredible fighting demonstration began. The pro and top heroes were impressed. A single boy was able to inspire all the academies to fight as one. It was something incredible. On Shigaraki's part, he was furious. He had never considered the freckled boy a real threat, but now he was regretting it. His army was falling rapidly. Shigaraki, Toga, Twice, Dabi, Spinner Compress, Kurogyri, join the fight and don't come back until you bring me Izuku Midoriya's head. Toga, with a strong blush, an excited face and jumping happily, I'm going to make Izuku bleed, baby. The blonde walked away singing that little bloody tune. Twice went the other way, as did the other members of the league. Dabi, thinking, time to settle accounts. Genji. Returning to the fight, everyone was giving their best, working as a team. Momo had changed the steel rod for 2 short canes, which could be joined together and make a longer one. The girl fought with them with enormous strength and unbreakable will. Her agility and grace at the moment were enviable. Her beautiful figure moved in a majestic way. But far from seeing that, the villains were terrified because although the girl already had some blows and cuts, hers hurt a lot. Being able to leave an opponent incapacitated with a few, Uraraka was not far behind. Using her quirk and the fighting style learned by Gunhead and Deku, as well as her technique of hiding her presence learned from Toga, made her a rival to fear. Jiro, for her part, was also someone rude. Her fighting style, where she mixed the street with martial arts, made her heart race. She finished off the villains with her jacks or with sound grenades. Everyone was giving the best they could. We can see the green-haired boy was fighting, kicking and punching. Suddenly a surprise and treacherous blow almost hit the green-haired boy if it weren't for a shield that came from Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, I thought you would need it. Deku, thanks Creati using the shield to hit. Does this follow the laws of physics? Yaoyorozu, you'll need this, put it on both wrists. The girl gave him 2 wristbands which he quickly put on. The freckled man threw the shield and with the magnetic wristbands attracted it back. Deku, this is amazing, thank you. And so they continued fighting. Now Deku using the shield made his way through the villains, hitting and knocking out anyone who got in his way. The boy threw the shield managing to increase the damage. Soon he arrived with Todoroki again. Todoroki, new shield? Deku, courtesy of Creati. At that moment a bullet grazed the boy's head. Deku, Shoto, call me now. The bicolor nodded and directed a flame towards the shield. Deku moved the shield redirecting the fire, defeating several enemies. When he finished he hit with the shield some that were approaching. Aoyama managed to see that and began to think. Aoyama, I could have made it brighter. Deku, okay, I'm fed up with this. Listen, I'll take care of Shigaraki. The others have a mission, to end this. If they hit you, hit back. If they kill you, we have to revive. Yaoyorozu, through the communicator, I'm still wondering how you come up with those phrases. Bakugo, understand Deku. Deku, what's wrong? Bakugo, I already found that shitty Shigaraki. He's at the back of the fight, the coward. Deku, I'm going there, thanks. The green-haired boy jumped. In the air he found his friend Shinso, who was cornered, so without thinking he threw the shield at him. Deku, you'll need it more than me. Shinso, I'll pay you later. The green-haired boy smiled and continued on his way, but a dark portal formed in front of him, absorbing the boy, who felt like he was floating. Kurogiri, I usually don't like people's guts and blood entering my portals, but I think I'll make an exception for you. Deku, sorry, I'm not on the menu unless you want your food hot. At that moment the boy's suit began to release heat that soon turned into fire. Kurogiri had no choice and took it out, the inside of the man. His portals hurt. Deku, haha, what's wrong? Too hot for you? Kurogiri, damn brat, what did you do? Deku, I was inspired by Todoroki. I can release a little heat, making quotes with his fingers while saying little enough to start a fire or escape from a damn bartender. Kurogiri, I'm going to. Deku, I really want to fight you, but my rival is your boss. Besides, worry about the bombs behind you. The moment he turned around, Kurogiri could see Bakugo flying at full speed in his direction. Bakugo, die you damn shitty portal. Deku, have fun, serious/angry Shigaraki. I'm coming for you now, you son of a hitch. From One for All Almight, young Midoriya language. On the other side we can see Yaoyorozu, who was tired. The fight was already going on too long, but she had to continue. At that moment she felt a presence. The brunette stood on guard and managed to block an attack from a certain crazy blonde. Toga, you know, I was tasked with killing my baby Izuku, but I don't see him, so I decided that killing you will be my consolation prize, ha ha ha, with a sadistic smile. Yaoyorozu, I'll sweep the floor with you. Toga, shut up, cow tits. What do you think if we do an experiment? We'll see if you get milk. Tsuyu, touch my friend and I'll make you suffer, Kero Kero. Toga, Tsuyu. Excited, I'm sorry, but I can't help you right now. I'll kill your friend, she'll die alone. Uraraka, she's not alone. The brunette appeared behind the blonde. Her wounds still hurt, but she could stand. Surrounding the assassin appeared Melissa and May, both wearing a technology suit. Melissa, give up or well you know the rest. Toga, this is getting more and more exciting. Excited, I will decorate my wall with their heads. Tsuyu, that was disgusting. Let's fight, Kero Kero. The girls nodded and went towards the blonde except May and Yaoyorozu. May, Creati, your quirk allows you to do things, right? Yaoyorozu, as long as you know its atomic structure, yes. May, then pay close attention to what I say. Let's get this over with. Deku was jumping all over the place until he heard May's voice. May, Deku, come to the address I'm sending you. Deku, I'm close. What do you need me for? May, Just come and now, but don't get too close. The green-haired boy decided to listen and headed over. Soon he saw the fight the girls were in, so he charged a smash with his finger. May, don't get involved in that. Deku, so what did I come for? May, here, this is for you. The girl gave him a small box which he attached to the belt of his suit. Deku, I didn't bring you a gift. May, that can help us win. Deku, I only have one shot? May, yes, use it well. Deku, thanks May. May, go and finish this, hero. The green-haired man nodded and turned around ready to leave, but a knife grazed his neck. Toga, does my baby want to play? Deku, I don't like crazy people shooting a blast of air, besides I don't have time. The boy prepared to jump. Deku, she's all yours, girls jumping. Toga quickly recovered and was about to follow the boy, but felt a dart embedded in her arm. The blonde pulled the projectile out and saw that the shooter was Momo, who had a large weapon in her hands. Yaoyorozu, that was just a warning, we are your rivals. Toga, that wasn't fair. Yaoyorozu, you never have been, we are even. The blonde got quite angry and ran towards Momo, who joined her sticks and threw the weapon. All the girls were ready to fight. The green-haired boy had already located Shigaraki, and now there would be no one who would get in his way. The green-haired boy landed in front of the leader of the villains. Deku, Tamara Shigaraki. Shigaraki, Izuku Midoriya. Deku, we both knew this would end like this after all for one fell. Shigaraki, I hope you're ready to die. Deku, it's not time yet, and you? Both of them threw punches. Shigaraki didn't have a fighting style. It didn't even seem like he knew how to fight hand to hand, but he was agile. He knew how to dodge, although he depended a lot on his quirk, trying to grab the freckled man's chest, neck or face without success. But Shigaraki saw an opportunity, and throwing dirt, he managed to blur Deku's vision a little and hit him in the forehead and finished with a kick to the stomach. Shigaraki, ha ha ha, you're not that invincible. Deku, okay, I'm fed up with you. From one for all, Nana, Izuku no. Deku, I won't kill him, looking at Shigaraki fixedly, but it's going to hurt him. So started the second round, Deku being more aggressive and Shigaraki with a little more confidence, managing to release punches and kicks that, although they did not have much power, they could make the freckled boy distracted. Deku saw a maniacal smile on Shigaraki's face. His scars moved with all the muscles of his face, making him look like a true villain. There was nothing of the child with power who attacked the USJ in his first year of school. This was a formed villain, and he had to finish him off. Shigaraki gave a blow that Deku could take advantage of. He took him by the arm and, pushing himself, he gave him the whole turn until he slammed him against the floor. Deku, if you don't give the order to retreat, I will dislocate your arm and the bones that follow in a corresponding order. Shigaraki, do you really think I'm that stupid? Everything I've planned comes down to this fight, and you won't do anything to stop it, you damn kid. Deku, I don't know what happened to you, but I want to help you. Give the order to retreat and I promise I'll heal you. Shigaraki, ha ha ha, there's no cure for what I am by the way you let your guard down. The light blue-haired boy kicked the boy in the face, pushing him away, but Shigaraki immediately ran towards him, ready to finish him off. Tamura grabbed Deku's neck and chest tightly as he watched his quirk activate. His smile widened to its limit. Without the freckled boy, his plans would continue. No one could stop him. The people would lose their champion. He would kill the only person who could motivate them to continue. Shigaraki was completely unhinged, laughing like crazy, but then he heard a sneeze that brought him back to reality. Deku, will this take long? I still have things to do. Shigaraki, releasing him and seeing his hands, no, it's not possible, you should be dead, I used my quirk on you. Deku, yes, maybe I should, but it turns out that this suit is not normal. It is an anti-villain suit made by the two best inventors of the generation. May, I forgot, your suit has a denser alloy. In case you ever face the leader of the villains, it is not indestructible, but his quirk will take a long time to pass through the fabric. Deku, I call it the Hellrab. At that moment Shigaraki was afraid. His quirk was not useful and he could not beat the freckled boy either. The light blue-haired boy began to scratch his neck furiously. Blood began to come out. Shigaraki, you're a damn cheater. You weren't supposed to win. I had to kill you. I promised the teacher. I hate you, damn hero. Deku, shut up, you don't know anything. If I have this suit, it's because I think of everything. Because I have to be better to save people. Because I will be the next symbol of peace and I have to be someone that people trust. You're just a puppet that all for one used at will and for his benefit. Shigaraki, it's not true. The master took me in when no one else did. He gave me a reason to live. Deku, being a villain? Is that your way of life? You were mistreated and being a villain is your way of getting revenge? Screw you, Shigaraki. You don't even know what it's like to suffer. Even among us heroes there are those who had a difficult life. Remembering Shinso and Todoroki. Is your quirk brainwashed? Dude, that sounds more like a villain. You're not cut out to be a hero. You were created to be better than Almight. You'll achieve what I couldn't, Shoto. So stop being a tantrum-throwing kid and surpass me. You should give up. You don't even have a quirk, you're even inferior to these extras. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Izuku. Deku, you were beaten for having a quirk and? You had one at least, you could defend yourself and even if they were afraid of you they would stop bothering you. You had a damn quirk to show off. I was quirkless. Until I was 14 damn years old I woke up my quirk. Do you know what it's like to spend all that time without something that everyone had? Do you have any idea how many times I came home on the verge of collapse? Obviously you don't know, although the only good thing in all that is that you have to learn to fight seriously, fight and defend yourself, deactivating the OFA and putting himself on guard. Come here and let's finish this, Chosen. The light blue-haired boy ran at full speed against the green-haired boy who also attacked the villain. Both began to fight, although Deku's style had changed. It was no longer martial arts, now it was something more streetwise. Deku quickly tackled the villain, and without giving him a chance to cover he began to hit him more in the face. Then he raised both fists and hit him downwards. That ducked Shigaraki, but he quickly stood up and threw some punches. The light blue-haired boy was about to push Deku, but the freckled boy stopped the villain's arms, who saw that Deku was strong even without using his quirk. He quickly hit Shigaraki in the stomach, who ducked to take a breath and tried to counterattack, but the freckled boy was quick. He hit his face and stomach. The light blue-haired boy wanted to hit one in the face, but Izuku managed to dodge it to hit him in the side. The green-haired boy began to hit his side, in the stomach, in the face. With both fists he hit his ears, stunning him. He kicked, knocking him down. As soon as he stood up he grabbed him by the head to hit him with his knee. Then he carried him and dropped him suddenly. Deku, agitated, but I had to be strong. I quickly went up to my room, cleaned my wounds, took a bath and continued as if nothing had happened because my will to do the right thing was bigger and stronger than that pain. And look at me. I know people whose lives were difficult. It was practically just a matter of one bad day for them to go crazy, and yet they never did. They remained firm in their ideals, and today they are the noblest people I know. Shigaraki, you are not a villain. You are just a puppet that all for one used for his personal benefit. But today that ends. Today I am going to stop you. I said I wouldn't do it, but you left me no choice. I am going to kill you, Tamura Shigaraki. The boy screamed and ran towards his rival, and sighed one for all. Nana Shimura screamed at him not to do it. She knew it was her family, and although she knew her sins, it hurt her. Shigaraki prepared himself. Deku quickly grabbed him by the neck and put him in a key. Tamura was waiting for his end, but it never came. His partner Black Mist came to mind, thinking he was his savior. He was about to thank him until he felt the grip get stronger, and something stung him in the neck. A minute passed, and the grip became looser to the point of letting go. Shigaraki quickly removed what he now saw was a needle. Shigaraki, what's this? Weren't you going to kill me? Do it. If you wanted to do it so badly, then why did you just inject me? Deku, I already did it. Shigaraki, what do you mean? Deku, taking off his mask, come find out. The light blue-haired boy, filled with fury, opened his hand and placed it on Deku's face. He finally felt that he won. There was no suit or anything that could prevent it. But the boy's face did not fall apart. It seemed as if he was not touching him. Shigaraki put more pressure. He squeezed the boy's face, but nothing. Deku, now you know what I did. Shigaraki was now terrified. His quirk didn't work. The light blue-haired boy fell to his knees. Deku, now you are part of that 20%. Shigaraki, what the hell did you do to me? Deku, I kept my word, I killed you, Tamura Shigaraki. I did to you the same thing you did to Chisaki. Shigaraki, damn! Deku punched Shigaraki hard in the face as he watched him fall. Deku, and now I give you my word I'm going to save you, Tenko Shimura. Deku took out some handcuffs and tied the light blue-haired boy to a post. Deku, this will be enough of this thing. At that moment the green-haired boy was waiting for the news that everything was over, but nothing happened. But then he heard a loud explosion coming from far behind. The freckled boy turned around in alarm. Then he saw Shigaraki shaking violently. Deku, what's wrong? Are you scared of explosions? It's just Lord Explosion. Shigaraki, I'm not very happy about what's coming. Deku, what do you mean? Shigaraki, all for one's plan A. Deku, that was you, wasn't it? Shigaraki, I was the B. Deku, Shigaraki, what have you done? Taking him by the shoulders, what have you done? Shigaraki, if the league failed, Kurojiri would free him. Deku, free who? Shigaraki, the perfect Noma. Deku, damn. The boy quickly called the police, informing them of Shigaraki's location. After that, he jumped, but a group of villains intercepted him, jumping on top of him and crushing him. The boy knew he had no time to lose, so with effort he managed to stand up. Deku, are we going to do this the easy way or the hard way? Villain, we will kill you. Deku, it will be difficult. Oklahoma smash. The boy spun on his own axis and propelled by one for all through the villains in all directions. He wanted to continue, but the villains prevented him. The green-haired boy was getting angry. He had to finish once and for all. He hit hard, but the villains outnumbered him. Sometimes they hit him. The boy was already on the ground while they hit him or shot him. Kendo, through the communicator, Izuku, please, we need you, come please, we won't resist for long. The boy didn't need to hear more. He gathered a large amount of energy and released it, creating a shock wave that knocked down the villains. Deku, I can't play with you anymore. The green-haired boy was now motivated. He moved quickly, hitting any villain who got in his way. The boy was about to reach the place where the explosion was heard, but he saw how a person flew out and embedded himself in the ground, still moving a few meters, tearing the ground. The freckled man changed direction towards the figure he had just seen. With a jump he managed to get there and was scared by what he saw. The scare turned into an uncontrollable fury because in front of him was a poor Kendo lying on the ground in a huge crater, totally beaten. The blood ran non-stop. Her breathing was slow. The girl could barely stay conscious. Deku was furious, even blaming himself. If he hadn't taken too long, this would not have happened to the orange-haired girl. The freckled man called the doctors. He goes to his girlfriend, opening one of the pockets of his belt where he had bandages ready to help his girlfriend, but she takes his hand tightly at the same time that she opened her eyes. Kendo, Deku, no, don't hold back or he'll kill us all. Deku, I swear, Kendo, that I will end this soon. The sun will shine again, now rest. The emergency services will not be long. The boy kissed him on the forehead. At that moment he heard footsteps followed by metallic sounds. Deku immediately went on guard until he saw it was Tetsu. The poor boy was not feeling better. He had several blows even in his steel form. He had dents, hence the metallic sound. The boy was about to fall, but Deku avoided it by holding him by the shoulders. Tetsu, thanks man. Deku, don't even mention it. Tetsu, it's good to see you back. Deku, they told me, where is Kirishima? Tetsu, he's still in the battle. He and I fought against Gigantomachia. We managed to defeat him, but a new monster came out. He left me like that. Kirishima isn't better, but you know how he is. I came to look for allies, but I'm not in condition to fight. How is Kendo? I'm worried. Deku, he'll live. I've already cleaned some of his wounds and bandaged them. I also called an ambulance. Tetsu, are you going to fight? Deku, that's the plan, and you'll stay here. Tetsu, wait, what? You're crazy. You'll need all the help you can get. That thing is a living weapon. It doesn't even look intelligent. Deku, yes, but you can't move. Do you want to help me? Okay, stay here and take care of her. The emergency services won't be long in coming, and it'd be best if they take care of you too. Tetsu, don't talk nonsense. I can still. Deku, remember what you told me when I announced my relationship with Kendo? That if I hurt her you would hurt me. Well, I didn't hurt her, but I will make whoever did pay. Now I will return to fight, but I can't leave without knowing that she will be okay, so please take care of her. Tetsu, old me, I'm sorry. Deku, it's nothing, now you'll stay here, the doctors won't be long in arriving. I'll try to prevent the fight from reaching here, so you'll be fine. I promise I'll do whatever it takes to put an end to this. The boy opened his mask, revealing a smile, then closed it, and turned his back on the silver-haired boy who sat next to Kendo. Tetsu, Deku, promise me you'll finish off that monster. Deku, that's the plan. The boy gathered his strength, 90% surrounded the freckled boy's body, and in one movement he flew upwards. There he could see the Nomu, or what it looked like, because at that height he couldn't distinguish very well, but opening his arms he stopped his ascent and then kicked into the air, going down at full speed. Using that same technique, when he was close to the ground he headed towards the monster. He didn't even see it well, but he knew it was there, so he just prepared his fist. Deku, thinking, let's not make a show, I won't show all my power either, with 30% I'll start, smash. The creature flew several meters backwards, raising a large layer of dust. Deku, everything's okay now, why? Because I'm here. Everyone's faces lit up. They knew the boy was a great emotional support, and now they were witnessing his incredible strength. Todoroki, did you stop by Burgers before? Deku, there was a lot of traffic. Bakugo, and Shigaraki? Deku, defeated and handcuffed. I hope they've already taken him. The rest of the league? Yaoyorozu, Toga is already arrested. Her quirk was. Deku, I know. Anything else? Bakugo, the league no longer has its portal. I took care of Kurojiri. Todoroki, same with Twice and Spinner. Tokoemi, through the communicator tentacle, and I will take care of Compress. Uraraka, if we're already done with the league, then what is this thing? Deku, El Plan A de all for one. Bakugo, all for one? That wasn't. Deku, my guess was correct. He just used Shigaraki as a scapegoat. He was just a puppet. Todoroki, so this is Plan A. He doesn't look very tough. He's just a Nomu. He's not even thinking like Gigantomachia, although he's very strong. Kirishima, through the communicator, where is Tetsu? Deku, taking care of Battle Fist. He is also very injured. Kirishima just breathed a sigh of relief for his friend, but then became alert again when he saw the monster walking towards him. Todoroki, Deku, there are still some villains scattered. Almost all of us are here, but we are tired. Bakugo, don't forget about the civilians, we're outnumbered. Deku, I know Sai new plan. Listen, we will stay here. Ryukyu, Abawami, Gang Orca, Best Genus command a search and rescue group. We will make sure that the fight is concentrated here so as not to harm more civilians in the crossfire. Hussy Cats lead another. We need all sectors to be well covered, and the pro are the best to lead. Ryukyu, we can't leave them alone, boy. Deku, I wouldn't want either, but the situation is critical. There are still villains and some scattered nomus. I said I want to avoid casualties. I trust they are fast. Help when they are finished. The dragon heroine thought for a few minutes. Ryukyu, okay. Froppy, Uravity are coming with me, as are some other students. Uraraka, but I want to stay and help. I still can. Deku, approaching the chestnut, you are hurt too much. Breathe. I prefer you alive to fight another battle. Please, your quirk will be very useful and they will end sooner. Uraraka, Deku for favor. Deku, I know perfectly well what you are capable of. I am not pushing you aside. Understand, please do what I ask. I trust you. The brunette began to shed tears but nodded and went with the enormous dragon. Abawami, Kriati, you will come with me. We will support the medical services, okay? Yaoyorozu, see. Abawami, he also needed your anti-quirk weapons. Can you still create them? Yaoyorozu, count on it. Deku, taking the black-haired girl by the arm. Uraraka is very hurt. As soon as the rescue work is finished, please take her to an ambulance. You too. Tried to convince everyone to receive medical attention. Yaoyorozu, yes. Hey Izuku, I'm sorry. Deku, I would have to say that. MW behave like an idiot. Yaoyorozu, that doesn't matter now, but please take good care of yourself. Deku, I always do it, ha ha ha. The black-haired girl smiled a little and went in the direction of her superior while Deku turned his gaze towards the upcoming battle. Deku, okay, this is working. Lord Explosion, Shoto, Charge Bolt, Monoma, Shindo, Shishida, Tsukuyomi, Inasa and others will stay here to fight with us, understand? Those mentioned, yes. Deku, let's go. Shoto, Lord Explosion and I will attack first. Let's see how strong this thing is, okay. Todoroki, let's do it. Bakugo, let's kill that monster. Bakugo, whispering, don't use all your strength, you shouldn't give him an advantage. Deku, I have it in mind. The Noma started running towards the boys. Todoroki, at least I wait to attack. Bakugo, for a brainless beast, he's cuts. Deku, thinking, this doesn't smell right to me, on 3, 1 preparing a smash with 40%. Todoroki, simultaneous activation using both sides too. Bakugo, preparing his grenades 3. Die. The 3 attacks came out perfectly coordinated, a powerful flare, a pillar of ice, a huge explosion and an overwhelming force impacted against the Nomu who was knocked down once again. Todoroki, deactivating his quirk and breathing heavily, what did he have with that? Deku, I'm not really sure, prepare for anything. Bakugo, I wish Kami would at least stay. Deku, come on Kaken, an afternoon of partying with your friends isn't bad, and I would also recommend Sato or Shoji for this, trying to hide his nervousness. Bakugo, Kami could use her illusions to distract this monster. Deku, assuming this thing breathes with its lungs, if it's a plan to defeat us, having some immunity to quirks like Midnight's. At that moment they saw how the monster began to stand up slowly. Bakugo, I hate that you're right so much. Deku, it couldn't be that easy. Monoma, Shoto. Todoroki, list. The blonde touched the bicolor and immediately began combined attacks. The monster tried to cover but it was useless. Shindo used his quirk of tremors, causing a crack to open where the monster entered. Kaminari was not far behind and electrocuted the monster. Explosions, blows and fire was what the Nomu was receiving. Deku, we mustn't let him get up. But it was useless. Slowly the Nomu stood up. With a step he cracked the ground, making Shindo stumble, whom he grabbed and threw against Kaminari, who deflected his attack towards Tokoimi. The monster began to attack all the heroes. Many of them fell without problems, only Bakugo Monoma. Todoroki and Deku resisted hitting and attacking with force, but Monoma's limit made him interrupt his attack. The blonde was about to touch one of the 3, but the monster was faster, hitting poor Monoma, who flew away. There was no doubt, for some reason this monster was the perfect Nomu. His strength was bestial, it was not comparable to any other. The Ash Blonde and Deku were immediately reminded of All for One. Deku, this will be more complicated than I thought. Bakugo, come on shit. The 2 boys nodded and left. The monster attacked, but Todoroki prevented it with ice attacks. His fire attacks burned the skin, but it would regenerate. Deku's blows seemed to not do much damage either, nor Bakugo's explosions. The boys were getting tired, Bakugo and Todoroki more so, since they had been fighting for a little longer than Deku. Todoroki, this is impossible, we simply can't do much to it. Bakugo, his regeneration is too fast. Deku, you have to be careful. The boy lunged at his friends, pushing them away but taking a blow from the monster that dragged him a few meters. Suddenly his suit noticed that it was overloaded with kinetic energy from the blows. The boy was stunned, so he pushed himself, took a piece of concrete and hit the Nomu with it. Then gave a series of blows to the monster's body without giving him a chance to do anything. He took cars, poles, whatever, and hit the monster with them, as well as with his fists, releasing some energy. Finally he managed to hang the Nomu. He got down, kicking the knees, making the Nomu kneel, and using 50% of the force he lifted him up. Deku, as soon as I throw him on the ground I want you to hit him with everything. Todoroki, are you crazy? You'd also take part in the attack. Deku, it wouldn't be the first time, ha ha ha. Bakugo, get out of there, you damn nerd. Deku, it's not up for discussion, attack with everything, I'll do it too. Todoroki, damn it, get out of there, Izuku. Activating both sides. Bakugo, You bucking nerd, don't even think about dying. Absorbing his sweat. Deku, they even believe activating 90% of one for all. Todoroki, simultaneous activation, Hell Prison, Ice Tomb. Bakugo, big explosion supernova. Both attacks came out with power. Deku. Without releasing the Nomu, he slammed him against the ground and lifted him so that his face was the first thing to hit. He used 50% plus the rest of the kinetic energy, and at an impressive speed he kicked the spine, arms and legs of the beast, breaking them, preventing him from standing up. He made a light jump and pushed himself with the gas reinforcements of his boots. His friend's attacks were about to hit. Deku tensed his arm. Deku, send all the kinetic energy and gas reserve to my right arm, one for all, 90% cataclysm smash. The three attacks hit the Nomu, who gave a great scream of agony that froze everyone's blood. Deku was thrown to another side by the shockwave, but with a jump he returned to his friends, whom he found staggering on the ground. Deku, come on, this is no place to die. Todoroki, look who's saying it, you were close. Deku, yes, but I'm here, so don't say anything. Bakugo, damn, that was dangerous, but I think I'm. A noise, the pile of rocks began to move. The dust made it impossible to see anything, but a figure could be seen rising. You didn't have to be a genius to know it was the Noma. Deku, I please. Bakugo, it's impossible. Then something happened that terrified them. A laugh was heard, a sinister laugh. You could hear small rocks falling to the ground in their footsteps. The three of them were on guard, but they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Their fear increased when they heard applause coming from the monster. Deku, for his part, felt like inside him his one for all was moving violently, but his fear, his panic reached its peak when. Noma, that attack was impressive. I really felt it. Maybe, just maybe, if they had grabbed me more hurt, they would have managed to do a lot of damage. There is no doubt that this is the power of the Son of Endeavor and the ninth wielder of One for All. But now what do you think if we get serious? With you as enemies, I have no reason to hold back. Chapter 42, The Redemption of a Father, The Greeting of an Old Enemy. The monster began to tremble, and to the surprise and fear of the boys, its left side began to emanate fire, but it was blue. The right side hardened into almost pure iron, taking on a metallic blue tone. Its legs had several spines that looked sharp. Its hand secreted an acid that was too corrosive, since a light drop could melt it without problems. Deku, what the buck, what are you? Nomu, I am the greatest genetic evolution, a Nomu stronger than a high gamma, autonomous, no one controls me, I do not follow orders, I am the evolution of Gigantomachia in its maximum state. Bakugo, you're just a damn Nomu who talks, that's nothing new, the old scrotum head has run out of ideas. The blonde man pushed himself towards the monster, who just smiled. Nomu, if that's what you say. Deku, damn Bakugo, watch out. The monster formed a spear with its metallic claw and attacked the blonde, but a wall of ice prevented the blow from hitting him. Nomu, I forgot about you. Todoroki, that's a grave mistake, throwing a huge wave of fire. Nomu, I won't repeat it. The beast raised its hand, and as it raised it, a large amount of liquid rose up like a wall, which solidified when the fire hit it. Deku, that's the quirk of a member of Class B. The monster did not stop there. Soon more copies of his arms were formed, each one with a different quirk. The boys recognized some since they were from their classmates, or from Class B. They were surprised because at no time did they see him steal them. Deku, how is it possible that you have the quirks? You never stole them. Nomu, no, I just copied them. Bakugo, what do you mean? Nomu, don't you recognize me? And I've fought you before. Nomu, of course, before I was nothing more than a mold, but now I'm finished, with the greatest quirks of the UA and other schools. Bakugo, bigger ones? Don't make me laugh. If you had bigger ones, you'd have this one die. The blonde released a strong explosion that hit the monster's body, but it didn't move. Nomu, I said the biggest, and I think what you wanted to do is this. A much bigger explosion. Bakugo instinctively protected himself, but then Deku unleashed a blow with 90% of the OFA destroying it. Deku, there was no reason to occupy everything, but it is a warning. Stop messing with us or you will not get out of this unscathed. Nomu, Ha ha ha, it's just like All for One said, you were someone to be careful with. How stupid was Shigaraki to underestimate you. Deku, okay, you've had enough of me, Lord Explosion, Shoto, let's finish this clown off. Bakugo, you don't have to say it twice. Todoroki, what kind of hero would we be if we did nothing? Nomu, come little prey, I want to see how strong you are. The boys let out a battle cry and rushed at their opponent, who covered the attacks with his iron arm. The boys hit and attacked with everything, although they also had to prevent him from attacking them. They covered themselves with everything. Bakugo deflected the acid with explosions. Todoroki formed a small ice shield with which he stopped the fire attacks, although he had to constantly reinforce it. Deku didn't have it easy either. He dodged fire attacks, blows and attacks from other quirks. He moved with 90% and hit with 50%. He couldn't use 90% to hit with luxury because it exhausted him quickly, since he didn't have much to learn to reach the level, and the lack of training was taking its toll, but at least his analysis and prediction were still intact, which helped him dodge some blows. Deku, anyone have a better plan? Bakugo, where is your father Todoroki? Todoroki, taking care of a personal matter. And what a matter! On the other side of the fight there was another strong one in feelings, a fight between two Todorokis, Dabi determined to finish off the one he once called his father, and Endeavor, who was in a moral debate. He had not yet said what he knew, but he only had to see the enormous flame to remove his doubts. The great man released a strong amount of power which was able to divert the fire from his rival. Dabi, tell me, Enji Todoroki, how does it feel? How does it feel to know that you're going to die today? Endeavor, you wouldn't have that smile if you were fighting on offense, would you? Dabi, stop underestimating me. The black-haired man released a strong column of fire that hit the hero, throwing him far away. Endeavor, it's not that I underestimate you, it's just that I don't want to hurt you. Dabi, terrible decision, hero number one. Endeavor, don't you understand? I don't want to hurt you and neither do you. Dabi, let's agree to disagree. The villain raised his hand, from which an unbearable heat began to emanate. Soon you could see how a small blue ball of fire formed, which then became increasingly larger. Dabi, this is as far as you go. Endeavor, I don't want to hurt my son. The black-haired man opened his eyes. The sphere of fire stopped changing size. Dabi, what did you say? Endeavor, what you heard. I don't want to hurt you, Tuya, nothing more. Dabi, my name is Dabi. The sphere became smaller and less intense, and with it hit the hero in the face. Dabi, you don't know who I am, you don't know me. Endeavor, yes I know, you are Tuya Todoroki, my first son in raise. Dabi, shut up. The boy hit the man again with spheres of a more normal fire. Endeavor, I suspected it was you when we faced each other 2 years ago, the day that Nomu gave me the scar on my face. I investigated, it didn't take much to know it was you, Tuya. Dabi, shut up already. Again more blows. The fury in the young black-haired man was quite a lot, but now he could see some tears. Endeavor, forgive me, son, for everything. Dabi, sorry? Are you really asking for forgiveness? You don't even know the meaning of that word. Endeavor, maybe not, but I know the weight it carries. I don't want you to forgive me because I know you won't. I only ask for a chance. Come back home. Your brothers are waiting for you. Your mother. Dabi, kicking him in the face, don't say her name, you're not worthy. Do you know how many times I saw her cry? Do you have any idea how many times I found her in the fetal position begging for forgiveness? And above all, do you have any idea how many times I defended you? Because I admired you, because I thought my father was great. Because you were strong and it was an honor for me to have a power like yours. Endeavor, please Tuya, I know I behaved like the biggest piece of shit, but no one else has to pay for my mistakes. Dabi, you mistreated Natsuo. How many times you made Fuyumi cry, and above all what you forced Mom to do to Shoto. You are the worst shit this world has. Endeavor, son, Shoto, you're right. I mistreated him to the point of forcing him to give up his power, but he taught me something. We can't force someone to be what they're not. I know it's late, but your brother opened my eyes. I discovered everything wrong with me, and that's why I tried to fix it. I love your mother, and believe me, there isn't a day that goes by that I don't regret how stupid and idiotic I was, but please, son. Dalby was now broken. Endeavor made a villain, but under that layer of evil there was sadness, a child disappointed in his father and himself for not being accepted and loved by his parent. Soon the light tears turned into crying, but he still did not stop hitting his father. Endeavor had his suit destroyed. Even the flames on his face had gone out because the pain prevented him from continuing to use his quirk, and he did not want to use it even if he could because he knew he deserved that punishment. But soon the villain's blows decreased in intensity as his crying increased. Endeavor, you remember, right? Your name is Todoroki. Dalby, shut up, Ng. Endeavor, you're my oldest son. Dalby, and you are my target to destroy, understand? Ob hitting him in the face, target hitting him again with his somewhat lit fist to destroy. Hitting him again with his fist wrapped in light flames. Endeavor, full of bumps and burns, then finish it now. You're my son, I love you, and always I'll always be by your side. The black-haired boy lit his fist and was about to hit one last time, but he couldn't. Seeing his father there so vulnerable and defeated reminded him of his brother Shoto. He knew he had to give him the final blow, but the black-haired boy couldn't. Then some images appeared in his mind, the few moments where Endeavor behaved like a true father. Yes, maybe they were few, but he still treasured those memories. We can see how a 10-year-old Tuya hit Ng hard, knocking him down. The redhead approached his father worried, but he smiled and caressed his son's hair. Endeavor, it's okay, Tuya. You know, if you keep going like this, you'll grow very strong. We can see another memory of the family before with a little Natsuo baby in a restaurant. We finally go to the last one, Endeavor tucking his son in. Tuya, Dad, tell me a story. Ng, a story? No, that's too childish. How about something more? Tuya, yes. Ng, well, it goes like this. Tiger. Tiger. Bright flame. In the forests of the night. What immortal hand or eye could devise your terrible symmetry? The black-haired boy looked into his father's eyes. The older Todoroki wasn't lying. The blame lay in them. He was truly sorry. The boy sat next to his father. Dalby, damn, you won this time. Endeavor, so just this time I had a reason to fight and die other than civilians. Dalby, I have to go. Endeavor, seriously? You're just going to hit me and leave? What a bad son I raised. Dalby, the worst of all, and you're also hurt. I have to take advantage of the opportunity. Endeavor, do you think I would let them hurt you? Dalby, a hero's duty is to do justice. Endeavor, and a father's job is to protect his family. Tuya, lying down next to his father, if what Mom said was a joke, I'll give you a new scar. Endeavor, you're stronger than me, why would I lie? Tuya, because I assume it's like breathing for you. Endeavor, I love your mother, son, more than anything in this world. I may be an idiot, but I also have feelings. Tuya, and what about Natsuo, Fuyumi, and Shoto? Endeavor, Fuyumi was always by my side, maybe out of pity, but it's a gesture I appreciate. Natsuo left home, but he's coming back more often, and as for Shoto, he's the reason we're here. Your brother matured very young. I technically forced him to do that, but together with his friend they taught me an important lesson. Tuya, what are you? Well, you were an idiot without feelings. Endeavor, I may be your father, but not the master of your destiny. Tuya, you really made the dwarf mature. Endeavor, his friend helped him a lot. Tuya, what friend? Endeavor, Shigaraki's enemy, Izuku Midoriya. Tuya, Midoriya? The one who broke his bones every time he attacked. Endeavor, the same one that All for One and Shigaraki wanted to kill. Tuya, I never understood why. Endeavor, he is a born leader. Maybe it doesn't seem like a big deal, but believe me, that boy is capable of doing incredible things. Tuya, tell me he didn't fight Shoto. Endeavor, ha ha ha, you know the saying, I'll break all your bones until you understand? Well, he modified it too, I'll break all my bones until you understand. Tuya, he must be crazy. Endeavor, maybe, but I help your brother and I help myself. I'm not All Might, that's obvious, so if that's obvious to you, you should know that Todoroki is not you, your power is only yours. Tuya, I see, I'm surprised you didn't want him to marry Fuyumi. Endeavor, ha ha ha, shut up. Tuya, and what will we do? Endeavor, what about? Tuya, I can't just show up and say hello. I went back home like nothing happened. Endeavor, we'll come up with something, son. Stroking his son's hair. Calm down, tiger. Tuya, I think I'll go back to my natural hair color. Endeavor, and take off your stapled skin, that way you'll pass as a normal civilian, ha ha ha. Tuya, yes, I think you're right, thanks, Dad. Endeavor, it's nothing now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to pass out for a few minutes. The man closed his eyes. He wasn't lying, he had fainted. The black-haired man stared at him. Tuya, I think I'll faint too. Making a great effort, Tuya lifted his father. With each step he took off the patches of skin. Finally he took off most of them. He closed his trench coat, hiding the one on his chest. He got to an ambulance where he dropped him. The doctors also wanted to check him, but he refused until with a slight stumble the boy also dropped him. The overexertion of his quirk left him exhausted, and without strength falling face down on the ground, the doctors took him again and put him on a stretcher next to the hero number 1. Back to the battle against the Noma. Things didn't look better. The beast was too strong. The 3 heroes weren't in their best condition, and to make it worse, the battle was taken towards the civilians, something that Deku wanted to avoid. The departmental area was being destroyed without contemplation. Deku, to a police officer, evacuate all civilians. The boy received a blow from a pole that the Noma occupied as bat. The boys were already exhausted. Their suits were torn and they were almost at their limit. Using their quirks was already painful, but they had to keep fighting. They couldn't stop fighting. Night was about to fall. Fire and smoke began to illuminate the landscape in a macabre way. The screams of the people, along with the cries and sirens coming from the patrol cars, ambulances and fire trucks made, together with the lighting, a scene worthy of a horror movie whose setting only chilled your bones more. Deku, yeah, I'm getting tired now. Bakugo, you've become lazy, nerd, breathing deeply. Todoroki, trying to balance his temperature, and you're going to tell me that you're not tired. Deku, dodging and hitting hard without success, this is bad. Our suits are almost broken. Todoroki, our suits are almost torn. The boy dodged a blow but realized that on the monster's back there was a black glow, and saw a sword handle coming out. The bicolor was scared and attacked with a huge amount of fire. Deku, what's wrong? Walking next to Shoto and Bakugo. Todoroki, that thing, that damn thing. Bakugo, what's going on, damn it? Todoroki, has Momo's quirk. At that moment they saw how a sword cut the huge call with the help of a wind attack. Bakugo, don't buck with me. Deku, move! The boys dodged the sword attack. Deku quickly counterattacked with a kick to the back, but more spikes came out as a defense, managing to stop the attack. Deku, damn, does that thing have eyes everywhere or something? Uraraka, through the communicator. Deku resists. Help is on the way. Deku, Uravity? No, I told you to get lost, you're too hurt dodging a blow. Uraraka, a hero helps anyone. Deku, Kacha, Shoto. Both, we heard it, they can't, they're too hurt. Deku, then let's finish that thing quickly. A fight without holding back. The 3 boys coordinated perfectly, alternating a very well done defense and attack, but useless against the Nomu, who continued with his combined attacks. Nomu, come on guys, you bore me, don't tell me you're at your limit. Deku, limit? Bakugo, do you even know what UA's motto is? Todoroki, go further. Bakugo, from your limits. Deku, plus. The 3, Entre. Bakugo released all the sweat grenades, released the safety pins on his hand grenades, and absorbed all the sweat from his suit and mask, releasing a mega explosion. Todoroki heated his flames to the point that they became hotter than Dabi's. The attack was hurting him, but he endured it. His eyesight began to cool down to a level never seen before. Deku, for his part, was concentrating all his power he could. Deku, 1 for all, 90% sends the gas recharge to the right arm and the kinetic energy to the right leg at my signal. Let's end all this shit once and for all. The attacks of his friends hit the Nomu. Deku moved at full speed, released the blow on the Nomu's back, then rose up and then pushed himself down. Deku, now! Manchester Smash! The kick was so strong that it buried the Momo in the ground, who didn't put up any resistance, receiving the 3 attacks full on. The armor on Deku's feet was destroyed. From the right glove only some strips of fabric were left hanging. Bakugo lost the grenades from his wrists. His suit was torn and had several cuts on his body. Todoroki was the same. In all 3 the blood was predominant. The monster did nothing to get out or any movement that indicated that he was still alive. Deku limped away from the beast, turning his back on it. Deku, who would have thought that the school motto would work at this time? Todoroki, it's finally over? Bakugo, it would be too much if it weren't like that. Deku, I'll call Uraraka to tell her that I'm done. At that moment a shot was heard, and then something hit the green-haired boy's back, causing him to open his eyes in fear and surprise. His friends looked at him shocked. On Deku's back you could see something like smoke. The boy fell to his knees and then almost collapsed to the ground if it weren't for him putting his arms up first. His companions saw how acid was shot. The scraps of cloth were eating away at his flesh. Soon they saw the muscles. But Deku would not give up. He heard how the gun was loaded, and the moment he heard the shot opening his arms, he dragged his friends to another part. Nomu, ha ha ha, damn, that attack was well done. Believe me, for a second I thought I was in trouble, but they are just children, and this is not a game that they can win with the power of friendship. The Nomu began to shoot left and right. Deku was fast, but he knew his speed was going down. He was very hurt. He didn't know how his mask was still in place. It was broken in some parts, revealing some strands of hair. His vision was already blurring. Deku, through the communicator, does anyone have a better plan? Todoroki, you think it's easy? That bastard has my girlfriend's power. Bakugo, this is tiring. Suddenly the Noma lowered the weapon. With a single jump he hit Deku in the face, slamming him against the wall. The poor boy's body bounced, only to be the victim of a strong kick that made him go through the wall. The boy was lying on the ground. The beast entered through the hole confidently. He knew he had already won. Only his friends were missing, because the green-haired boy was defeated because no one would get up from that blow, or so he thought. Nomu, you were an admirable rival, brat, but this is your end. But don't worry, I will remember you with honor. Deku. The Nomu was surprised to know that the boy was still conscious. But mockingly he approached the boy, crouching down to his height. Nomu, speak up, kid. You must have a collapsed lung. That always prevents you from speaking. What he received was a spit full of blood in the face. The annoyed Nomu grabbed Deku's head and slammed it hard against the ground. Nomu, that was rude. For an aspiring hero you should have manners. Just for that, I will kill you slowly and painfully, you know, to get even. The boy just raised his face, giving him a look that denoted mockery. With effort he removed the mask from his mouth to show a mocking smile. The blood began to seep, but still the smile did not go away. Then, and to the amazement of the Nomu, Deku slowly stood up. The blood dripped. He felt his legs tremble, but still managed to stand up again. Nomu, you should be dead. Deku, ha! Do you have any idea how many times I've heard that? Rest in peace, Midoriya. There's no way out, brat. Time to die, you little shit. Every single day, over and over again for these 3 years. It's over, Deku. Every single bucking day, and yet assuming a fighting stance, yet I'm still here. Nomu, damn, this is a rival. I have to admit I didn't think you were the one before. He couldn't keep talking because Deku hit him with 90% of one for all, a blow that knocked him off the building. Bakugo and Todoroki were trying to regain strength when they saw the enemy thrown out of that building, and immediately after Deku went after him. The Nomu stepped on the ground, stopping his path, and quickly counterattacked with a blow, but the boy was agile. Almost failing, he managed to dodge the huge bomb to release another one straight to the face, and then a kick to the ribs, then one to the knee and a knee to the chin, but his rival was not far behind and also attacked. The fight became an exchange of blows at full power, and although Deku was more injured, somehow his willpower continued to motivate the boy. His blows were fast, more than usual. His speed also increased. He was undoubtedly faster than Almight, but Deku did not stop. He was willing to end the battle, and taking a steel beam in his rapid runs he embedded it in the Nomu's leg, who definitely did not expect that. The boy embedded the beam even in the concrete. The beast would not stop. It wanted to get out. It tried to pull the object out, but it was too deeply embedded. Deku, you better stay there. The boy was close to collapsing but just knelt down, raised one leg and leaned on it hoping to finally rest, but saw how the Nomu got up in pain. Deku, no, can't you even give me 5 minutes? Nomu, sorry kid, but I only have one mission, to kill you. I can't give you an advantage, even if you come with your friends, even if Endeavor's son helps you, even if your dog attacks you explosively and goes crazy. I won't rest until I tear your head off, spine and all, to display it as a trophy. Deku, you got that from the Predator movies, even though it's still terrifying. The boy got into a fighting stance again, but the Nomu tore the huge beam from his leg. Nomu, haha, thanks for the regeneration. Deku, I knew it. The monster was about to strike hard. Todoroki and Bakugo wanted to help their friend. They were tired, their bodies ached, and they had reached the limit of their quirks, but they couldn't watch the red-haired boy die. In pain they used their ice and explosions, and although at a slower speed they headed towards Deku. The freckled boy, on the other hand, knew he could dodge. Out of pure luck he still had nothing broken, he just had to rest and that's it, but he knew he wouldn't give him that rest. The boy tensed his fist when he saw how a huge piece of rubble managed to stun the beast and make it lower the beam. Deku's gaze turned into shock when he saw Uraraka standing with her quirk activated ready to unleash another blow. Deku, I told you to leave. Uraraka, and I told you I'm not weak. Deku, careful. The boy was going to help his companion, but his body did not respond and he knelt down in pain. Uraraka fought against the Nomu, but it was only a matter of the monster taking advantage of an entrance caused by the wounds to hit Uraraka in the face. The girl fell to the ground but got up again, but the Nomu was faster. Took her torso and hit her again. Her helmet could withstand the blows, but it already looked fragile. There was even a large crack that showed part of her face. Nomu, you should have done CA. Then some shots hit his back. Deku managed to cover himself just like Todoroki, who formed a small ice dome. The angry Nomu looked up to see that it was a military helicopter. Soldier, heroes, the cavalry is here. Regain your strength, we'll take care of this monster. Nomu, grunts, damn Quirkless, they're just scum. The Nomu hit Uraraka once more and then threw her towards the helicopter along with the beam. Deku curse. Nomu, no distractions this time. The green-haired man managed to see how the chestnut was thrown towards the helicopter. Fortunately, she didn't come out on the other side, but the helicopter was falling because the beam destroyed the propellers. Thanks to that, lives would be lost. The green-haired man gathered the kinetic force in his arm and gave a punch that sent the monster flying and jumped, and then used a smaller percentage of force, hitting and making the air pressure change the direction of the helicopter. Giving a kick, he landed on a building. It didn't take long when he saw how the aerial vehicle was about to fall, so using another air pressure he stopped the fall, and using his strength he managed to stop it to lower it slowly and gently. After a few minutes Uraraka came down. Her helmet was more cracked and the fissure had become larger. Also the suit had several cuts. The green-haired man sighed in relief and prepared to jump back into action, but stumbled slightly. He was exhausted. He was close to falling, but the chestnut held him. Uraraka, I got you. Deku, me, you have me, and who has you? At that moment they heard explosions and screams of people. The green-haired man gathered his strength again and prepared to leave. Uraraka, no! Holding his arm, please, no, you can't go. Deku, I have to do it and you know it. Uraraka, you can't go with that thing again, it's suicide. Deku, smiling, you also faced him, getting serious again, Ochako. At that moment, interrupting the hero, the monster realized where his target was and threw himself at them. The girl was scared, but the green-haired man took the back of the helicopter and, making sure there were no more people, used it as a baseball bat, hitting the monster and pushing it away from the place. Deku, I have to get back to work. Uraraka, no, please, you have to call the cavalry. Deku, this was a conversation for another time, but Sayo Chako, I am the cavalry. At that moment tears began to run down the girl's face. Somehow, without knowing the reason for the words, she knew she was right. Deku, I would like to get you as far away from danger as possible, but I don't have time. That Nomu would kill many during my absence. Uraraka, please don't go, just watch it. That thing can withstand Todoroki's fire and ice attacks and Bakugo's explosions like nothing. There's no human way to stop it. Deku, I have to find a way, it's my duty. Uraraka, Izuku yo-yo. The brunette could not continue speaking. The green-haired man hugged her, pulling her towards him and kissed her. Tears continued to run down the girl's face. Deku, no matter what happens, I always. At that moment, a sound of explosion followed by cries for help brought the freckled man's attention back to his work. Deku, give me a minute at least, Uraraka, I have to go. At that moment, the boy took the brunette's hands and hugged her. Ochako felt something being placed in her hands. A few seconds later, the green-haired boy separated from her and went to the civilians asking if they were okay. This was an opportunity for the girl to see that in his hand there was a paper. Uraraka unfolded it and saw that it said, "My last secret, I love you." Tears rolled down the heroine's face again as she watched the green-haired man smile at the civilians to make them feel safe. Then he went to the edge of the building. Deku, it will all end, that Momo, that monster, will pay for what he has done. And then he jumped. The hero Deku jumped with great force while the girl saw him. Uraraka, please, please Izuku, come back, I love you too, whispering the last thing. The freckled man was about to shoot Todoroki but used a burst of air that destroyed the gun. Momo, you've had a break, you were able to escape the clutches of death. Deku, sorry for making you wait, but I'm already angry. I can't and don't have time to play with you anymore. I'm going to fight seriously. Get ready. Momo, okay, it's your funeral. Deku, maybe, but if death calls me at the end of the fight, then I'll take you with me. And so they both began to fight. The Momo threw the most corrosive acid he had. Deku deflected it with bursts of air shooting with his fingers. The bullets were not a problem because the speed he had was greater, but the blows did hurt. The Momo defended himself well, but being bigger he left some gaps that Deku took advantage of, and to the greater delight of the freckled Bakugo and Todoroki entered the fight. They were not yet 100% recovered, but the adrenaline was greater than their pain. Deku, guys, it's good that you're back. Bakugo, and leave you with all the fun? Are you crazy? Todoroki, just one team, we won't stop until we finish this damn thing. Deku, whispering Bakugo, I need you to clear the battlefield. Bakugo, why? Deku, whispering, to give my 100. Bakugo, are you sure you can control it? Deku, yes, I have to try at least. Bakugo, you better not die. The blonde went with Todoroki while Deku charged his power. The hair rose while rays could be seen coming out of the freckled boy's body, colliding against each other, making an imposing noise. But inside, the green-haired boy was suffering. It might seem like little, but 100% was a big weight to carry. His muscles tensed. His bones struggled to stay in one piece. A few minutes passed, and he stopped shaking. His hair was still raised. His rays were still coming out, but the freckled boy breathed calmly. He opened his eyes, showing that now they shone an intense emerald green. His muscles increased a little, and with a smile he pushed himself, managing to hit the Momo, dragging him a few meters. The boy stood up in front of his friends, turning his back on them. Deku, okay, second round, monster. Bakugo, smiling mockingly, oh my god, we'll have a heart attack. The green-haired boy had only a few pieces of mask. The mask that covered his mouth was cracked in some places and was already missing pieces, but he still did not give up. The Momo launched itself and the boy charged again. His friends could not help him like before, but at least they covered his flanks without problems. Now it was a bare-knuckle fight, but Deku noticed something, and that was that his rival was throwing stronger blows. Maybe he could not compete with his speed, but his blows were better than before. When he took a good look at the Momo, he saw with fear how he was in his normal phase. Deku, what the hell are you? Momo, I already told you. I give you who will kill you. At that moment the Momo created a burst of air pressure very similar to All for One's, dragging Deku a few meters. The freckled man stood up and saw how the beast laughed. Deku, manipulation, you can convert quirks into strength, and use them to boost your attacks. Momo, bingo, you finally realized. Deku, but I assume it's not perfect. Momo, What do you mean? Deku, you are not perfect, nobody is. Quirks are not just powers given at random, they are part of us. It is like an extension of our body. It has to be trained to be used in its entirety and get the most out of them. But you were just born, right? You were busy watching us use our quirks, and since you were just taken out of the egg, you have not been able to know what your limits are, much less your limits. Every time you use the other quirks to strengthen when you are almost out of strength, your defenses go down, and attack does more damage than normal, making that huge gun cost you. The same with the bullets, that's why the acid was not so powerful. Believe me, I have received that acid before, and this was nothing more than a vile replica. Momo, shut up, you don't know anything. Deku, seriously? You're talking to the guy who broke his arms when he did an attack. I know more about that than you. At that moment the Momo threw himself at the freckled man, grabbed him by the leg and slammed him against the walls or the floor. Momo, you're annoying me. Deku newsletter, that's my specialty, haven't you noticed? I'm the sheriff of this city, I'm Izuku Midoriya, the hero named Deku, ninth wielder of One for All, and as long as there's life in my chest, no, I can't think of anything else to say. Are you ready? The Momo turned around to see Todoroki hitting him with ice and Bakugo returning it with an explosion, while Deku kicked him away. Momo, you guys. Deku, you have your quirks, I have my friends. Momo, I'll kill them, I'll leave this country in darkness, and then the... Deku, shut up, haven't you realized yet? I will fight and give my best no matter what, even if death calls me it won't matter, because as long as one of us remains standing in front of you, you will never be able to claim victory. Momo, noble feelings from someone who is about to die. The Momo looked at his rival with a mocking expression, but then he heard a child crying. He turned around and sure enough, there among the rubble was a little boy crying with a figure of Almight. The Momo smiled and went towards the boy. Deku, your fight is with me, don't bring anyone else into this. Momo, heroes have a lot to protect, don't they? I'll take care of killing the hero and then the man. Deku, kid, or run. The freckled one was sore, his steps were slow, his friends were in the same condition. Gathering strength, he activated One for All again. Momo, I will take care of killing everything that means a hero, raising his fists. The boy saw the enormous figure rise and felt fear at its maximum expression. His crying stopped, but due to the shock, he did not hear the green-haired man's words. The monster lowered his fists, waiting for his end, but it did not come. When he rose, he saw how the green hero held the rival's fists. Deku, do you really think I would let you do that? Child, you saved me, but you're very, very hurt. Deku, haha, but when has that ever been an impediment? Run, kid, I'll take care of this clown. The boy wanted to run as fast as he could, but his legs wouldn't respond. He fell to the ground in fear. Deku tensed his arms, his teeth clenched, and his gaze reflected fury. The Momo was strong, and if he wanted to defeat him, he had to be stronger. Suddenly he remembered when he met Almight. Deku, thinking, what a strange way to remember. I was still Quirkless, and yet I encountered a villain twice, and both times Almight saved me. He considered me worthy of One for All. Thanks, kid, if it weren't for you I wouldn't have been able to arrest the villain. Showing the mud monster in a bottle. Deku, thinking, honestly, I think he could have knocked down a mountain if he wanted to. It's my fault, I bothered you at work and I told you about my life despite being quirkless. Yes, and it's because of you, the shy one without a quirk, that I could act. Deku, thinking, but at that moment, All Might realizing that I existed made it worth it. I won't give up, not now, not ever. The boy deflected the fists and managed to hit the Momo in the stomach and then another in the face. He grabbed him by the head and slammed him against his knee. It hurt like hell, but he endured it. Finally he managed to carry him, and with a punch he moved him away. Behind him the child was still crying. Deku approached him, took the figure of the blonde, and knelt in front of the little one. Deku, go back to your mother, little one. Everything will be fine. The hero brought his figure closer to the little boy, who saw the hero. His mask was already hanging. His mask on his mouth was hanging, totally cracked even with some holes. But still the hero smiled. The boy took the figure and turned around, but stopped only to turn around and hug the green-haired boy, who was surprised but returned the hug. The boy cut the gesture and ran away. Deku charged his power again and went towards the villain, but he was already waiting for him. He took him by the torso and hit him in the face. Momo, that was truly incredible. You managed to overcome the pain and save the dwarf. You are someone admirable. It even makes me feel sorry to kill you. Deku, believe me, You are not the first to try it, and believe me, you will not be the last. I will find a way and I will finish you off. Momo, come on, you're already weak, it's just a matter of a few more hits. By the way, I was asked to send you greetings from All for One. Insert the power of All for One theme. At that moment the freckled man broke out in a cold sweat. Deku, the one that has to do with that. Momo, didn't Shigaraki mention it? He was never much of a player, just a puppet, the face of the league. Instead, I was the ultimate player. Deku, All Might faced a Momo years ago and defeated it. This time it will be no different. Momo, yes, he lost, but do you think it was useful? Midoriya's teachings, he modified all of them. Each one of them evolved, and even the doctor, he helped us a lot. He stole strong quirks, he deceived people, and he gave the master many test subjects. Deku, damned. Momo, remember the flying Momo? I'm surprised you didn't recognize him. He was a friend of Bakugo's. The green-haired boy opened his eyes in terror. He remembered a certain chubby boy who hung out with Bakugo. Then the Momo came to his mind. Deku, I'll kill you. Momo, ha ha ha, I think I made you angry, so come here, hero, face me. At that moment Bakugo and Todoroki returned to the battlefield. Todoroki, I thought you were already done with him. Deku, he's strong. Bakugo, we are more. Deku was tense, his friends were already exhausted, defeated. If he lost and they attacked, they would lose anyway. The other heroes were busy, there was no way out, he was cornered, but then he remembered. Someday you will have to face that great evil, the mastermind behind the League of Villains, the person who killed my teacher and gave me the wound in my side. All for One. Flashback. We can see All Might sitting in the staff room. Deku, All Might, we did it! We managed to stop All for One. All Might, young Midoriya? Deku, we did it, All Might. Everything happened so fast, but I did it. I finally did my duty. The circle is now closed, smiling. All Might, smiling, I know, son. Tsukachi told me on the phone. I'm very proud of you. They both shared a happy hug, but inside the green-haired boy was somewhat uneasy despite his happiness. Deku, thinking, but something gives me a bad feeling. It was very easy. Flashback end. Deku, damn, it wasn't that easy. He gave this thing a powerful quirk, that's why it was weak. Todoroki, is something wrong, Deku? Deku, seriously, yes, Shoto, there are still people around. Help them, use your ice columns. If there are damaged buildings, you can keep them stable to get out and help the injured. Todoroki, are you crazy? My duty is here. I must fight with you, that thing is very resistant. Deku, I know, but the fight is causing human losses and I don't think he cares. Don't worry, this will soon be over. Todoroki, but Deku. Deku, Shoto, you made an oath as a hero, right? Trust me. The bicolor hesitated but looked at his friend, that look of confidence. He knew he was telling the truth. Todoroki nodded and turned around ready to leave. Todoroki, I trust you, don't let me down. Deku, and when did I do it? Now run. The two-tone color went away, leaving only the blonde and the green-haired one. Deku, now Kaken, please. Bakugo, you won't tell me anything, you damn nerd. Deku, help Shoto, you will find both heroes and wounded civilians, they need you, Kaken. Bakugo, you're not ordering me around, stupid, do you want to finish that thing off? Fine, but we'll do it together, damn it, do you understand me? Deku, Kaken, please. Bakugo, please, what the buck? Your plan is for me to leave and for you to take all the glory? No way, we'll make our way together. At that moment the freckled boy moved forward a little, turning his back on the blonde who looked confused at his friend, companion, and rival. Deku tore off the shreds that used to be his mask and turned to see Bakugo, who was surprised. The green-haired boy's appearance was deplorable. His face was beaten, some cuts, one eye was half closed, blood running from his forehead, but still, even with all those blows and cuts, Deku was able to give his friend a smile. Deku, oh hey Kaken, live with honor. Flashback. We can see a 3-year-old Izuku and Bakugo playing and running happily, Deku wearing the Golden Age suit and Bakugo the Silver Age suit. Kaken, come on Izuku, the future awaits us. Izuku, ha ha ha, I'm coming Kaken. Both began to play haxi-do combat movements in the air, fighting against imaginary enemies until tired both took their knees crouching. Both took a breath while staring at a tree that in their imagination was a horde of enemies ready to fight. Little Izuku was the first to stand up. Izuku, ready for another round? Kaken, why, are you bored already? Izuku, smiling, hey Kaken, live with honor. Kaken, returning the smile, and Izuku dies with glory. Both children smiled and nodded and went after their imaginary rivals. Flashback end. The blonde clenched his fists with fury and importance. There in front of him was Izuku Midoriya, the same one he once insulted and treated like shit, and who was now willing to sacrifice himself. Bakugo didn't want to. The blonde wanted to tell him not to fight together. That they would find a way to defeat him, but he knew that only one of them had the necessary strength, and that was the green-haired boy. Bakugo Katsuki was upset with himself, disappointed for not being able to help the one who always helped him, no matter what happens. But above all he was worried about Deku, because just as only Deku had the strength to defeat the Nomu, that same Nomu also had the strength to kill the green-haired boy. But he had that smile. That damn smile of confidence that Deku gave him was the promise that everything would be okay. Bakugo just growled, his hair covering his eyes. The explosive boy just turned his back on the green-haired boy, but Bakugo, and dies with glory, old friend. The blonde just moved away from the battle area with his explosions, while Deku just widened his smile. Deku, in the end I managed to get him to say it. A growl from the Nomu made Deku look back at the front. Deku, with a serious face and tearing off the mask from his mouth, well, now it's just you and me. Now show me what preparing an attack, what did all for one do to you? And saying this, the boy activated one for all at 100%. The rays collided against each other with intensity and fury that demonstrated the intensity and pressure that the power exerted. The hair rose again, the eyes shone once more. Deku was ready for a new assault just like the monster, but the green-haired boy was faster. He prepared himself and jumped with force, launching himself into battle again. Chapter 43. I won't give up. Deku, show me what all for one did to you. Both launched themselves into the attack. The green-haired man was hurt, but his sense of duty was greater. The freckled man hit with all his strength, but the Nomu too. The beast took Deku by the head and slammed him against the ground repeatedly, and then some blows to the face. But Izuku would not stay that way. He gave a headbutt and a knee to the stomach. He took him by the shoulders, quickly climbed and kicked the monster away. The green-haired man took a good jump and landed his fist in the face of the rival, and then continued hitting without mercy, but the Nomu was fast, took Deku's legs and hit him against a building, and then threw him against the cargo box of a truck. Running approached it, tore it off, and then whipped it with the green-haired man inside, but he did not stay still. He went out and hit, and then took the structure of a building under construction and dropped it on the Nomu, who got back up, but the freckled man took a steel rod welded with others and started to hit the monster, but he managed to grab the green-haired man's face, and running he slammed him against a solid wall and began to kick him, while smiling sadly. The beast finished with an upward kick, but Deku managed to recover quickly. He kicked the air towards the villain but did not hit, but with his open palm he took the Nomu's neck, slamming him against the floor. The Nomu was going to recover, but Deku received him with a strong punch in the face, and then lifted him up and gave him an upward blow, but he did not wait for him to go down. Taking a big jump, he hit the stomach, and with a kick in the air he pushed himself more than the rival. Deku was waiting to give the blow downwards, but the Nomu was not stupid. As soon as Deku raised his fists, the Nomu gave a quick blow to the face, and now he gave the blow downwards but took the freckled man by the shoulders and began to headbutt poor Deku, who could not do anything else but receive the hard punishment. The Nomu left from hitting with his head to hitting with his fists, and that's how he landed. The poor freckled boy was knocked down but managed to recover. Nomu, ha ha ha, you really are a stubborn bastard, wiping the blood, although I admit that your blows hurt me. There is no doubt. It is true what they say, threat and prey are the most dangerous. Deku, what can I say? It's fight or die. Maybe that's why you haven't beaten me. A mocking smile on a tired gesture, loading strength, and before the Nomu made another move, Deku gave a strong tackle, so strong that they advanced more than a few meters, entering a building that fortunately was already evacuated. The beast was thrown a short distance, but Deku also fell rolling on the ground. The Nomu stood up. He was undoubtedly hurt, exhausted, you could see it in his breathing. Although Deku was not intact, his suit was in tatters, he no longer had his gloves, the torso part was too broken, he no longer had the knee protections, but he still overcame the pain, and took a fighting stance. Deku, come kill me, monster. Momo, believe me, before it wasn't personal, now I'm going to enjoy it like you have no idea. Both of them threw themselves at full speed, hitting each other in the face with their fists, which caused a strong earthquake that brought down the building on top of them. Their exhausted companions saw this with the pain of not being able to help. Eri, Kota, Mirio, their mother, in their houses crying, prayed for the green-haired boy to live a little longer. The freckled man and the beast got up again. Momo, because the buck you don't die. Deku, for them. Pointing at his friends and the media cameras, because if I let you defeat me then everything will go to shit. You were created to kill me, but I will have to cling to life and fulfill my duty as a hero. Because all their hopes are now my hope, and I promised them that I would not lose and I never break my word. The green-haired boy threw himself at the Momo, but Deku was already exhausted. He threw a blow, but the Momo responded with another to the face. Izuku wanted to throw a hammer blow, but the beast dodged it, and gave two more to the side and the face. He grabbed him by the head and slammed him against the ground and then kicked him. The boy fell once more. The monster took a piece of cloth from the ruins of the building and wrapped it around Deku's neck and began to strangle him. The green-haired boy wanted to take that thing off his neck, but the Momo stepped on his head, stepped on it again, and was about to do it one last time. Deku, is this my end? When you are about to reach your limit, remember why you are fighting. Deku, no way. The boy managed to move with his speed, moved away a few meters and then propelled himself back, managing to hit the Momo in the face, slamming him against the ground. Momo, ha 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 ha, damn, that only increases my desire to kill you. Deku, stop that bravado, are you going to kill me? That's nonsense, save that phrase for when you're done with me. Thinking, I don't know how much longer I can keep fighting, but if this is the end for me, I know I won't go down without a fight. Momo, damn it, I remind you that you are only human, you can be harmed, but I cannot. I was created to kill you, do you really think you can win this fight? Deku, I'm not fighting because I think I can win. I'm fighting because I have to win. The boy dodged an attack from Momo and jumped upwards and then came down with a powerful axe kick. But the Momo was no fool. He took Deku's ankle and threw him onto a pile of rubble. He approached him only to be greeted with a strong blow to the head with what was once a wall. Deku took another piece of rubble and slammed it against his rival again, but he got back up. Deku, you're not giving up, are you? Well, here's something that might help you, Plan A. The Momo approached Deku, but he used the weight of the beast to slam him against the ground, embedding him in the pavement. Deku, thinking, I thought about that move a long time ago in case I faced Shoji or Sato. I never thought of using it before, although I guess that didn't work, of course not. The Momo got up and threw himself at Deku, who dodged the blows as best he could. Deku, old man, even if you hid your scent from me, it would kill me. The furious Momo attacked Deku, but he managed to jump in time, dodging the blow, and then propelled himself down, landing on the villain's back. Deku, thinking, well, he looks tired, but I have to keep moving, he can't hit what he can't reach, oh please. The monster grabbed Deku's ankle again and punched him through a glass. Momo, I was able to give you a quick death. Deku threw himself at the beast only to be repelled with a strong kick, knocking down a column. Momo, but no, people like you always choose the painful option. I grab him by the torso, slamming him against the walls to get him out of there with a single blow. Deku, thinking, I've never been hit so hard, and I had a one-on-one against Muscular and survived. The green-haired man slammed it against a trash container, lifted it up and threw it at the Momo, but it repelled it. Deku, I must stay conscious, ignore the pain. Saying it was easier than doing it, Deku tried to jump on top of the villain, but he caught him in the air right in the torso, grabbed him by the head and slammed him against the pavement. Deku, thinking, damn, I'm badly hurt, stunned, I don't even have any more phrases, maybe I'm dead. Momo, you know, if it's any consolation, you've come further than I thought. I even respect you for that. Deku, no, raising his face, not like that. Momo, You lasted longer than your friends and I killed many of them. The Noma smiled, but it was at that moment that Deku took advantage of, hitting him in the torso. Deku, shut up. I've been through thousands of these problems. I've fought with every villain that this society can throw at me and I defeated them all 2-3 times. I've lost count. I defeated the League of Villains. I defeated Muscular, Chisaki, Shigaraki. All for one. Who are you to challenge me? I've triumphed over fate before. I've changed the future. This is no different. No, it's no different. Now completely furious, Deku stood up once more. Deku, if I'm going to fall, it will be my damn way. The boy kicked him in the face. Without letting him recover, he used the traffic light pole to hit him. He hit him in the face, slamming him against a wall, and before he could react, he hit him with a huge truck. The boy hit him with the vehicle until there was nothing left of the metal, but he didn't stop there. He started hitting him with his fists in the face. Deku, thinking, I feel my skin tearing, my knuckles cracking, but it doesn't matter, I'm winning. Hold on to victory, Izuku. The green-haired man was exhausted. His blows stopped going with force, and he soon stopped giving them. Noma, I'll tell everyone that you did your best. The Noma was in pain. He also didn't know how much more damage he could take, but he knew he would be the winner just by looking at the freckled boy. Before Deku could take a second wind, the Noma launched himself at him and began to hit him brutally. The battle was far from spectators, and the dust that made visibility almost impossible. Only the strong blows could be heard. After a while, the Noma stopped hitting. The boy was too hurt. His arms were broken, along with his ribs, his legs. The Noma thought it was over because he couldn't even feel his breathing. Noma, I truly respect you and I hope they never forget you. You were a worthy rival. The green-haired boy lay on the ground, lying completely wounded. The constant blows had left a large crater. Deku now seemed dead. The Noma felt he could rest, but he had a mission. Already finished one part, now came the second. Noma, show them the loss of hope. The beast took the green-haired man by the torso without worrying about anything and began to walk towards the crowd of heroes who were already gathering. They were tired, yes, but at least they had already completed the mission, although the explosion of power they felt made them oppose alertly. Uraraka, Todoroki, where is Deku? Todoroki, if you don't know it, even less, he took me out of the fight, clenching his fists furiously. If I were stronger. Uraraka, but it was just a Nomu, what was the problem? Bakugo, the problem wasn't the round-faced Nomu, but what he could do. Uraraka, what do you mean? Bakugo, that thing could copy any powers it found interesting or powerful. It had my explosions, Endeavor's fire, Mina's acid. Todoroki, the creation of Momo. Uraraka, besides, she was smart because. Todoroki, Uraraka, calm down. Uraraka, throwing herself at Bakugo, hitting him in the chest while crying, why did you let him? Why did you let him fight alone? If you are so strong, then why did you let him risk so much, damn it? Todoroki, it wasn't us he wanted it that way. I guess he saw we were very tired. Using my quirk is already hurting me, yours too, right Bakugo? Bakugo, what the buck do you care? But I know that besides seeing us hurt, he's the only one who could beat that monster. Let's just wait. Ryukyu, someone's coming. Uraraka, with hope Deku. The girl was about to run to help her friend, but the figure approaching was not that of the freckled boy. The macabre laughter was in charge of making them all see it. Ryukyu put a hand in front of the brunette, blocking her way. With great effort, he could only take out a small dragon wing with which he moved the dust, revealing the Noma, and to his horror, the hanging body of the boy. Uraraka, no, putting her hands over her mouth in horror, no, you're not Deku. Noma, here is your last defender. The Noma raised the freckled boy's corpse so everyone could see that he wasn't lying. The boy looked dead. Noma, your champion, killed in battle like a true hero, gave his all, got up with every blow, and I respect him for that, but ultimately, like you, he is just another mortal, another corpse. Uraraka, shut up. You couldn't kill him, damn it. The Noma mockingly shook the freckled man's body and then, bored, threw him like garbage to the ground. Noma, do you really think he's not dead? Bakugo tried to make explosions, but the sheer attempt hurt him. Noma, this boy was the only being capable of hurting me, the only one with the necessary strength, and look, He did hurt me, but in the end I managed to do more than hurt him, but I ask you for what purpose? Fear him, run away from him, you heroes know it. In the end destiny always arrives, and to the misfortune of this boy and you I have already come. Ryukyu, and you think you'll intimidate us with that? Really? I know you, I know your kind. No matter how smart or strong you are, in the end you're just a Nomu, all for one's pet, a dog we'll put to sleep. Nomu pet? Dog? Yes, I'll grant you the fact that I'm a Nomu and that I was all for one's creation, but he only gave me one mission, to finish off that green-haired piece of shit and wait for instructions. But now that he's no longer in the game and the League of Idiots is defeated, why should I wait for more orders? I can finish you all off, and I wouldn't get any more tired than he already was. The Nomu had a grim smile on his face. Nomu, but calm down heroes, none of this is personal. Maruko, then why the buck do you do it? Nomu, means to an end, their sacrifice will serve a great purpose. Ryukyu, when you say glorious it makes me think we have very different concepts. Nomu, all for one's mistake in creating me is simple, he gave me consciousness. Unlike Gigantomachia who obeyed without question, I do question everything. That's how I found out something. Look, let's make this simple. Since humans acquired their quirks they lost something important from their natural state. They lost what made them human. What kept them alive for so many years? Fear. Yes, I know it's a basic word, but admit it. Since you have power your life has been empty. The charming appeal that being a hero implies makes your lives filled with happy thoughts and fills your lives with joy with a hollow lie. Knowing that you are now gods made your search for more knowledge stop. Your search for identity, to know who you truly are, you lost the ability to feel fear. But that is why I am here, to show you that no matter how strong you are, in the end like the apes that you are you will always kneel. The Nomu was confident, he shattered the hero and then the people's hopes. There was no chance of losing in any way, but what he didn't expect was that a certain brunette would stand up, with a serious face and a slight hint of anger. His ex-boyfriend fought with everything to save them. Now it was his turn to make sure that no one lost hope. Uraraka, not against monsters like you. Nomu, ha ha ha, there is no one like my dwarf. Uraraka, villains will always exist, and you are nothing more than a cheap copy of All for One. Nomu, damn daughter of Bakugo, did we hurt a nerve? Admit it, Daddy AFO didn't do things right with you. Nomu, you are nothing but stupid mortals. Bakugo, and these stupid mortals will make you not win. Nomu, seriously? The city is destroyed, you're exhausted, your champion is dead, explain to me how I would lose? Bakugo, with a smile you have no conviction. And so some kids started to raise their voices. Maybe they couldn't fight with everything but they wouldn't lose hope. Meanwhile in Deku's subconscious, the poor green-haired boy was slowly waking up, realizing he was inside One for All. Deku, and I came here, I guess I did die. Almight, what nonsense is that shonen, you can't die. Deku, if I can, I'm here. Nana, you have to go back and kick that thing's ass. Deku, I tried, you saw it, I gave my best and I still lost. Funky, and what about those over there? Will you leave them to their fate? Let them die without you being able to do anything. Deku, I told them how to kill that thing, and it's already injured, and I know they're capable of stopping it. Nana, they can't use their quirks, they're hurt, tired, they can't fight anymore. Deku, there are battles that are not won with fists alone. Funky, war is not won with feelings. Deku, no, you win with soldiers. First bearer, and you were the best. Deku, you said it, I lost, I'm dead, I have no strength and my bones are broken. Almight, while you were fighting that Noma I heard something. As long as there is life in my chest. Deku, I was trying to buy time. Nana, your hope is now my hope. Funky, I never break my word. Deku, are you really going to say all the lines I said? Almight, boy, you have to give more of yourself. Deku, I did it, I withstood all his blows, I went beyond what I could. If that's not going beyond your limits, then I don't know what is. First bearer, if you think that's going too far, then you need to learn how to use One for All properly. Almight, you surpassed your limits several times. one of them against that monster muscular. Today you faced him and said that he was the inferior version. You trained until that happened. Deku, and what do you want me to do? Revive and train for about 3 years so I can win? Funky, revive today, rip that thing's balls off and make it swallow them. Deku, damn, that disgusted me. Almight, it's okay to be afraid, son. Fear keeps you alert, sharpens your senses, makes you more dangerous, unpredictable. Funky, just don't let that same fear take control of you or you'll lose. Nana, you are the 9th bearer, you have enough strength to win, you just have to believe it. All Might, Shonen, why do you want to be a hero? Deku, what? All previous carriers, why do you want to be a hero? Sorry Izuku, sorry. You should give up. You don't even have a quirk, you're worse than all these extras. All heroes have anecdotes from their student days. Their bodies moved before they realized it. That happened to you, didn't it? You were making a face that asked for help. If I could give you some of my points. I feel like Deku means, try hard. Izuku, you look great, son. I am no longer the useless Deku Kaken, I give the Deku that means, try hard. You are my hero. If I can't save an innocent girl, then I will fail. I'm going to save everyone. Izuku Midoriya, you can be a hero. Deku, I want to save everyone, I want them to stop feeling fear. I want to be the light that illuminates this dark world, a beacon of hope. First carrier, correct answer. Nana, now go over there and finish that thing off. Funky, remember that girl's advice, don't hold back. All Might, go there hero Deku. Deku, they'll be proud of me. All Might / Nana, we already are. The green-haired man smiled and disappeared from his space while the other carriers watched him. Nana, you chose a great successor, Toshinori. All Might, I know, Master, he has something rarely seen, the light of a true hero. Outside of One for All. Outside there was a massacre, the heroes were injured. Fighting all day is not advisable. Now they were at the mercy of that monster that defeated them without much effort. Bakugo and Todoroki stood on guard. They knew they couldn't trust their quirks, but that thing was also injured. And now that it turned its quirks into strength, it was weak. That had cost it energy. Bakugo, what's up, damn aberration? Are you already out of strength? Todoroki, Deku said it, as long as one of us is standing, you will never be able to claim victory. Nomu, I'll crush them like a nut. The Nomu advanced towards them, but then a small stone hit his back. When he turned around, he managed to see that it was Uraraka. Although his quirk hurt, he knew he couldn't give up. Nomu, you? What the hell can you do to me? Uraraka, if you want them, defeat me first. Nomu, that's simple. The monster ran towards the girl. She was in pain, yes, but that never stopped her, and neither would it that day. She received blows, but she also gave them. She touched the monster, lifted it a little and made it hit the ground, burying it a little, but after a while it got tired. The Nomu managed to hit her. The girl rolled a few meters and ended up almost next to Deku. It hurt. That blow hurt a lot, but she wouldn't give up. She got back up. Nomu, seeing Deku's body, you and that brat have something in common. You are able to motivate people. It's time to remove that from this new world. The world doesn't need hope, it needs fear, and that's what I will give it. The beast approached Uraraka slowly, savoring, knowing that he had victory in his hand. He raised his fist and put his strength into it. Uraraka knew it. That blow could be the end. She would die fighting, but she didn't want to leave without him knowing. Uraraka, Deku, I read your note and I love you too. Nomu, love? Ha ha ha, don't worry, dwarf. They'll be together soon. Just close your eyes. But Uraraka didn't listen. Yes, maybe she stayed still, but she looked up at the Nomu. She gave the monster a challenging look. Nomu, I'm serious. You don't want to see this. But the girl did not give in. Nomu, as you wish. The beast raised its arms, but before it could lower them, it began to hear lightning, but the sound they made sounded more like a few seconds before. Bakugo, is she an idiot or something? That thing is going to kill her. Todoroki, showing a slight smile. Bakugo, why the buck aren't you scared? Todoroki, because I already heard them? Bakugo, what? Todoroki, thunder. Enter the Portals theme by YouTuber Neil Stenson. The monster turned his gaze only to see how the place where the boy's body was now covered by an intense green electrical energy. The rays managed to come out looking frightening, and to his surprise Deku stood up. Nomu, no and no me, I killed you. Deku, technically no, I was just unconscious, although my pulse was going down, you should check your victims before. He couldn't finish his sentence because the Nomu came up to him and hit him, throwing him a few meters, but the boy stood up once more. Nomu, why the buck are you getting back up? I already defeated you, damn it, I killed you. Deku, why? Dude, I've faced guys stronger than me. Hell, I faced All For One himself. Do you think this is something? I've seen worse. But despite everything, I'm a hero, and no matter how many times they hit me, I'll always find a way to get up. Because the only thing standing between this city and its destruction is me. Nomu, damn kid. Deku, and you dared to hurt my friends in your eagerness to be like All For One, so listen to me carefully, monster, because I will only repeat it once. I am Izuku Midoriya, ninth bearer of One For All, but today more than ever I am the hero Deku, and this place is under my protection. Chapter 44, Release Your Full Potential. One For All Unchained. Enter the Portals theme by YouTuber Neil Stenson. Deku, and you dared to hurt my friends in your eagerness to be like All For One, so listen to me carefully, monster, because I will only repeat it once. I am Izuku Midoriya, ninth bearer of One For All, but today more than ever I am the hero Deku, and this place is under my protection. The Nomu did not resist and threw himself back into battle like Deku. The villain showed a face that denoted fury, courage, but also fear. But Deku was something else. The boy had a serious face. He was angry but also showed his willpower. He was not 100% healed from his wounds, but even so that did not matter to him, and continued fighting as only he knew how. When they both got close enough, the Nomu threw a punch, but Deku managed to dodge it and counterattacked. The blow hit his enemy's jaw. The freckled man fixed his gaze down, looking at the shield that Momo had made for him. He knew it would not resist long, but he had to try. He lifted it and put it on his shoulder, adopting a combat pose. Nomu, that won't protect you. Deku, you don't know that, let's fight. Both approached again, but the boy, grabbing the shield with both hands, lifted it, hitting the monster in the chin and propelling himself with a kick in the air, turned on his own axis to kick the beast in the stomach, and then threw the shield, which the Nomu repelled but did not count on. The boy, using his speed, went after him, taking it again with both hands and fitted into the skin of the villain, who screamed in pain, took Deku by the torso and threw him away, but the shield had also been taken by the freckled man, who hit him again with the shield, which returned to his hand. The Nomu threw a punch, but Deku stopped it with the shield. He moved away a few meters and threw it, hitting him in the face. It bounced and returned to his hand, but he repelled it with a smash, making it so hard it fit into the monster's chest, who furiously ripped it off and split it in half. Deku, if you break it, you pay for it. Nomu, no matter how many items you use, I'll kill you. Deku, but I was planning to use it as a sled. And so they fought again with bare fists. Deku used his speed and agility to his advantage, giving strong punches and kicks. After a while, the Nomu looked exhausted, making Deku smile with victory. Dek, ha ha ha, it seems you are not so immortal. Nomu, you won't thwart my plans? Deku, that's my specialty. The freckled boy launched himself at full speed, hitting mercilessly. The boy hit the monster hard in the stomach and face. He kicked the monster in the knees, and when he had the monster on his knees, he gave an axe kick. Deku, Manchester smash. The boy continued hitting, but the Nomu managed to get even. He opened his arms strongly, pushing the freckled boy away. Nomu, if you think you're going to finish me off, you're crazy. Deku, and you have to be careful with crazy people. The boy approached at full speed, but the Nomu released a downward blow that Deku was able to avoid. The freckled boy held the rival's wrists, putting all his strength into his arms. But the Nomu continued to exert force, causing the freckled boy to fall to his knees, but still he did not give up. You are amazing, Deku. Ha ha ha, I don't think so, Uraraka. You put everything you have into every fight. If that's not amazing, then I don't know what is. You don't just use your fists, you use your head, you make a plan, you pay attention to everything, you don't leave anything to chance. Deku, If you think you'll defeat me with this, you're crazy. The freckled boy stood up slowly and released the Noma's fists, dodging the blow, causing his rival to fall. But before he touched the ground, the green-haired boy gave a strong blow to the stomach with his knee and then joined his fists to give another one to the back. But the Noma stood up and grabbed Deku by the face. Slamming him against his leg to lift him from his foot, he turned him around a few more times and threw him down with a punch. Noma, I'll try if you don't mind. Deku, thinking, damn, if he keeps this up I won't be able to get up again, he's too strong. Chat with the other one for all wielders. Nana, and when have you ever cared about that? You have the power of 8 people, you can win this fight if you put your mind to it. Deku, it's very difficult, 1 for all isn't doing anything to him, and he's at 100. First carrier, so keep hitting, kid. Funky, a good hit can knock down the strongest. Deku, they're right, I just have to find a way to give it. Real world. Noma, tell me you've already given up. Deku, ha, you even believe one last time, 1 for all 100%. Noma, you won't achieve anything with that. Deku, until I know it, I won't say it. It was a matter of a single blink. The boy was on the Noma's back and threw a blow that made him arch in pain. Then he grabbed him by the head and slammed him against the ground. His legs were in the air, something that the green-haired man took advantage of. He grabbed them and pulled the villain from the ground and slammed him against the ground. Then he applied a lock key and continued to apply force until he heard the limb break. The Noma wanted to scream, but with an elbow Deku pinned him back to the ground, but the rival did not stay there. He spun around, crushing the hero against the ground, making him release him, and grabbed him by the head to hit his stomach. Noma, you know something? At first I thought that using my quirks to increase my power was a bad idea, but if it weren't like that I wouldn't be able to enjoy hitting you. The Noma hit Deku with his fists and knees, butted him, slammed him against the ground, and finally gave him such a strong stop that he sent him flying from the battlefield. The boy fell on some rubble. He was very hurt, but he didn't want to give up yet. Deku, damn, I can't, this thing is too strong. Nana, boy, don't give up. Almight, young Midoriya. Deku, there has to be another way, he can't be invincible, no one is. Funky, you're using 1 for all at 100%, but you didn't have time to practice it. First carrier, you are acting according to the situation, your body is not yet ready, you can tolerate it but you still don't know how to use it. Funky, you've neglected your training these past few days. Deku, damn, if I wasn't so bucking weak. Almight, you're not weak, you went through a moment of darkness and came back, but you needed practice. Deku, 100% doesn't work against that thing even in my full cowling mode. Nana, go back to the fight, you'll think of something. Deku, true. The boy pushed himself off with force, giving a great jump which knocked down the Noma. Deku, full cowling. Delaware Detroit smash. The blow was directed with force, but Deku did not stop there. The pain was great, but his will far surpassed it. Deku, behind you, damn it, Oklahoma smash. Landing in front of the Noma, New Hampshire smash. Deku attacked mercilessly without giving the Noma a chance to get up. Deku, you may be strong, but as soon as I think about how to defeat you I will hit you with everything I have. Noma, you're just a damn kid. Deku, a boy who knows what he's doing, who would sacrifice his life for the people, a future hero, and in the name of all the civilians you killed and also all the heroes you killed I swear that I will exterminate you. Noma, you've got guts, kid. Let's see if I can rip them out. The fight began with both receiving blows. Now the monster's fatigue was visible. It was not invincible or immortal. Its regeneration quirk was getting slower and slower, and the blood flowed non-stop. Deku, come on, don't tell me you're tired. Noma, shut up. Deku provoked him, but it wasn't because he was crazy. He knew it was easy, and so his attention was focused on him, thus making him not take a breath or throw himself into battle again. He would play with his mind and then with his resistance, but he was tired too. His idea was a double-edged sword because it could affect both. Said and done, the Noma took advantage of an opening in the freckled young man's defense and hit him with too much force. Noma, you are strong, I recognize it, but you are at your limit. The adrenaline is what is making you move and prevents you from feeling pain. But when this is over, you will feel like you are dying. Deku, and what do you know about that? Nomu, I'll make it happen. The Noma hit Deku's midsection hard, throwing him far away. Nana boy, there's nothing we can do, that thing is strong. Deku, I know that, I just have to keep hitting then. Nomu, ha ha ha, damn, you fought well, too much for someone in your condition. For a second I was scared, but why would I be? I just have to keep hitting you until I break you like a nut. Deku, are you really crazy? The boy tried to stand up, but the Noma kicked him away. Nana, boy, I'm sorry. Deku, there has to be a way, there has to be a damn way, I can't just stay like this. You should give up. If I can't save even one innocent girl. If I could give you my quirk. Long ago there was someone who became famous for his heroic acts by saving more than 100 people, but you only save one and you become completely useless. I have to save everyone. Even if there is a minimal possibility I want to do it. I will change the future. Deku, there has to be a way. I'm not the same Deku from first year. I'm not the same guy from high school. I am Izuku Midoriya, give me your strength. Funky, what? Deku, give me your strength, give me your power, let's unite our skills to win. First carrier boy, even if we wanted to, we're all dead, we can't help you. Deku, not physically, but don't leave me alone, use your quirks, use your will, let's make one for all shine once more. Everyone inside the quirk was confused, but suddenly that confusion turned into surprise. The flame at the core of Izuku's one for all was shining, it was getting bigger and smaller, almost as if it was about to explode. On the battlefield things were out of control, the Noma was slowly approaching its victim, savoring victory, feeding off the fear of everyone present who felt powerless. Noma, I enjoyed this, but I think it's time to end it. Deku, you can never kill me. Nomu, ha, really? I know humans, their nature, their strength. I know how to break every bone in your body, though now that I think about it, there was a girl before you woke up, there was a stupid brat trying to cheer everyone up in a stupid way, how about I break her first? Deku, stay away from Uraraka. Nomu, so that's her name, you know, she prevented me from attacking your friends. I think she's affected you, that gave me an idea, I'm going to go after her and kill her in front of you, maybe that way I can hurt you. Deku, if you touch a hair on his head I swear. Nomu, what are you going to do to me? You can't even stand up. Ha! I'll rip, no, I'll break your arms, leaving them at such grotesque angles that you'll vomit before you die. Deku, shut up, monster. Nomu, I'll tear his legs apart, I'll slice them, splinter his bones until they come out of his flesh, snap his neck, and finally. Deku, if you say one more word I swear. Nomu, wait, this is the best part, because I'll crush your skull until your eyes pop out of their sockets and your brain explodes. Deku, I'm going to. Nomu, ha ha ha, and I will impale his body by inserting several rods from his groin until they come out through his mouth or head. At that moment all trace of sanity in Deku was lost, his head only had one idea in mind, and it was to kill that thing. The freckled man was furious, there was no way to calm him down. His teeth clenched so hard against each other, to the point that you could hear the grinding, but the most important thing was inside him, the core. Its flame grew, illuminating everything and surprising the previous carriers. Nana, what's going on? Funky, this is like nothing I've ever seen. First carrier, he did it. Almight, what achievement. First carrier, the second phase. On the battlefield everything looked new. The Noma was static while he watched how slowly the green-haired man stood up. A chill ran down his back, he felt fear. Nomu, what kind of damn monster are you? Deku monster? You can hit me, humiliate me, even kill me, but you messed with people, and especially with her. Nomu, I'm going to Ma. Deku, don't touch her, nobody touches my Ochako. Even though he said it in a normal voice, the Noma felt a murderous presence looming over him. Fear was climbing over his limbs like a wild animal, but he managed to compose himself. Nomu, you're a stubborn bastard. Deku, no, I'm a hero, you don't know who I am, and no, the rays began to come out with more intensity, you have any idea of my power. Inside him the flame shone with intensity and fury. Outside his image was shocking. There was an emerald green energy surrounding the outline of the boy's body. The lightning bolts collided against each other with force. The sound was so loud that it sounded like thunder. His hair was completely on end and his eyes reflected a determination never seen before. His determination, his will was demonstrated. Almight, what the hell is this? First carrier, something I never thought would happen. Funky, but what is this second phase? First wielder, the release of the total strength of the human being, turned everything into strength, turned his willpower and determination into gasoline to fan the flame, his quirks too, and released the net strength of his body. That is why this second phase is called Deku / First Carrier, one for all unchained. Momo, I don't give a damn about that crap, your 100% hasn't even scratched me, you should learn that. Deku, this is more than 100%, believe me, I'm stronger now. The green-haired man disappeared in a blur and appeared to deliver a strong blow to the Momo's face, who was unable to block it. Deku, you are now my prey, and if you threaten my friends or civilians again I will finish you off. He disappeared again to give a strong blow to the Momo's stomach. He grabbed his face and gave him a strong elbow in the neck. The monster wanted to respond and gave a strong blow to the boy's face, but he managed to stop him. Deku, and seeing you made me think it would take me all night. The Momo tried to hit the boy, but he dodged it or moved it away until he finally released a strong blow that Deku was able to stop. The Momo felt scared while he saw how a boy clenched his fist as if nothing was happening, keeping him static. Deku, you better calm down, you damn murderer. The boy hit him hard with his head, throwing the Momo far away, but he didn't stop there. He followed him, and before he landed he kneed him in the back and then hit him with a hammer in the stomach, slamming him to the ground. Momo, standing up, no, this is not possible. You were losing, I had to win, I was born to kill you. Deku, you should have found another target. Momo, no, everything was perfect, the plan had to go perfectly, it would be a perfect world, everything in my likeness. Deku, that's the problem, you're ugly. Momo, no damn it, you can't win, I'm here, I came out to kill you. Deku, I don't know where you came from or what hole you came out of, but I swear I'll send you back. The boy threw himself with force, he wasn't willing to leave that thing alive, he hit it with everything, he used his weight against the monster and threw it, he hit it in the ribs, in the face, in the legs, wherever he could, always with titanic force. The ground shattered, the glass broke, each blow generated a shock wave and a slight tremor. The boy was winning the fight. Uraraka saw the fierce battle in the distance. Her face was filled with emotion. She knew Deku was winning, and that made her happy, although she was also afraid for the freckled boy. Bakugo, for his part, encouraged his partner's victory, but in a certain part of the fight he saw the different stages of the green-haired boy. No matter how many times he fell, he kept getting up. That's bad, Kaken. Can't you see she's crying? If you keep going like this, I'll never forgive you. I'll never know if I don't try. Someone finally recognized me. They told me that I really can become a hero, Kaken. I have won legally. You will not let me down. I will go to you. I'm not the Deku that means useless anymore. I'm the Deku that means you can do it. I have no intention of being your punching bag, Kaken. That's all you got, Kaken? Bakugo, thinking, damn Deku, you are stupid. You were always behind me. No matter how much I mistreated you, hit you, insulted you, humiliated you, you were always there. You managed to get a quirk, and with that you showed me no. Since I met you I knew you were someone admirable, capable of achieving great things. Maybe that was why my hatred was directed at you with force. I couldn't believe it. I was someone everyone respected and feared. They envied me for being powerful, but you didn't. You considered me an equal, and even in my eyes you considered me weak. I tried to make you give up so that feeling would go away, but I couldn't do it, and I never will. Today you are fighting not only because you must. You fight for everyone else, damn. You fight for the future of all of us. You managed to get the power and respect of the hero we both admired. The symbol of peace, and today you will get victory. Damn, you have to win, Deku. You are number one. The boy continued to fight with all his heart, his muscles fighting not to tear, his bones fighting not to break, and his body fighting not to die. Each blow was a bomb towards the Momo, who was already on his last legs. blood gushing out with no intention of stopping. His strength was diminished and drastically diminished. He was afraid. He knew that if he lost he would die. Deku, I finally managed to hurt you, didn't I? It's time to end this. Nomu, why? Why are you doing this? You're just a damn kid. Deku, I'm not a child, I'm a hero, and if I do this it's because if I don't do it, taking the Nomu by the arm and turning to throw him away, if I don't do it nobody will. Nomu, wait please. Deku, I'll finish this and finally close the circle. Nomu, standing up, no, I know humans, I know everything about you, your strength, your history and thoughts, you evolved apes are just scum. Deku, we humans are more than our mind and our strength, something you will never understand, our spirit. We will never give up, we will never bend, never. Izuku threw himself at the monster. With force he gave him a blow to the stomach, a low kick to the legs, a blow to the jaw. He was so fast that the villain could not react in time. Finally Deku gave a great blow that threw the Nomu, who slowly was able to get up. He changed from being fearful to furious. He forgot for a second, but it was true. They had done it specifically to kill the carriers of One for All. He had to adapt and evolve, but this child was massacring him without giving him a chance at anything. He was not even a professional and his strength was beyond his understanding. The Nomu roared loudly, and in a last attempt to gain all his strength in one arm. Nomu, let's finish this Midoriya. Deku, it's the only thing you and I can agree on. The boy threw himself towards the monster and vice versa, charging us with an explosive attack. Deku turned to look at his friends one last time, smiled at them and then turned his gaze forward. Deku, big bang smash. The boy threw the punch with all the strength he had. It was so strong that it created a huge shock wave. Everyone was holding on to each other to avoid being blown away. Bakugo, holding on a stone, damn it. The air pressure created a gust that made the clouds swirl. Immediately light drops began to fall to give way to a heavy rain. All the other heroes were stupefied because a single blow changed the weather. The television helicopter cameras could not see anything. The dust was too much. The heroine Ryuki weakly managed to transform into a dragon to move her wings, dissipating all the dust. The scene was deplorable. Destruction. Total devastation of buildings, houses or businesses, but then, they could see it, the Nomu on the other end, dead at last. While on the other side and standing, although totally wounded but with a slight smile, the hero Deku was the winner of the fight. There were no applause or screams. Everyone was still stupefied by what they had just seen. The rain was the only one in the place that was allowed to make noise. Suddenly, light applause was heard echoing throughout the place. Everyone turned around in search of who was applauding, surprised that it was Endeavor who, standing and even very hurt, could applaud with a serene smile. These applauses were followed by others. Each time they were more. The top heroes, the professionals and the students applauded the boy who managed to defeat that monster against all odds. All but one. Bakugo Katsuki saw his friend and rival. The ashen-haired boy kept a serious face, but then he understood. Because Almight chose you. There was no need to ask. Bakugo understood why One for All belonged to his green-haired friend. Even in those moments he could see it. Even when Deku didn't make the victory sign, Bakugo could see the figure of All Might behind Izuku. Bakugo, damn, you really are number one, although smiling it won't be easy for you to keep it. Although not everything was happiness, the boy was exhausted. His body screamed in pain. Slowly his smile was erased. Only Uraraka could see this. Worried about the green-haired boy, she threw herself to help him, although she arrived late. Time slowed down for the girl who could not prevent her great love from falling to the ground, hurting himself even more. Everyone saw this. Bakugo quickly began to call an ambulance, as did Ida. Uraraka knelt next to Deku, lifting his head and putting it on her legs. Uraraka, Deku, please don't go. Deku, Uraraka? Uraraka, yes, that's right, here I am. Deku, you're here. Uraraka, and how could you not be, can you get up? Deku, no, did you hear? I always get up coughing heavily. I think coughing is not a good sign. The poor boy wanted to laugh but soon remembered where he was and his eyes opened as he tried to stand up. Deku, the Nomu, the monster, where is it? Uraraka, calm down, you defeated him and saved us all. Deku, well, That's the only thing that matters. I just regret not having how lucky I was to have someone like you. The freckled man raised his hand and caressed the girl's face, who was shedding some tears, but Uraraka, calm down, the medical services won't be long. You were a hero. Deku, hell well, I guess I can rest now. Deku's hand couldn't take it anymore. Just like the rest of his body, the boy slowly closed his eyes with a smile, while his hand fell to the ground. Uraraka, no, starting to cry, please don't go. The raindrops were still falling heavily, mixing with Uraraka's tears, while the ambulances could be heard getting closer and closer. All the other heroes continued trying to help the civilians, as the battle, even though it was won, had many casualties. Chapter 45, We Are Here. Nana, welcome, Izuku Midoriya. Deku, boy, I ended up here again. Almight, you don't look that affected. Deku, I knew I'd end up here after that fight. Funky, maybe this isn't a good time to say it, kid, but I'm glad you won. Deku, thank you and sorry. Everyone stared at the boy. Nana, why? Deku, the legacy, the torch, all that is over. I killed one for all. First wielder, and you took all for one. You fulfilled the quirk's purpose. All Might, I should apologize. You wanted to be number one and now you can't do it. Deku, I fulfilled the work of one for all. I did the task for which this power was entrusted to me. I couldn't feel happier. Also, I'm with you, All Might. Maybe not with my father, but you are here, although it hurts me to leave my mother alone. All Might, and what about young Uraraka? Deku, a hero fights for everyone, save her, she will graduate, and I know she will be a great heroine, I trust her. Funky, in the end the Noma won, leaving the world without its champion. Deku, no, there are still Kaken, Todoroki, Ida and many powerful heroes. First bearer, you're the one who was supposed to be number one, that's why you had one for all. Deku, one for all was to fight all for one, not to be the number one hero, and I already fulfilled my duty. The only bad thing is that the quirk was lost. First bearer, the world will no longer be under threat, we can all rest. Deku, but what will become of us? First bearer, I guess only time will tell. Deku, I see. Nana, as time goes by, do you want me to tell you about Toshi's youth? Deku, would you do that for me? Previous carriers, we'll tell you all our stories, kid, it's the least we can do for the hero. Deku, with a tear, thank you everyone. And so the previous bearers took the freckled one as they disappeared. Seriously, don't you want them in your homes? Go enjoy the world. This is over. Deku died a hero, so don't cry. This isn't Endgame or Godzilla. Sigh while you win. The decisive factor, it was you. Your body refused to die. Your heartbeat was slow, but it continued. Your brain function did not decline. Your wounds, that was the most curious thing. They were healing, slowly maybe, but they were healing, at least the superficial ones. It takes longer to heal a broken bone, I say this from experience. It's good that you're alive. I'm too stubborn to die. Cheer up, you're the one who told me to smile, right? You have good friends. They may seem a bit crazy and noisy, but yes, they are the best. Having the power to save him and not doing it, I didn't want that in my memory. A hero saves people, even the adversities he may have. A hero protects his own. We need to talk. I am very proud of you. Don't do that again. Trying not to love you only makes me love you more. The hospitals were not exactly 5 stars. Well, to me they look very good. Yes, I'm back. Hello, Izuku. Ochako. The battle is over, let's return to normality. Chapter 46. The battle is over, let's go back to normal. Nana, welcome Izuku Midoriya. The freckled man slowly opened his eyes, realizing that he was no longer on the battlefield. All Might, you did well, son. Deku, All Might, Nana, what am I doing here? Funky, isn't it obvious? You gave it your all and won the fight. Deku, if I win? First bearer, and in a way I never thought would happen. Deku, it's true, when I was in battle I said it, but what is one for all, unchained? First bearer, it's a curious story. You see, each bearer was told the story, The two brothers, one with Quirk and the other Quirkless. Deku, the creation of One for All. First bearer, exactly, but there's something they didn't tell you, and it's because I never thought it would happen. I did have a quirk. At this statement everyone was surprised. They knew nothing, not even the carrier who followed All for One's brother was aware of this. Funky, you had a quirk and never said it? First bearer, because I didn't know this could happen. Let me explain, those were other times. Quirks had just appeared, there weren't the tests that exist today. When they did the tests on me, they did them thinking that I had super strength, speed, or some impulse, but I had none of that, so I was classified as quirkless. But my quirk was very different. It could be considered weak because I never practiced it, but I was the opposite of my brother. Nana, the opposite? First bearer, while he could steal quirks and give them, I could only store strength, power. When my brother gave me a quirk, he gave me the one to pass power, so both combined, they created One for All. My quirk stored power, and the one my brother gave me allowed me to pass it. So I realized that I had the moral obligation to stop him, but as you know well, I could not. Each bearer fought fiercely, but it was not until Almight and now Deku who managed to close the circle. Deku, so that's how One for All was created, although. Almight, that doesn't explain the second phase. First bearer, as I told you, at first I thought my quirk could only store strength, but as I saw you Izuku I knew I had to investigate more. Then I saw that my quirk could not only store strength, it could also convert something into strength. I didn't think it was possible because it sounds illogical, but that was the second phase. Deku, what? First bearer, you asked for more strength, you would never give up, you had already fallen and you would not do it again, then it happened. The quirk stored from the previous bearers, you used my quirk to convert that into strength, your willpower, determination, your sense of justice. All of that was converted into an enhancer, and you even released the net strength of the human being, the so-called hysterical force, that which is released in moments of extreme tension, moments of life or death. Have you not realized? At that moment Deku looked up to see that everything was perfectly illuminated. In the core of One for All there was not a single inch of darkness. Deku, did they turn on the electricity? They don't pay the bill? Funky, sarcasm, I like that. Almight, you made the flame so big, enormous, it had never been seen like that. Deku, so I have a second phase to master? First bearer, it's a heavy burden, and it will be difficult, but if. Deku, it's not that I don't like the idea of training like crazy. But are you forgetting that I'm dead? Well, I think I really am dead now. First bearer, I have to correct you, kid. You're not dead yet. Tell me what One for All is. Deku, a power that has passed through 8 generations, destined to end evil, increases the physical abilities of the bearer, strength, speed, reflexes, etc. Nana, well no, it doesn't just do that. Well, in part yes, it doesn't just increase physical abilities. It increases everything, any ability, even your healing factor. Deku, what? Funky, One for All has passed through 9 people including you, with each of them increasing its strength, in a type of symbiotic relationship. The power gives the user great strength and also accelerates their healing. The power is not alive, but it knows that if the bearer dies, the quirk too, that's why it does that. It increases the healing capabilities faster as One for All changes bearers. Nana, although there are times when the wounds are stronger than One for All can withstand, it keeps you alive but cannot heal your wound. Looking at Almight. Almight, now I understand. Deku, so can I come back? First bearer, it's your decision, kid, though. Nana, Izuku, you defeated All for One's master weapon today. AFO himself can no longer fight, but that doesn't mean his threat has decreased. Funky, maybe you won't find monsters as strong as today's. But even so, the battle isn't over yet. Almight, are you willing to keep fighting? Deku, since I agreed to be the 9th bearer. Almight, immediate response, that's what I like about you. First bearer, well, it's time, go there and show them that the hero Deku is still alive. Deku, yes. Almight, hugging Deku, I'm very proud of you, son, your father would be too. Deku, thank you, Almight, you won't regret choosing me. Almight, I've never done it. Nana, hugging the freckled one, thanks Izuku, for not killing Tenko. Deku, I will erase all traces of all for one from him, Nana, I promise. Funky, Shorty, I have to admit, you were able to exceed my expectations. At first I didn't think you were that great, and what a way to make me swallow my words. You have been the best carrier that One for All could have. Deku, the fact that you said that means you're really happy, ha ha ha. Funky, shut up before I hit you, hugging Izuku. Good luck out there, kid. First bearer, well Izuku, what more can I say that they haven't already? You really are someone admirable. You made all this worth it. You put an end to a task that I was beginning to believe was impossible. I can't do anything else but thank you, truly, for all your effort. Deku, thank you for helping me. What I did would not have been possible without you. Nana, well, enough tears. It's time for you to come back, Izuku. Recover and fight as well as you've always done, understood? Deku, understood. First carrier, good luck, boy. The freckled man nodded as he disappeared. Nana, this place feels warmer, ha ha ha. First bearer, I said it, he's the best of us. In the outside world. Slowly Deku began to open his eyes. It took a few minutes for his sense of sight to get used to it. Immediately after, he recognized that he was in a hospital. Deku, I used to spend so much time here that I thought I'd get a frequent customer discount. At that moment the door to Deku's room opened slowly, revealing a somewhat young nurse. Nurse, yeah, I'm awake now, I'm glad. Deku, good morning. Nurse, good morning, well wait here, I'll go get the doctor to check you out. Deku, how am I? Well, what is my health status? Nurse, we thought you were going to die. Laser to the spine, fractured sternum, shattered collarbone, punctured liver, damage to both lungs, shattered arms, both knees shattered, splintered ribs, some broken, fractured skull. Deku, and a horrible migraine apparently. Nurse, well, at least you're alive. Recovery girl along with that girl Eri were the ones who saved you, although. Deku, what though? Nurse, the decisive factor, it was you. Your body refused to die. Your heartbeat was slow but it continued. Your brain function did not decline. Your wounds, that was the most curious thing. They were healing, slowly perhaps, but they were healing, at least the superficial ones. Deku, it takes longer to heal a broken bone, I say this from experience. Nurse, he created you well, I'll let you rest, I'll go get the doctor. Deku, thank you very much. The young nurse left the room, and a few hours later the doctor came in. At least his face showed good news. Doctor, young Midoriya, I'm glad you're alive. Deku, I'm too stubborn to die. Doctor, well, I can see that. Your mother came to see you, by the way, as well as a girl. Deku, girl, it's true. Doctor, there's a girl who was very hurt. Orange hair at Suka Kendo. Doctor, Kendo, yes, I remember. Take it easy, my friend, she is safe. All her wounds were treated. Believe me, you were the only one who got hurt that badly. She is a few rooms down. She just needs to rest like you, well, a little less than you, but she still needs to rest. Deku, that's great, my mother as. Doctor, she's fine, a little upset and worried about you, but she feels better knowing you're alive. She's a strong woman. Deku, can you at least let me finish the questions? At that moment the freckled man remembered what the Momo told him on the battlefield. He was modifying all of them. Each one of them evolved, and even the doctor. He was very useful to us. He stole strong quirks, he deceived people, and he gave the master many test subjects. Remember the flying Momo? I'm surprised you didn't recognize him. He was a friend of that Bakugo kid. Deku, doctor, please call UA Director Nizu and Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. Doctor, but for. Deku, please call them now. The doctor did not understand very well why, but he listened to the green-haired man, and without wasting time he called the two requested men, who upon hearing who it was went to his aid, ignoring why. He also called the freckled man's mother, who upon hearing that her son had woken up ran to the hospital, even being faster than the authorities. When his mother arrived, Izuku was filled with the love of his parent until the two adults arrived. Nizu, young Midoriya, I'm glad you're safe. Tsukachi, we really thought you wouldn't make it out of this, hee. Inko just gave him a cold look, making the detective break out in a cold sweat and shut up. Nizu, but leaving that aside, why did you call us son? Deku, true, I'm actually glad you're here, Mom. Sukachi, but what's so important? Deku, information from my last fight. Nizu, information? Sukachi, the Noma's body is of no use to us, despite being autonomous and all that it's dead, somehow you annulled its regeneration. Deku, yes, but during the fight there was some exchange of words. Nizu, we know, your brave words still resonate in everyone's minds. Deku, but there was one you didn't hear. Sukachi, what do you mean? Deku, he said that the Nomas were weapons but also teachings, that with each loss they learned to make them better, and that even a person gave them test subjects, or gave all for one information about subjects with capable quirks. Nizu, subjects? Sukachi, subject information? Inko, but who would be capable of doing that? Deku, who can have information about multiple people with powerful quirks without raising suspicion? Nizu, that is a rhetorical question to some extent. There is no single answer, doctors, teachers. Sukachi, lawyers, pediatricians. Inko, police, firefighters. Sukachi, a search would be long and tedious, we would enter a bottomless pit. Deku, I'll narrow down the search. When I was younger in elementary school maybe, there was a boy, Bakugo's friend. Izuku's mother knew things were serious since her son called the little-haired boy Bakugo. Deku, his name was I think Tsubasa and his grandfather or uncle was a doctor. Inko, it's true, Dr. Tsubasa, he was the doctor recognized by the departmental area and beyond that, he was a great doctor, that's why I took you to him. Deku, yes. Nizu, son, that accusation. Sukachi, he's strong Izuku. Deku, I know, but it fits, at least the wings fit perfectly. I'm not saying you should blindly believe me, but please do something, investigate it, don't let more people suffer. Sukachi, it would take some time, we don't know exactly what to look for or where to start. Deku, remember the flying Nomu? I'm surprised you didn't recognize him instantly since he was a friend of Bakugo. Nizu, what? Deku, that's what he said. Inko just covered her mouth with her hands. Sukachi, you don't think it was a trap? Deku, I don't think he wanted to lie at that moment. Nizu, he's right. Sukachi, I hope he didn't escape, but thanks Midoriya for the information. Nizu, you were too brave and a true hero. Deku, thank you, director. Sukachi, what kind of monster uses his family for his own benefit? Deku, the kind of monster that works for all for one. Sukachi, well, then I'll start investigating. Thanks for the information, Midoriya. With your permission, I'll stop by. The detective bowed and left the room. Shortly after doing the same, Director Nizu also left. Inko, son, sorry. Deku, why? Inko, I took you to him. It could have been him who stole your quirk. Because of me you couldn't develop your power, you got depressed, and I couldn't do anything. Izuku, it's my fault. Deku, hugging his mother, Mom, please calm down. I don't like seeing you cry. I have a quirk and I stopped everything that monster did. It's not your fault. Besides, you always supported me. Inko, Izuku. Deku, cheer up, you're the one who told me to smile, right? The oldest green-haired girl continued shedding some tears, but, listening to her son, she smiled and hugged her little one, who responded to the gesture until a nurse interrupted the family moment. Nurse, excuse me, but visiting hours are over. Deku, can't you give us another half hour? Inko, no son, you have to obey the rules, look, rest, and I'll come back later with food, okay? Deku, in that case, have a good trip. Inko, I thought you'd gotten used to hospital food by now. Deku, you never can, it's weird, Inko, okay, then I'll get you something to eat. Deku, thanks, Mom. Inko, rest, my hero, smiling maternally. So the green-haired boy went back to bed. He could rest better. He saw his mother and gave the information. He felt a weight lighter, and that's how he spent the rest of the day. The next morning he slowly woke up again. His strength was more recovered and he could sit more easily, but he was surprised that his entire bed was full of gifts. He recognized everything. Each gift was from his friends. There was a book of poems that he knew was from Tokoyami, a book of muscle relaxation practices courtesy of Ojiro, a melon from Mineta next to a midnight fanservice figure, a cake from Sato, a male attitude book from Kirishima, an already opened supply of sweets from Mina, an Almight sweatshirt courtesy of Shoji, a pack of soba from Todoroki. Siro gave him a box of tea, Hagakure gave him a green rabbit plushie, Tsuyu a ceramic frog figure. Koda gave him a plushie of an imposing eagle with a serious and sharp look, Kaminari gave him a Charmander, Jiro a deep purple album, an action book from Ida, and finally a mirror courtesy of Oyama. The freckled one was happy, although he was surprised not to see anything from Uraraka or Momo. He expected it from Bakugo, and honestly he didn't care, but he worried about his friends until. And tell Yayarosa that it's rude to listen to other people's conversations. Vice President, with all due respect, I don't feel like talking. I'm going to my seat. Deku, he has reasons to hate me. Nurse, entering the room, you're already awake, what a relief. Oh, and I see you've already seen your friend's gifts. Deku, hee hee yeah. Nurse, you have good friends. Deku, they may seem a little crazy and noisy, but yes, they are the best. Nurse, well then I'll go. The young nurse didn't seem very willing to leave, something that didn't go unnoticed by our green-haired man who cleared his throat. Deku, is something wrong? Nurse, excuse me? Deku, I see you are hesitant about leaving, and it seems strange to me. Nurse, starting to cry, Busari, it's just that you. Deku, worried, yes? Nurse, my brother, well, I have a brother, we're both orphans, but he stayed home when the villains rebelled, and then he. The green-haired man broke into a cold sweat, thinking that he couldn't save the little one. Deku, I am sorry, I have to accept my mistakes and. Nurse, mistakes? Deku, oh, well, I don't know what you want to call it, but please forgive me. I wanted to minimize casualties and. Nurse, I think you don't understand me. I want to thank you. Deku, thanks? Nurse, he was there. The house was destroyed and he was close to dying, but you were there. You prevented it. Deku, it could have been anyone. Nurse, I saw it on the news. You were beaten, too much I would say. It was a miracle that you could stand in that thing. That monster was about to kill my little brother. At that moment the green-haired man remembered the child. Nurse, but you avoided it. You managed to stand up, and at surprising speed you managed to stop the monster's fists. Do you really think? Do you think I would let you do that? You saved me, Bu, but you're very, very hurt. Haha, but when has that ever been an impediment? Run, kid, I'll take care of this clown. Nurse, and even though you drove that thing away, you comforted it. Go back to your mother, little one, everything will be fine. Nurse, you were his hero and I owe you. Deku, no, I just did what any hero would do. I didn't want to take the blame. Nurse, guilt? Deku, having the power to save him and not doing it. I didn't want that in my memory. A hero saves people, even the adversities they may have. A hero protects his own. The nurse couldn't believe what she saw. That boy was truly admirable. Nurse, well, thank you very much anyway, Deku hero. Deku, don't thank me, you were mine by helping me. Besides, I'm a patient here, call me Midoriya. Nurse, you are truly an amazing person. Well, I'm leaving. The nurse gave a slight bow and left the room, leaving the freckled boy alone. During the days that the freckled boy was in the hospital and could move easily, he took the opportunity to train. Sometimes he was seen doing squats or push-ups still bandaged. He stopped when he started to feel sick, this until the nurse discovered him. After that he had to endure her scoldings, then the doctors. Followed by a reprimand from Director Nizu and finally a scolding from his mother. After that Deku began to train his senses, thus being able to discover when someone was about to go up, although his mother was immune to this since he never heard her arrive. The older green-haired girl came in and discovered her son training. She even thought about tying him to the bed, but she knew that wouldn't stop him. Izuku, you should rest. Deku, I can't, I slept for a long time, Mom, that's enough. Why are you going so far? Deku, because I could have died, I could have lost you, and that's not something I want to do. I want you to see me grow, to see me become number one. I just don't want to lose you, Mom. I lost Dad and you, I don't. Son, it's okay, I'm fine, you are very strong. Deku, but I'm not invincible, and if there's someone stronger than me out there, then I have to train, fight and win. My Quirk got a second easy one. I managed to master the normal version, but this is stronger. It will take time, but I will also master it. I won't let anyone else go through what I went through. Let no one suffer what I suffered. That's what a hero does. Inko was surprised and happy at the same time. She knew she couldn't change Izuku. For years she saw him grow without losing faith in himself, and now seeing that determination in his eyes only made her feel more and more proud. Inko, Izuku, I'm so proud of you. Deku, Mom. The green-haired boy couldn't hold back his tears and hugged his mother tightly. Deku, I swear I won't make you worry anymore. Inko, that's impossible. You're a hero and I'm your mother. I'll always worry about you, son, but I'll always support you in every step you take. Deku, thanks, Mom, I'll make you proud of me. Inko, I always have been, son, my hero. The green-haired girl was with Izuku a little longer until she had to leave. After a few minutes she received a visit from Director Nizu in the company of Aizawa, who saw the green-haired girl and could notice a certain tone of salvation upon seeing her student recovered. Nizu, young Midoriya, I'm glad you're better. Deku, ha ha ha, well they told me I can't train with these wounds. Nizu, that was reckless. Deku, I already explained why it was. The director knew it. The first time he discovered Deku training with his injuries was when the green-haired man told him about the second phase of One for All. Nizu, yes, but it's still reckless to move. Aizawa, and more with those wounds. Deku, with all due respect, sensei, until 5 minutes ago I thought he was a mannequin of himself. Aizawa, maybe it is. I'm glad to see you well. Deku, well, I was almost chained to the bed. They've done a lot of tests on me. Nizu, it's to check that your body is okay. We want to see you recovered so that you have a coat as soft and shiny as mine. Deku, that would be impossible, hee hee. Besides, I don't know when I'll get out of here. No one has wanted to tell me. Aizawa, it's true. That's what we came for. You'll be out in 2 weeks. Possibly less after this checkup. Your mother has already been notified. Deku, it's okay, I guess. Nizu, also to tell you that classes were suspended 2 days after the fight. We supported the heroes in the rescue efforts and the suspension was to help as much as we could, in addition to the fact that the school also received too much damage. Information about some students was lost, but while we resolve all of this you can rest. Deku, that means we'll graduate later. Aizawa, yes, that's why I rely on the old school method, the paper never fails. The green-haired boy laughed a little. His teachers bowed before leaving, but Aizawa, you did well, Midoriya, I'm proud. Deku, coming from you it means a lot. The black-haired boy left the room, so more days passed until he completed the week where Deku was doing his normal training when he heard someone approaching his room, so he quickly went back to bed to discover that the nurse opened the door. Nurse, I'm not interrupting? Deku, haha, there's no one else here. Nurse, and that's why I asked, I could catch you exercising. Deku, I've been training him for a while, don't scold me. Nurse, I guess you're right. Well, I just came to tell you that you can go out now, you're officially discharged. Deku, haha, really? Great. Nurse, well, your body is already healed, your wounds are healed and you look much better, so yes, you're out now, get dressed, we already called your mother, and she'll be here soon. Deku, yes. Thank you. Nurse, you have nothing to be thankful for, now get ready. Shortly after the nurse left, the freckled boy wasted no time getting dressed like his mother arrived. They made Deku sign some documents, and after a while both Midoriyas left the hospital. Deku, finally, I miss freedom. Inko, don't be exaggerated, son. Deku, hee well, now, let's see, I have some vacation, can I rest a little or? Inko, no way, young man, you told me your quirk got a second phase. Deku, yes. Inko, and it's more powerful, right? Deku, yes? Inko, fine, I don't want any broken bones at home, you'll start training, young man. Deku, huh? Inko, and me with you, it's boring to train alone. Deku, what? Inko, I've been training son hee. It was true, maybe in height it is not noticeable, but without a doubt the older green-haired woman now looked thinner than before. The freckled man just smiled and nodded. Deku, I have a heavier routine, do you think you can keep up with me? Inko, I think I can handle it, son. Mother and son smiled happily. Deku, I definitely have the number one mom hugging Inko. Inko, let's go home, son, the battle is over, we have to return to normal and also prepare Katsudan. Deku shed a few tears and nodded, so mother and son could return home.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.